allegiance. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for this great attendance. I see it's going to be a quick meeting today, especially with Mr. Brooks over there. I think he brought a little bit material he wants to cover. Anyway, once again, good morning. Our next regular meeting is scheduled for Friday, September 14th, 2018 at 9 a.m. at the Community Center here at 3500 Edgewater Drive, Sebring, Florida. Please silence or turn off your cell phones. You got it? Okay. Got a couple of supervisors have to turn off their phones. The consent agenda. What I'll do is I'll go through all of the A, B, and C. I'll read those. I will then ask for board comment as well as public comment if necessary. Consent agenda. The minutes of the Board of Supervisors regular meeting held Friday, July 20th, 2018, and the special meeting held August 10th, 2018. Treasurer's report and golf financials for June 30th, 2018 and July 31st, 2018. B, Resolution 2018-08/31-24, a resolution of the Sun and Lake Improvement District to declare certain tangible property owned by the district as surplus and authorizing the sale and the disposition by the district of such surplus property. And C, the resolution number 2018-0831-25, a resolution of the Sun and Lake of Sebring Improvement District to approve budget amendment number 2018-7 for the FEMA proceeds. Do I have a vote to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Board comment on the consent agenda?
Yeah, I have a question on resolution, the second resolution pertaining to the surplus in the sheds. I would like to know, once whatever the merchandise is sold or gotten rid of, who's going to be responsible for making sure that it doesn't repeat itself? And I'd like to also know the amount of sheds and who is using them, if there are still sheds being used other than for golf carts.
The district will be responsible to seeing that the sheds will not accumulate items to that nature again. Also, the pro shop who keeps an inventory currently of all the sheds, I'll provide the board a full report after everything is cleaned out and once we have everything organized. So we have a full inventory report of all the sheds by the clubhouse and then also Edgewater.
Okay, and I got one other comment on the note that came out last night about DSG wanting to buy the 100 units. I don't think I'd let them. I wouldn't do business with that company. They're the ones that screwed us. Am I not correct? Aren't they the ones that we bought the units from to begin with?
Yes, we did buy those units in 2014 from DSG.
Now they want 100 units and they'll give us a whopping $750?
That was their offer.
That was their offer. I would like to recommend that we don't take that offer.
Is there any other comments? We can list those 100. Actually, there's 100 units. We can list those on GovDeals, just like all of our other equipment, and see if there's any takers on those items.
Can I ask you a question about that? Can you put a minimum bid on there?
Yeah.
So a way around that could be putting a minimum bid. It doesn't resolve the question that you have, Supervisor.
Well, we still put a bid of $175,000. That's what we paid for.
Yeah, but then nobody's going to bid on it.
No, I mean, I think $750 is an insult, especially since we bought it from them and they screwed us.
We can list them on GovDeals and put a minimum on there. So if they would like to buy them from GovDeals, they have an opportunity to do so.
And how do we establish that minimum number?
District staff will be looking at the items to establish a minimum based on the condition levels. But if there's if Cliff has any other recommendations on those units, we'll take his recommendation for that.
So
Given
then,
our experience with the units, that's probably what they're worth, $750. I mean, they don't work.
They don't work. Not all of them.
I have one question, and it's probably for Cliff, but I don't know if Cliff is aware, and maybe nothing's been done, but when we decided to save those buildings, we asked that the carts that are in there start to be moved over here to Edgewater. How many carts have we moved? And also, there was to be no parking in there. Was one of the reasons we didn't want traffic going in there. Has anything been done on that? Or you might not be aware of it, Cliff, but
No, all the carts have been moved that can be moved. There's still, I believe there's 6 more carts, am I right? 6 more carts that are left from folks that are just not even in town yet.
right, okay.
So
good.
we're just waiting for folks to get back in town, and and it really, as soon as we get all the carts moved, we'll do something over there. I don't know if it's just putting up ropes or signs, and then we'll cut off the parking as soon as we get the carts cleared out.
Very good, thank you.
okay, so I guess I have to ask the question, Tanya. Where do we go with the minimum bid, and do we make that adjustment now and amend what we're saying under the Resolution 2018-0831-24 to a minimum of, do we have to set that parameter, or how do we determine that so that it doesn't go in there at $75 a unit or something?
Well, district staff will work with Cliff and his staff to determine the value of these units or any other golf, equipment. But we can definitely set a minimum on that. We don't have to determine today what that minimum will be, but we'll work with.
And we'll also have the final determination on an auction. So let's say the largest bid comes back at $5,000. We don't have to accept that, even though that's the highest bid. We can bring that back to the board, make an approval, and then accept at a later date, just to see where it goes.
That sounds fair. That sounds perfect. Any other board comment? Any public comment on the consent agenda items?
Tom Costi, resident. I've not read the minutes from the last board meeting, but I would just like to make sure. Do those minutes reflect that several votes were taken at that budget workshop? Can anybody answer that?
Votes in reference to?
Votes in reference to things that were being discussed. Did the board vote on anything at that workshop, at that budget workshop?
Oh, at the workshop.
Yes.
We did consensus.
You did
consensus.
As I recall, a vote was asked for, a vote was called for, a vote was even suggested by the attorney, and the supervisors voted one by one. Is that not correct? I just want to know if that's reflected in the minutes.
I can't answer that question. Can somebody else?
I mean, we did that, if that's what he's asking.
It also stipulates that it was just a consensus vote as a mechanism to aid the Board of Supervisors.
We can't hear you, Chris. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
No.
What about now?
Yes.
It was counted in the minutes. It was simply a mechanism to aid the board in identifying what the consensus was. It was not a formal vote.
A vote was not asked for, and a roll call taken.
It was a consensus vote by voice call. So
Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
That is correct.
Did you not suggest that the vote be taken on several issues?
As a consent.
You did not state that. You said a vote. The public was not advised that any votes were going to be taken. I don't know if anybody's got experience with consensus decision-making, but it's normally not by vote.
The minister of the minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Good morning. Bill Norcross, a resident. On that storage cot area you're talking about that you guys could put new roofs on, excellent idea to save those buildings. I have an idea. We're always talking about stay and play. You can convert those areas, 1 or 2 of those buildings, into a stay and play apartment type of thing. It would take a clever design but people build small houses with 700 square feet. And
I know.
it would be a good idea with 2 or 3 of those buildings. They're right on the 18th hole, very nice, and it could accommodate plenty of parking. So I think it would be a good idea to keep that in mind to save those buildings. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Any additional comments as it pertains to the consent agenda specifically and the 3 items that we covered? Okay. Chrissy?
Supervisor Stiegel,
Yes.
Supervisor Branson,
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks,
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin,
Yes.
President Camp.
Yes. The action agenda. Resolution number 2018-08/31-26, a resolution of the Sun and Lake of Sebring Improvement District to adopt the golf facilities rates for fiscal year 2019. Do I have a vote for approval?
So moved.
Second.
Board discussion? Public comment?
Bill Norcross, golf member for the last 14, 15 years. We're talking about the rate increase for the membership.
Yes.
I think it's a bit too much when you're asking family members to come up with $217, if I heard the last number, each family, and only $41 for single. I think it's out of whack. I don't think it's right. 5% increase, 3% absolutely is probably necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Any additional comments?
Hi, good morning. Nancy Abate. We live in Matanzas Drive. We're a full-time resident here. I agree with that gentleman, what he just said. I think particularly for people who don't golf, like me and my husband, and we're retired and the extra income paid out is, a little bit much, and that's a really high rate to deal with, you know what I mean? So I agree with this gentleman here in the yellow shirt.
Ma'am,
Okay,
I think...
there will be 2 issues coming up. One is the golf rates, what will be the members and what they will be, their increases to their membership. The second resolution that we'll be discussing on the agenda today is assessments. And
Okay,
that
so
might be
that's
more in
just
line
for
with-
members only then.
This is
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. That was my error. Okay,
Not a
we'll bring
problem
up
at
the
all.
other one later. Thank
Okay,
you.
not a problem at all. Thank you for your comments. Any additional comments on the golf rates? Chrissy?
Supervisor Branson,
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks,
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin,
Yes.
Supervisor Stiegel,
Yes.
President Camp.
Yes. Resolution number 2018-08/31-27, a resolution of the Sun and Lake of Sebring Improvement District to establish the levy of operations and maintenance assessments for the fiscal year 2019 and confirming findings of benefit, providing for conflicts, and providing for severity, and providing an effective date. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Tanya, you want to just briefly run through this?
Just a quick summary. The district hired a consultant, Stephen McDonald, through GAI Consultants out of Orlando, and he made a presentation to the board, I believe it was on July 20th, and his recommendation, he reviewed our vacant lots here in the district and provided a recommendation for a decreased and unimproved lots. And the district approved his recommendation with the exception of the unimproved vacant land. So the recommended rates that we have here, $135.
Yeah, 134.69.
Where's our, oh, I'm sorry. Okay. 140, which is a decrease from $295 currently. And the lot with the road and drainage, we're recommending a rate of $350, and that is a $150 decrease from the current $500 assessments. In addition to the vacant lot rates that he is recommending, The board has also approved, or is recommending to approve, a 3.8% increase to the residential properties and to the commercial properties within the district, across the board.
So there's essentially three changes on the assessments.
Yes.
Unimproved lots, improved lots, and residents, single-family residents.
Well, and the acreage as well. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you. Board comment?
There's also a change from the golf course lots that went up substantially, $9, $8.94. So that's another change.
Okay. Any other board comment? Public comment. Here's your time that you can actually have public comment. Yes.
You might regret that, but okay.
Nope. Thank you.
Okay. My husband and I have been living here 3 years. We came into Sun and Lake because we thought it was a beautiful community, and we love it. Like I said before, we don't golf, which is our choice, but we live on a golf course, so that's our choice. Is there, now I see this list here, and I'm assuming that's for the assessment, the $770 proposal?
For the
Is that what that
assessment.
is?
Yes.
Okay. Are we allowed to get a copy of that?
The assessment study or the assessments?
Well, what my money is paying for $770.
Oh, sure. There's actually a brochure that answers those questions to help you understand where that money goes.
Okay, that would be really nice. And I'd like an itemized statement, too, because there's a lot of things that are happening, and I hate to say this, and I'm not a negative person at all, for the worse in this community since we've been here only 3 years. And I hate to say that. One of them being, I'm assuming our assessment paid for this dog park here. Is that correct? A portion of our assessment paid for that dog park?
It goes to parks and recreation.
Okay.
Community services. And
There are at least, and I say that tongue-in-cheek, at least 5 dogs on Matanzas Drive, both sides of the street, that walk and let their dog defecate up and down our street. Also on the next street over, which I think is Granada, the same thing. I see them walking dogs all the time over there. They're defecating and doing their business all over. There's way too many dogs in this Sun and Lake area now. And I don't feel that the money we spent on that dog park taking place of our beautiful grounds over there is doing any good. Okay? But that's one woman's opinion from what I see, me and my husband, on our street alone. That's not going down any other streets in Sun and Lake. Okay? Number one. Number two, the lack of, I don't know what the word is, the lack of grounds being kept up since we've moved here has gotten depleted. If you go down Ortega any time of the day and night, there is garbage all over the place. Okay? Cans, bottles, cups from fast food places. It's literally dirty all the time, okay? And it's getting worse. The flower beds around the rec center, all of the areas, the common areas, excuse the expression, look like garbage. They're loaded up with leaves. They're loaded up with garbage. They don't look maintained like I feel it should be for the money we're paying. That's my issue. The money we're paying, I don't see what we are getting for it. And when I say we, I don't mean me and my husband. I mean all of us here at Sun and Lake. I don't see what I'm getting for my $770 now that it's going to be raised to that. The recreation area. I don't believe a person who lives here, owns property here, full-time, should have to pay $100 to use the facilities. I think that's ludicrous. I can go over to Gold's Gym, which we do. I'd much rather use our place because it's right here. I can go over to Gold's Gym because I'm a silver sneaker, and I could use their facilities for nothing. But there's my other point. Why do the full-time people who own property here have to pay that $100 for the facility? Okay? I'm almost done. I know I'm almost into my 5 minutes, so.
All good points.
So I think I just pretty well commented on everything that I had that concerns me. And I'm hoping that it will be a parlay of people who feel the same way here, I hope. Because most of us are on Social Security, I believe, because we're up in the age. Now that we have a 55 community in our golf village, But, that's just things that we have seen in the past 3 years that we've lived here. And my husband's on the board of Golf Village. And, so we're proud of our community. We're proud of Sun and Lake. We know what Sun and Lake means to people when they hear Sun and Lake. Mm-hmm. But to see how down it's gone in 3 years, it really disappoints me and my husband. And then to have to raise the money to $770, which includes the golf thing, which we don't play golf, but that's okay. A lot of people don't play golf, and I'm not taking that away from golfers. Golfing is fun and everything, but you understand. And I hope you understand where we're coming from, but thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. They're well taken. One second, please.
Do we know or have we looked into whether Silver Sneakers can reimburse the fees for our facility?
Do we what?
Do we know or have we looked into whether Silver Sneakers...
That is on, so one of the things that we're working on, in addition to bringing in some different fitness courses to add to our fitness club, Silver Sneakers is one of the things that we are currently looking into right now within probably the last week or so. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Ma'am, why don't you...
What does that mean?
Hopefully your Silver Sneakers coverage on your insurance will be able to apply to our health club in the foreseeable future. It's something we're exploring.
We're looking into it, as always.
So then we won't be paying the $100? Is that what it is?
Possibly. We're looking into it is what we're saying.
Well, that's good.
Not true? Tanya?
We're looking into it, but any fees, if any fees change, that it would have to go through the Board of
It
Supervisors.
goes through the board.
Right.
Okay, but we're looking into a few things, so we're not recommending any change right at this point.
No, I get that.
Ma'am, why don't you send an email to us, to the board, or to Tanya?
My mic's not on, sir. I can't hear you.
Oh, my mic's not on? Usually I have the other problem. Usually I have a different problem than this. Why don't you send an email to us with your points that you want us to answer for you? Maybe we'll get back to you and let you know. All right. So it doesn't go unheard of or something.
And likewise, could I ask either Chrissy or somebody at the district to provide her with the brochure and the pamphlet on what, besides the amenities that you talked about, because it does talk about roads and it talks about drainage and it talks about recreation and a lot of other things, security and things that are covered under that assessment money.
And I would like to get an itemized one if you have one.
Well, Mr. President, it is attached to this resolution, so if you go online and you click on the resolution, we have a 3-page document for operation assessments and what they paid for. It's a board-approved document, so this is available online, and it's a 3-page document.
That's at the Sun and Lake RO thing?
It's on the Sun and Lake website under this meeting agenda. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further comments? Yep.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jose Martin, and I am a resident also. First, I want to say that I've enjoyed all this year. I've been a resident for 22 years or something like that here in Sun Lake, and overall it has been a very good experience. So I do share the decline of the lady, perhaps others here too, that I've seen in the past few years. But that's one thing that I wanted to say. But the other thing is that about the assessments that are going to be levied pretty soon, you gentlemen are going to be voting on it. I want to say that everyone has been raised 3.8, like the young lady said over there. But my assessments are going to go up 75%. 75%. I have a document here. From Sun and Lake, my current assessments are $854.91, and they're going to go up to $1,505. 75% increase. And I want to know, I don't mind paying my fair share. If everybody's going to be raised 3.8%, I'll be the first one to say I'll pay that 3.8%, but not 75. And I'm not refusing to pay. I just want a fair shake here. And I did have a talk with the gentleman over here, Mr. Omar. He was very kind in explaining to me the thoughts of the of the board, not the board, but whoever makes the decisions here, of why is it that my assessments are going to go up 75% instead of 3.8 like everybody else. And he says it's because I have an acre, and I don't have an acre. I have 0.9, have less than an acre.
Who's the document from?
Right here, Shannon Lake.
It's from
Can I
Shannon
show it to you?
Shannon Lake?
Can I show it to you?
Can we see it?
Supervisors, his increase is due to the recommendation of Stephen McDonald. It is not due to the 3.8% increase that the board has approved, okay?
Why is that?
Is there something unique about his property?
There is, yes, sir. It is due to the recommendation of Stephen McDonald is the reason that his property is going up as much as it is.
Correct. So in the past, our current methodology has a classification that falls under residential acreage household, and the rate for that is $929. That includes basically 4 lots with a home. Now, under the new methodology, we don't have that acreage basis, so he's paying for all 4 lots plus a single-family residential, therefore causing that increase.
The thing is that up to now, for this past 20 years,
How come we didn't see this on the chart? How come we can't see this?
You want to see that?
How come we didn't see an increase like he's got when we were looking at this?
Once again, his property is a little bit different. It's a rare circumstance. He has 4 unified lots, which he owns on one parcel, one house.
Well, that was my next question. Are they unified lots?
They are unified, so they're getting charged at a $350 unified rate plus a $700 single-family residential. Versus in the past, he was only getting charged basically $673 plus an additional $200 for the 3 extra lots. He wasn't paying per lot.
Okay. Just so for clarification, maybe for clarification, we have a house with a lot, and he has 3 adjacent unified lots.
Correct.
How are we charging him in the past for those unified lots?
The full acreage rate with a house is $929 total for all 4 lots.
Okay.
So if you subtract the $673 for a single-family residential, he was only paying $294 for all 3 adjacent lots.
Well, then that was an error.
That was an error. There was an actual rate established by the board for that. We've eliminated that rate to get it. It's more fair and equitable now. It wasn't fair and equitable, in my opinion, before.
Unified lots were never $273.
He had a residential acreage with a house category. It wasn't unified lot. He was considered residential acreage.
Okay.
And
Give me 30 seconds to read this.
There's only about 4 properties in the district that fall under that residential acreage category.
How many others are like him?
There's probably 4.
Would have been nice to know in advance. Yeah.
Mr. McDonald recommended that rate. It was not an established rate by the original Burton and Associates either. It was a rate that the residential acreage rate was established at some point by the Board of Supervisors. So part of Stephen's recommendation was to remove that rate and to be fair and equitable for all properties.
All I'm saying to you is, silly me, I thought we were going to go up from 673 to 700, not from 750 to 1500.
Well, there's, like Wimar said, there's 4. We're going to have exceptions to what's happening here, and that's definitely an exception.
If there's exceptions to the rule,
and we're making
if there's exceptions to the rule and we have to make decisions on it, we got to know about the exceptions.
There's not exceptions to the rules.
There's not exceptions.
It's not
He just had a
exceptions.
different category that no longer is in the methodology.
let me interject a minute here because I have a different opinion than Mr. Omar and the lady over here. Don't know your name. I'm sorry, ma'am.
That's General Manager Tanya.
It's not our opinion, sir. It was the recommendation of our consultant.
Right,
I'm sorry.
So,
This is just
for 20 years, this has been considered acreage, and for 20 years they have charged me the acreage amount, and all of a sudden here comes a company that makes a recommendation, and the employees here just jump on the bandwagon and decide to raise my rate 75%. And I think that's unfair, and I wanted to let you know that I don't think it's right, and I'm asking the board to please address this and perhaps correct the situation here.
Can I ask you a question, either David, maybe David? In the past, we had, long before I was on the board, we had a question about lots and unity of title, and a lot of people came forward to the board and said, gee, I haven't been paying for years, I've been paying this and that, and the suggestion was do a unity of title, and there were some amendments or adjustments that were beneficial because of the unity of title. Is there anything, Omar, you said there's 4 situations like this that you're aware of?
Correct.
Is there any process that can look at those individual situations, or do we, by doing that, create a problem?
Well, it sounds like to me what the situation was before is there was a rate that had been approved by the board that was being used, and with this new system, that rate is being removed. And so if we adopt this new system, that rate's removed, and if we're concerned about, those, 4 people, are creating basically an exception, there's nothing that says the board can't do that, but, that's something that we'd have to put into the new assessment methodology. The recommendation from the consultant is to remove that classification.
I have heard of many cases. I've never been on a board like this, but there have been many cases where people, because of antiquity, I don't know how to call that word, whatever it is, they have been grandfathered in, and then from that point forward, no more exceptions have been made. And that happens all the time in all types of businesses and government affairs. You're grandfathered in, that's the word. So if I've been here 20 years paying the acreage rate, why am I being penalized for having purchased a good piece of land where my family and I have lived for the last 20 years? Why am I being penalized? I don't think it's fair. Everybody's getting 3.8. I don't mind the 3.8. Even the businesses are getting 3.8. I'm getting 75% because the board had approved a while back that I was going to get whatever rate an acreage gets. And all of a sudden, this company comes in, and now everybody, except 4 people, are going to get 3.8. 4 people are going to get 75%. I don't think that's fair.
I'm happy to take a look at the 4 issues that we're talking about, but as we can point out, for the past, I don't know how many years, the unapproved vacant lots have been paying an excessive share of the assessments, and that they're now getting a reduction. So, like I say, I'm happy to take a look at these 4 and see if I can come up with a proposed exception, but
let me throw this back to the board for a second. Yeah, comment?
My comment would be, I'm not real happy with getting this kind of information as a surprise.
And I sent an email to Mr. Omar, and I had a meeting with Mr. Omar. I thought that he had informed you, and I asked him to.
Yeah, his email came in 2 days ago.
Right, but before a week ago, I had a talk with you, and I asked you, please talk to your superiors and see if we can solve this problem before we get here.
And we did have a conversation. Once again, if he would have been getting charged at the unified rate, his assessment would have been $1,500, earned the current methodology. The only reason he was paying $800 is because there was that special residential acreage category.
Omar, you're going back 20 years, my friend. You probably weren't even born.
Sir, your 3 minutes are up. Stop. But what I'm trying to say to you is that kind of stuff doesn't work coming into a board meeting, and this is like cold. We had, or at least I had no idea that had been eliminated.
This was a final approval. It was advertised. We had multiple meetings on this. We discussed it with McDonald. We didn't, no, I'm saying we discussed the methodology, and it never was brought up that this might potentially happen. Typically, it's a 3 to 5 minute, comment session, and now it's turned into a 15-minute discussion.
I mean,
And, I have to agree a lot with Dan. I do not like getting blindsided, especially if somebody in the district knew about this and said, this might be a potential issue coming up, especially when we're supposed to be voting on this.
Right, and there's a process. Once again, I encouraged him to write the letter, get it in the board packet by Friday. That did not occur. Therefore, you would have had the information beforehand. He only sent it 2 days ago. So the district's intention was for you to have that information.
I know. I'm just going to say this one more time. I signed off on a 3.8% increase. Did I not?
You did.
That's what the piece of paper said.
Correct.
Not 75%, not 75%, 3.8%. If there was exceptions, we were supposed to know about it. It's a little late now. We look like a bunch of idiots. I mean, I'm not saying who's right or wrong. I'm just saying if we signed off at 3.8, then that's what it's supposed to be, 3.8, not something else.
It'd be easy if every property was exactly the same, then that would be the scenario.
But your job is, excuse me, your job is to tell us when there's an exception.
What are the wishes of the board?
I'll just say briefly, I don't mind if we make an exception, a year-by-year thing, and to get him up to the original rate that the methodology recommends. But maybe we can do it in a softer way. But, I don't think I'd like to increase that large from what I was doing. But I would certainly go along with raising him a little at a time, and for 2, 3, 4 years to get him up to what we expect from somebody who has 4 acres. And because the way it looks, he's got a pretty nice deal for 20 years. Exactly. And that's all and I don't mind that. I'm glad that you got it. But I think if we're going to adopt this, we should maybe, like we did with the golf course rates, bring a couple of them up a little at a time so it doesn't hit him all at once. But that's only my thought. I mean, I don't mind making 4 exceptions, but I'd like that within 3, 4 years to be paying the rate that we have paid for and asked to do. So that's only my comment.
You got more than one, though, in essence.
Yeah, there's 4 of them.
Once we realized the effect of removing that rate, we looked into it, and then this gentleman met with Omar. But we knew there could, with removal of that rate, I believe in my research that it was not a proposed rate by Burton and Associates. It was an accommodation by the board to a few residents here, and it was just a rate adopted by the board at, I would say, probably 2004, maybe 2005. Don't quote me on that, but it was a rate. After Burton came in, after the original methodology came in, it was a rate that the board had adopted to accommodate those that have larger properties.
Can I interject just a minute, please? I just want to say something real quick. I don't want to go back to the idea of being grandfather in. Let me give you an example. Because of my age, for me to have, and I'm just using this as an example. Because of my age, my Social Security without any penalty is at 68. But yet, I have neighbors that are retiring and getting their full Social Security at 65. And I'm not going to complain and say, hey, you know what, you should work another 3 more years. No, they were grandfathered in because they were there before me. So it's just an idea of what being grandfathered means.
Okay.
It's been done all the time in government agencies. It's been done all the time in business. And I think I'm asking the board to please consider this.
I appreciate your comments on that, and we have to. I guess we just have to look at this and try to figure out a way of coming up with a solution to this. After 20 years of paying something less than what was maybe equitable, now all of a sudden it's brought up to a rate that is somewhat equitable, at least according to the consultant. And maybe he was getting the benefits of 20 years at a lot lower rate than.
That's exactly
what
the situation.
Yeah.
Like I say, I'm happy to take a look at these 4 properties and come up with a proposal as to how to, if we want to come up with a way to, as Supervisor Gilpin suggested, ease the transition. We can try and come. Like I say, if it's only 4 properties, it wouldn't be that hard to do something like that. But basically what we have had in the past is the assessments were based on the consultant that we hired. What we've been doing in the past was not the most fair and equitable way. And this new methodology is, based on his expertise, is the most fair and equitable way of doing things. Now, I understand the transition may, it can be, there's always exceptions, and this is one of those exceptions. So the best recommendation I can make is let's take a look at these 4 properties that are significantly affected by this, new methodology and come up with a way to make the transition easier for them.
Okay, let's do exactly what you said. Let's look at those 4 properties, but the same token, keep in consideration that maybe for 20 years he's been paying considerably less, and he's had the benefit of 20 years too. So let's take that approach. Further comments? Public comment?
Yeah, Chet Dodd, full-time resident. I got the little paper also like he got in the mail, and mine shows 100%. So what do I do with this? Is this real, or is this fake numbers and real numbers or something else? I'm curious when we're going to get the real numbers and if they match this.
Well, those are the real numbers, but now there's a couple of instances where we're concerned. Now, what's it?
He's not one of the 4?
What's that? What's the rate? Where are you going from?
Here, I'll just bring it to you.
This wasn't actually a Q&A, but.
Sir,
Go ahead, Tanya.
You're going from 499 to, okay, so you have 499 to 1,050 is doubled.
we don't, I'm sorry, we don't know your address. We don't know any information right now.
4509 Bobadilla Avenue.
Your street.
It's your neighbor.
Hi, neighbor.
Read his address.
He's right across the street from me.
He lives across the street from
Yeah,
him.
right across the street.
You should have walked across the street and
should've walked
talked to
across
him.
This was reduced.
I guess I have a couple comments looking at this document.
Sir, can we?
I'm not
we'd
sure
like
why
to
his
research
rate was
that.
ever
The supervisors, we
$4.99.
don't have any detailed information, so we'll have to get back to you.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, is that all right?
Yeah.
Looks like his initial rate was never what it should be. It's only $4.99. It's a residence.
$4.99 is a vacant lot on a road. That's the current rate.
And that wasn't accurate either. That's why one of these numbers came from, because I
Okay,
was
so
paying
you-
670 something.
So what you're saying is you have a house on a lot that you were paying $4.99 for God knows how many years.
No, that, sir.
Oh, you're paying more than. Give it to them.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I am Charlie Lowrance. I just bought 12.9 acres of vacant land in the Sun and Lake over by Tanglewood. I paid $27,500 for the property. I thought that was a fair deal. The county taxes are $168 a year. Then I found out about the Sun and Lake assessment. Last year that assessment was about $15,000. Now I realize why I was able to buy the land at such a fair price. But let me say, this is unimproved property with no road frontage. I've talked with the staff and was told that the property may be reassessed as unimproved, thereby reducing the assessment to around $6,000. That's an improvement, but still prohibitive. I simply cannot justify keeping the property that is worth $27,500 if it's going to have taxes or an assessment due every year of $6,000. So might I suggest that relating the assessment on unimproved property, and again, this has no road access, to maybe the property value rather than a fictional per lot basis per acre, rather than that per lot on 12.9 acres comes out to an extensive amount of an assessment. So again, this land requires no services. It's unimproved, And at some point in the future, it may get improved. But otherwise, you guys are just going to keep getting land like this back on a continual basis because I don't think people are going to pay that kind of an assessment on unimproved property, and especially when it's not even road frontage. So if there's anything you can do on this particular case or cases like this, I mean, doesn't that seem excessive to you guys?
This Steve McDonald's organization, they did what was a study. They've done multiple studies here and came up with a methodology which was supposedly fair and equitable for benefits. And I believe if we're talking about unimproved vacant lots, your rate is actually down to $140 now in assessments, where it was prior to that it was $294 in assessments. So they have reduced that substantially. There's governing laws within the state of Florida, as you well know, because I know you put up lots and lots of signs out there. There's governing laws that say what we can do and what we can't do, what we can provide and what we can't provide to individuals. And this is what they came up as consultants with knowledge of the law of Florida, what was fair and equitable to each lot owner. That's how we, as a board, looked at it. We felt that $140 was a considerable reduction, better than half, reduction.
But that's based on per lot versus, say, per acre. I mean, this hasn't technically been split out into lots yet. It's just a theoretical lots, if you will. You're saying you can get 3 lots per acre, therefore $450 per acre. But it hasn't been split off into lots. And again, it's inaccessible land. It is not road frontage. So it's unimproved, inaccessible, requires no services at all, and yet I'm going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $5,000 to $6,000 a year for the property. It just doesn't make sense.
I haven't seen the bill. Is it billed on acreage or is it billed on lots?
Lots now. The proposal is
Is platted as lots or is it platted? How is it?
platted as acreage.
It's platted as acreage. And
So
the
it's
methodology
3.5
talks.
lots per acre?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's what the methodology talks about, 3.5 lots per acre. And that's what the calculation came out to be, since I don't have that document in front of me.
Correct.
3.5 times, the rate. And that's the number they came up with. So it is based on acreage in his case.
Correct.
Okay, so it followed the methodology. There isn't a glitch there. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, how many? Let me just ask you, how many of these acreage lots that are inaccessible do you guys end up getting back all the time?
I guess I'm not here to answer that, nor this board at this point in time, to speculate how many lots are out there that could come back. Okay, I mean, it'd be pure speculation on any of our part.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Comes Hoot. Uh-oh.
Hoot Gibson, 5539 Woods and Orange. I'm the only guy and the only gal and my little dog on Woods and Orange. And we live on the golf course, according to where we at. I've been here 4.5 years. I'm full-time here. Love Sun Lake. It's about this big $7 increase that y'all gave me on the golf course. Just joking. I had 10 lots of them, Ranch, Missouri. I paid $125 a month on plus my house. That ain't about $7. About the fact that when I came here, back there, and everybody's been real nice and everything, but the fact is they used to bush hog all the way up to my property line, and all the people that live on the east side of Myrtle bush hog all the way up. Did that probably every month or 6 weeks. There's not been bush hog one time this year. So my problem, or my question is, what does it mean to live on the golf course?
Would somebody like to address that? Because I've addressed it multiple times.
Did you ask what the golf course $70 assessment pays for?
Yeah.
It's based on value, as the consultant has recommended.
No, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I could care less about the little increase.
I was just trying to answer.
I'm not asking about the increase. I just heard about assessment, so I figured this was my time to talk about what I come up here for. This is the first meeting I've ever been to, and I thank y'all for having me. And the fact is, the land is not being bush hogged. Okay? Now, I'll say this. There's one gentleman over there, a young fellow, he's a straw boss, I think. I want to talk to him. He did come over there, I think it's been 3 times now, sent the guy over there to bush hog about 30 feet out from my land line. But that still doesn't take care of everything else out there. I'm trying to understand why is it for 3.5 years they bush hogged over that part of property, and now it hasn't been touched.
We'll look into it for you. What's your address?
5539 Woods and Iron Street.
Okay.
Most people don't even know where it is. You know.
I know where
We know where it
exactly
is.
where his house is.
We
It's
know
right
where it
off
is.
number 1 Green.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I know where he's talking as far as
Okay,
the areas.
we'll look
needs.
into it.
We'll look at that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Name is Ron Clonco, and my complaint seems minor compared to the past few people. My complaint is on the golf course assessment, why that went up 14.6%. My understanding of the assessment is done on a per lot basis. I never understood why we were chosen or picked on to have an extra assessment because I live on a golf course.
Which assessment went up?
The golf course assessment, the $70 golf course assessment.
Went from 6109 to proposed 70, which is a 14.6% increase. And I don't understand what services do I get from the district for that small amount of money. And of course, after the hurricane, I had a tree that was on the golf course property that fell onto my property, and I was told, tough, that's your problem, not the district's.
Simply, your golf course lot is based on what the value of your lot would be, and that's basically.
We're not assessed by dollars. It was always done on a per lot basis.
Yeah,
that's what the district is. There's some inequity in that, but that's what it is.
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Does that not go towards maintenance from the golf course to the lots?
It does. Yes, we have.
That's
we collect
where the
about
additional
$45,000 to
monies go.
$47,000 in fees from that particular rate, and that money is transferred over to the golf course through subsidy to for maintenance.
For maintenance.
Well,
as well.
From my property line
But-
is golf course. It's not.
But it was an established rate by the board and recommended by the consultant to increase to the $70 rate, which is a 10% of the residential rate. But again, the rate was originally justified based on the value that you received, the value of your property, and that was the recommendation by the board many years ago to establish that rate. So 2 things: value, and again, the monies that we collect go strictly to the golf course.
When I built my house, the lots were worth $35,000. They're not worth $35,000 today. So my value has gone down in reality. And again, the whole assessment process, which my understanding was, it's done on a per lot basis, not just a few lots being the golf course. That's my complaint. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning. My name is Greg Turk. I've been a resident for at least the last 5 years and part-time before that, but now I'm permanent. It's apparent that there have been several budget workshops, and I'm assuming that the consultant was present at least one of them for people to ask questions, and particularly the board. I guess my question was, does the staff recommend the consultant's study? Or was it proposed to you by the staff as a recommendation? Or were there any tweaks in that recommendation? Because what it seems like is the consultant needs to be brought back into the process to look at exactly some of the exceptions that should be granted after the comments that were made today. My assessment went up nowhere near. It was 14.75. The gentleman that spoke on, the 2 gentlemen that spoke 100%, which is outrageous, and 75%. So my recommendation would be that somebody get in touch with the consultant, have him talk with your budget people, your finance officer, and maybe circle the wagons to come up with a more appropriate response than what we have seen. There was a comment made on the decrease in unimproved lots, which I understand because they do not require the same services as an improved lot. I would assume also that there are a number of delinquencies on an annual basis that you experience. I would like to know, what do those delinquencies mean to the rest of the fee payers in order to make your budget whole? Is it possible to identify how many delinquencies you have, or has the consultant initiated some sort of a number saying how that impacts the total for us that do pay our fees and our taxes? Is it possible to get that number?
The number for delinquencies, correct, are actually on the website.
On properties.
On properties, the delinquencies, the actual lot owner, as well as the dollar value.
And how does it impact us? In other words, if there's $1 million out there that's uncollectible, the rest of us have to pony up for that.
That's the government way, isn't it?
We take those numbers into consideration when we're doing the budget. Is that what you're asking? I'm not sure.
Yes.
We
Yes,
know there's going to
absolutely.
be X
Absolutely.
amount of, or a percentage that we're not going to get the money back on. We estimate that based on historical data, and we do the budget around it.
Okay, so how does that impact us? In other words,
It doesn't impact you at all.
it doesn't?
Well, outside of the rate, I mean.
Well, technically it does.
I think there's a lot of variables that go into this. We've had this consultant on more than one occasion. The board has not accepted their recommendations. This time, we did accept the recommendations because the belief was that the methodology was more in line and in tune with what this community is all about. What we did foresee, and we're a little upset about, we didn't see some of these instances where there were 3 or 4 people that were impacted differently. I'm not making an excuse, but for 9 years, the improvements have been going on in this district. Facilities have been built, roads have been built, drainage has been done, and a lot of other things that go along within the community here, and there's been no increase whatsoever on the assessments. You can't sustain running a business and running at a deficit, so you need to kind of come into this, pick up a few dollars here and a few dollars there. We had probably, I'm going to guess off the top of my head, probably 4 or 5 meetings on assessments, of which the consultant was here multiple times, presented, and there was a Q&A, and it was available to our community. It's always difficult at the 11th hour when we all get upset because it's going to impact us personally, and then we show up at various forums. I kind of wish everybody was here for those meetings, because that input that you just gave us and the others would have been greatly appreciated, and another set of minds looking at this. And unfortunately, here we are ready to approve something, and we're at the level where we've got all of this.
In my experience, and I was a former government official down in Broward County for 30 years, that during workshops, public is not expected to speak or not allowed to speak. I don't know how you operate here as in the district.
That is not true here at all, and in fact, public comment is encouraged.
They're allowed to be here, they're allowed to attend, but they weren't allowed to speak in your workshops.
But here, you can. This is what I'm saying. And then you can see it right now. I mean, we typically hold it to 5 minutes max for public comment. It's not really a dialogue or a discussion. And if you go to the Highlands County meetings, they have the little light up there, and after 3 minutes, it starts to beep. After 5, people step down. We want to hear your comments, and I can only say that in all workshops here, public comment has been welcomed.
Well, reassessments are it's almost like charter review, and it's sort of a semi-major event that occurs because you don't have it done every single year. It occurs infrequently, and it's probably something, I'm not speaking for myself as much as several of the previous speakers who are really being hit significantly. Maybe it would be wise to ask the consultant to at least come back and do an addendum to his study to make it a little bit more fair for those people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any further comments?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Cicely Price, and I live at Sun and Lake. And I just have 2 questions to ask. How long do you take to pay off a bond when you buy the property and you don't know how it goes? My sister and I bought a property in Sun and Lake, and from 2006, we've been paying, for everything, $1,800 every year for that. And when I asked, they says the bond. How long do the bond take to finish, pay for the bond?
We're talking about assessments here, but just to clarify, and maybe Omar, you can address that.
Ma'am, you can call us and we can look at your property and answer those questions for you. What is your address? We'll be glad to research it for you.
9134 Oviedo Street.
Oviedo? Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We can look at that for you.
Would you get in contact with them at the district office?
Yes, and I want one more question to have. How do you get your drainage to clean? Where do you go? Who do it?
That's part. At the end of today, we're actually going to have a presentation by our engineer, and he'll be talking about drainage and the next projects that we have coming up in the phase. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Jeff. I've been here 9 years, and I ain't got much complaint except for I live over there where Tanglewood is behind the house there. There's a right-of-way back there. It's a total swamp, and I get all kinds of snakes and stuff coming. Now, who takes care of that side on the fence part that goes down the back side of it?
Well, once again, we're talking about assessments, but since you're up there and asking the question,
Sir,
can you address it?
Can we have your address, please?
4115 Palazzo.
4115 Palazzo Street? Okay.
As long as I've been out, we
The
got...
fence line that I think you're speaking of is the Tanglewood fence line, is that correct?
Right. So
Okay.
they don't take care. We got snakes and stuff coming out of the woods. They're going in the backyard. You got 3-foot snakes back there. Yeah. And it's a right-of-way. It's supposed to be a right-of-way for Sun and Lake.
We will address that. We will contact you. You'll get in contact with them.
We'll look at it. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for coming.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I guess they're starting to widen the ditch out there. What exactly are they going to do? They put sticks out there, and they've been out there for 3 months,
When we get to drainage, we'll probably be, Drew, you'll be addressing that potentially. Okay? So, okay. Thanks, Drew.
All right. It'll be, in a little while, we're going to talk about drainage, sir. Okay? Can we get there?
Tom Costi, resident. I guess we're taking questions now about anything in the budget?
No. Tom,
Comments
please.
about anything in the budget.
Please.
Not yet.
We had a few people that came up. You're a veteran of these meetings. You know what normally the protocol is. They were not necessarily aware that they couldn't or could ask questions. I've kind of said to a few of them that we're talking about assessments specifically. That's what we're talking about right now. You have a question as
Okay, the
pertains to
budget comes,
assessments.
the budget is next,
The budget workshop is at the end.
at the end, okay.
Thank you.
I want to say one thing about, what we're talking about is non-ad valorem assessments. I've heard numerous references up here based on value. Not ad valorem means not based on value, based on cost of services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Halbert, resident. I've been on the board, and I would like to let the board know that the consultant that was hired did a very shoddy job. These increases that you're asking for are ridiculous. I do not see any increases in anybody's Social Security. I do not see any increases in anybody getting extra pay. But yet, we are sitting here today asking everybody to kick in more money, not only in our golf fees, but in our assessments. What for? We don't need extra money in our assessments. All we need to do is tighten our belt, cut back, and use the money properly. The assessments we have are sufficient. We've already seen 3 or 4 people come up here and tell you that the person that did this assessment for the district did a poor job because he didn't take into consideration some of these other projects or other properties that weren't foreseen to be proper. You know, the board should look at this stuff and decide beforehand what's going on. You know, I'm going to tell you right now, you know, you keep increasing these rates and you're going to run people out of town. And that's what's going to happen. You know, it's like anything else. You buy, if you want to sell candy bars, you don't raise the rate, you lower the rate and you sell more of them. You know, what you're doing right now is you're raising the rates and you're running people out of town. The same thing with a golf course. You're raising the rates, and you're going to have people drop off, and they're not going to be buying memberships. Trust me, I hear it. I see it every Tuesday and Saturday at the clubhouse. They're talking about it. What's Tanglewood getting? We don't get any money out of Tanglewood for the clubhouse, but they come up there and they get special rates. What is our board doing about that? Come on. This rate is ridiculous. We ought to stick with what we had. And the board should stay with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
I'd like to say something. Hi. My name is Joe. My wife and I own property here. I'm going to say this. We moved here 3 years ago. We have friends of ours that live in Lake Placid. When I came in here 10 years ago, the grounds in here were pristine. They're not anymore for me. You could walk right out here, and the grass is horrible. The flower beds are horrible. There's garbage everywhere. And it's not that code enforcement's not doing it. Maybe that on code enforcement side, we need to hire more people. Like my wife said, I don't mind paying the increase if I'm seeing the restitution from it, but I'm just not seeing it. I'm seeing a dirty area. I'm seeing an area that's overloaded with dogs. I know up until about a few months ago, the door on the country club was still slamming shut. That's the country club. The golf course, it seems like it gets a lot of attention, obviously, because it's 36 holes. So, but what about the people that are residents that live here? I pay property taxes to Highlands County, $500 and a quarter for HOA for living in Golf Village on the golf course, plus $700 a year assessment. And I really can't use the facilities here because if I don't come up with $100 a year to use the pool, to use the gym, and I'm 65, but I can go off campus to Gold's Gym because I'm Silver Sneaker, and I could use their pristine facility for nothing. So really, I'm putting out $700 a year, and I can't use anything. And then I'm walking around, and my wife and I keep a garbage bag in the car to literally pick up garbage along the street on Ortego. When you walk down, when you're on Ortego, the little overflow ponds that there's plastic bags in the overflow pond. I mean, I've gone to the edge myself and taken things out like that. It sounds like a complaint, and I'm angry, but it's constructive criticism because we're all putting out a lot of money. And for me, I'm not seeing it in return. The place should be pristine. I'm not getting amenities. We have them here, and I live here full time, and I can't use anything unless I'm going to come up with another $100 a year to use the pool. And I've got one behind our building, and it doesn't cost me anything. I'd like to be able to come over here and use our gym. It's a state-of-the-art gym. So then she just reiterated a little while ago that we're not going to come up with anything right now. It's going to be based on a decision maybe for another year. I mean, if you're going to increase our assessment, what am I going to see in return? I don't want to wait 6 months for a decision to come up that because I'm a Silver Sneaker, I can come here to use the gym. You see? And I know, along with this gentleman who was just up here, I know so many people that have left this area because of those reasons. And I think if people in this room take off their sunglasses, they're going to see that a lot of people have left this area. And it's not. Even the golf course, Deer Run, we live on Deer Run. It's loaded with weeds. It's been like that for 3 years I'm living here. You could see dead patches. Where is our money going? Assessment, really? I mean, they put up a dog park and take Edgewater Park away from us. There were other areas, and I'm not against animals. There are other areas in Sun and Lake that park could have been put, that it had to destroy a beautiful area and actually depreciate the people's homes on Edgewater. As far as I'm concerned, because none of the people that have dogs are using the park. And it's very frustrating. And we came in here 3 years ago. We bought property here because it was pristine. And in less than 3 years, it's not like that. I'm sorry, gentlemen. It really isn't. Something needs to be done because Mike, I don't know if Mike is still in code enforcement, but 2 people on code enforcement can't be driving around on a golf cart picking up garbage. I mean, we've got friends of ours that live up in Claremont in the villages, and my wife Nancy could tell you they constantly drive around on golf carts.
5 minutes. 5 minutes is up.
Yeah, picking up garbage. And this is what we need to be doing here. And I'd like to see where my assessment is going.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, David.
This is Wally Mernert from Angelo Circle. I've been a resident for 20 years. I'm only going to say that my property, which I know about, has increased. I don't mind the increasement. They are looking at on the golf course, is the best it's ever been. It's great. They're doing a great job over in Angelo Circle, Turtle Run. Thank you.
Thanks, Wally.
I live on Plaza Street.
Please, your name, please.
Sheila Craven.
Okay.
Sheila Craven.
Thank you.
And every time our kids come to visit us, they have no place to park but in our yard or in the road. And when they leave, they're on there for like 2 days. We have code enforcement come to our door because there's no place to park.
Where's this?
What are we supposed to do about that when we only have one driveway?
Where'd she live?
Palazzo?
Plaza. I mean, our kids come from out of town to visit. They're not there no more than 2 days. We have to let them park in the yard. I know nobody's supposed to park in the yards, but
You have to let them park in the yard. I'm confused on that one.
yeah, because we only have one driveway and we have 2 cars. Okay, they come to visit. They have to park on the grass. They can't park in the road.
Oh, I thought you said you had it. Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you said you
And
could
every
park
time
2
they
cars
leave,
in the
we
driveway.
get code enforcement note at our door because we were parking on the grass. You know, I mean, we can't afford to put a slab of cement out there. You won't let us do the mulch no more. You know, not everybody can afford to just come up with that money just like that, you know.
Appreciate your comments.
And something should be done about that.
Almost good afternoon. Bill Norcrest, resident for almost 15 years. I tell you, the subject at hand was assessments, and we're going to approve it or not. And I tell you what, we have certainly opened up a can of worms today. I feel sorry for the board, all the exceptions that have come up. People have come up and talk about acreage. They're talking about individual assessments have gone 75%. And nobody kind of understands that because, you know, we have Steve McDonald, the consultant, and we all love consultants because they're not spending their money, they're spending your money. I'm glad to see a lot of people here. Unfortunately, I have to chastise a few because I've been here at meetings, there's been 1 or 2 people here. And people should really attend these meetings when they call for them. It's only once a month, or maybe sometimes they have a workshop maybe twice a month. But it's very important people attend and pay attention to what's going on. Now, it's not these guys' fault. It's the attendance and the participation from the community. You guys got to understand that. This is a democratic society here. Now, I listened to about unimproved lots and the rate is going down. Well, these are absentee people. The guy was saying that, well, they're not going to pay, they're going to turn it back into the city or town or whatever. I says, yeah, well, okay, fine. That money now is being made up by the residents. Is that right? Is that fair? I don't think so. We have golf course lots, and let me try to straighten that thing out. Over 10 years ago, we had a guy who was on the board that wanted to assess golf course lots on the golf course $50. That was for basically cutting the culvert areas and the other areas. Okay, fine. Now it's become more of a moneymaker. A lot of people aren't getting the services they deserve. So it was originally $50, now it's $70-something. Now, the previous attorney, David, agreed that it was unfair. It was a fee that can't raise the rate once it's established. And my next-door neighbor, Mr. Brown, has always complained about that for several years. And they keep on raising the rate. So we should make a decision. It's going to be $50 or it's going to be $77, $76. But it's based on not value of the property. It's not the frontage. It's the backage of the property that's on the golf course. I know we've really diversed a lot. We've heard a lot of complaints here. And I'm sorry that we've had to extend this meeting because there's other important things coming up. But you people out here have got to attend your meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. No additional public comment? Back to the board. Board discussion.
Where are we? Well, I'm assuming that we are not in a position to vote on this resolution. Is that true?
I would agree with that. But for everybody in the audience, I believe we're only looking at those 4 exceptions. I don't want to mislead anybody. Other than that, that's all I'm going to look at.
Yeah, there's no reason we can't vote.
I was going to say, can't we vote on this? I mean,
Absolutely. And there's also there's an assessment appeal process.
And that goes in front of a board, the committee that I've chaired, I've been on before. Okay. So if there's no objection from the board, let's take the vote.
Supervisor Brooks?
Oh, me? No.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Stiegel?
Yes.
Supervisor Branson?
Yes.
President Camp?
Yes. Now they'll go through the appeal process, those individuals, correct?
And I'll come back with the next board meeting. I'll get with Tanya and Omar, get those 4 properties, and see if we can come up with a process for that.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, Resolution 2018-08/31-28, a resolution of the Sun and Lake of Sebring Improvement District to award the Unit 2 swale cleaning project to Hickey Excavation and to approve the budget amendment number 2018-8 to fund the project. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. You can cover that.
Yes,
I know that,
Supervisors, this is the last project for the fiscal year for our Phase 2 drainage plan, and this is to finish the Unit 2 swale cleaning, and we received, and this is the ditch line for the homes that the gentleman spoke of. They have stakes right now in front of the culverts. Attached for your consideration is 3 quotes. We received the lowest quote from Hickey Excavation for $19,500. We're recommending to approve that vendor today.
Board discussion?
No, it's needed to be done.
Public comment? Wow. Chris, you want to take a vote?
Would you like to wait for Supervisor Brooks to return to his seat?
He heard me.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Stiegel?
Yes.
Supervisor Branson?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Is it me? Yes.
President Camp?
Yes. Okay, Resolution 2018-08/31-29, a resolution of the Sun and Lake of Sebring Improvement District to award the Unit 2 siding project to Holliton Services LLC. Do I have a motion to approve?
No, that's wrong. It's Hickey Excavation, isn't it?
No, ma'am.
What?
It is? Oh, I thought you were on Hickey Excavation.
No. We're
So
on-
moved.
Second.
Board discussion. Public comment? Did you want to, we're doing this as 2 pieces.
We are.
Okay.
Once the ditch line is cleaned out, then we're recommending that the sod be placed in the ditch line after it's cleaned. The 93,000 square feet is the scenario based on so many inches. This will be the worst case scenario, we believe, of the cost. So we're recommending Howerton Services at $21,015 for the sod.
Okay. Board comment? Public comment. Chrissy?
Supervisor Stiegel?
Yes.
Supervisor Branson?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
President Camp?
Yes. Resolution 2018-08/31-30, a resolution of the Sun and Lake of Sebring Improvement District to adopt revisions to the Employee Policy Handbook and providing an effective date. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Omar, you want to just cover a little bit on this?
Yes, sir. Omar DeJesus, Finance Director. This is the third time we brought back the Employee Handbook for discussion. Last time the handbook was updated was in 2015, October 2015. We've discussed the major revisions. We did add one more additional revision for this last final adoption, which included classifying employees who were disaster essential in case of our emergency or hurricane. So that was the only additional revision that we had since previous discussions.
Any board discussion? Public comment. Chrissy?
Supervisor Branson?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Stiegel?
Yes.
President Camp?
Yes. Those resolutions went nice and fast. Now we get into a discussion of the Pebble Beach extension. If anybody needs to take a break, you might want to take it now. Okay. Omar, you're going to present this, correct?
Yes, sir. So I wanted to bring up Pebble Beach again. We've talked about it a few times. Give you an update where we're at now. The district sent out consent agreements to all the owners on Pebble Beach to see if we could bypass the more formal process of going forward with this project. We did receive one disconsent or did not want the project to go forward. So I wanted to give the board an update as to things to consider and decide whether we want to continue with this project or not. I provided a few different questions on this memorandum. First one would be how many properties are affected. There's 37 properties total for that Pebble Beach extension, 25 of which are private owned by the requester of this project. 2 are owned by Highlands County, 1 by Sun and Lake, and then 9 by other individual property owners. Something to consider as well, we did research to see the 2 lots owned by Highlands County. We are able to provide a special assessment to those properties. David and I have discussed we don't believe that the Highlands County will pay that special assessment, so that's something to consider as we consider moving forward is how we will address the fact that Highlands County will not pay on those 2 lots. Yes. Yeah. Next is the cost in terms of the special assessments. We've come up with a few different scenarios as to what it would cost for this project. Total cost right now projected is somewhere around $692,000 to complete that project. Our approximate estimate is about $18,750 per property would be the special assessment amount for this project. We did come up with a few scenarios at 15, 20, and 25-year terms based off different percentages. And you can see the rates there and how that affects the annual assessment dollar amount-wise. So just to give an example, if we looked at the 7% 20-year term, the annual assessment would be about $1,800 per year in addition to their district assessments if we move forward with that interest rate in that term. Anyone have any questions on that? Interest collected from one property over the 20 years would be about $17,000 worth. Total return to the district for the $692,000 investment would be $1.3 million, considering everyone pays every year for the full 20-year term with no prepayment or early payment discounts where you're not getting that interest. So we also wanted to talk about issuance and collection process. Currently, the district, issues and collects all of its assessments internally. Going forward, we are considering the possibility of having the tax collector assess our, O&M assessments through the Highlands County tax collector. If we consider doing that with the special assessment as well to keep it all uniform, the district would no longer have the ability to foreclose on delinquent properties. So we would lose that right. If we continue to assess it internally then we would still have that foreclosure ability to go forward with delinquent properties. So a scenario could be a property owner goes delinquent. Under the county, it would go through the tax deed process. After 2 years, it'd go up for tax deed sale. If it did not sell at tax deed sale because value or because of that special assessment being out there, it could potentially escheat to the county where the district would lose its investment inside that property. So that's something to consider as we move forward, whether we're going to continue to build through, consider billing through the tax collector or keep that in-house. Based on our conversations, we feel keeping that portion in-house is going to be in our best interest in order for us to, assess delinquency and move forward with foreclosure in a efficient manner so we don't get, hurt on the backside. Any questions in regards to collections and foreclosure process?
David, what is your thoughts on that?
Well, the first thing I want to point out is what Omar said about the county not paying. I don't expect the county to pay a special assessment, but it will still be a lien on the property. So I mean, it's not like when property is escheats to the county, we don't have any ability or district assessments don't accrue on the property. But since these properties were not obtained by the county through the escheatment process, we can put this special assessment on the property, and then if the county sells it, that'll be part of the, consideration. Either it'll have to be taken care of at closing, or it'll continue to be a lien on the property. As far as a recommendation goes, based on what I've seen, there's a developer that's got 26 of the 37 affected properties, and he wants the district to take the risk of, completing the road so that, he'll make so that those properties will be more valuable and easier to sell. I would not recommend, just doing it and saying, okay, yeah, we'll do this special assessment and start making the road improvements unless he's willing to put forth, pony up some money, because it would be very easy for, him this developer to start developing the property, put a house up there, it doesn't sell, he declares bankruptcy, and, that's it. And now we may get all the lots back, but now we're stuck, with, trying to figure out how to get these lots sold. So if it's something the board wants to consider, my recommendation would be is to have that developer put some money in escrow for his portion of those special assessments, so that we know that, at least for a certain amount of time, there's going to be money there to pay that portion of the special assessments.
Good. And also, David, I agree with that. I mean, there should be something for 29 of those lots. You should put something up for it. But those county lots, are those, as we speak, for sale right now?
Yes.
I got a feeling if we go ahead with some of this will be, those lots might be sold. I mean,
potentially. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they're, how much the county's trying to. I mean, they're prime lots. Obviously, they're on the golf course. So.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going. Is can you back up the lots? There you go. I guess my issue with this is you're talking $18,000 per lot, or almost 19. But you got some lots that are worth twice as much as others because of being on the golf course, which kind of speaks to the $70 in additional assessments. But we got to be careful. If we're not careful, we're going to wind up with $18,000 or $19,000 on interior lots that aren't worth $18,000 or $19,000. So I guess my question would be, and I can't really tell from this, is how many of those 29 lots that the developer owns are actually golf course lots versus interior lots?
Well,
they're all the red ones?
Yeah.
I can't see it from here. I'm sorry, I'm blind. I'm old.
Okay.
We're counting. We're counting for you. Hold on.
Do you think this guy would be willing
14 or 15 on the golf course.
to put up the 468,000 for his lots?
I think that's.
I think that I think we go to. I think the main thing to do is if the board can make a decision to say, we're willing to consider this, but only if this guy's going to put some skin in the game, and then we can open some negotiation to figure out what that's worth.
If you take 18,750 and you multiply it by 25, which is what the guy has, it's like 460,000.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
if the guy's willing to put up 460,000, I'd listen to what we need to do.
Yeah, I don't think we can expect a guy to put up $400 and some thousand dollars. I mean, we need him to put up something, but unless we want to stop the project, I mean, this is all Sun and Lake improvements, but we could have him put up $1 million if he, but we want building to go on here, but we don't want to put us at too much at risk, but to ask a developer to do that, I think is a little much.
I think that we've got 37 lots out there. The developer owns 25. He has some money in these lots. If he's serious about it, I don't think that the district should be spending $700,000 to build a road with not a pretty good guarantee of the money coming back to us over some period of time. We know right off the bat that the Highlands County is not going to the two lots they own. That's the $36,000, $37,000 we will not get. And as David said, that would be a lien, but it's no good until somebody buys those additional lots. So that $37,000 will sit out in limbo maybe forever. A lot of those lots up on the interior are right now valued at roughly $2,500. So you throw an $18,000, $19,000 assessment on it, I think that would be maybe hard pressed to sell.
And we can take a look at, there may be a way to do a determination where the golf course lots are receiving more of a benefit from the road than the non-golf course lots. That's something I'll have to check into and see if we can potentially put a higher special assessment on the golf course lots versus the non-golf course lots. But I think that's going to be
and that's a great idea. And I mean, I'm all for development. I think that bringing in new properties is good for the community for a whole bunch of reasons, but I'm not into spending roughly $700,000 without some type of a guarantee. And I'm not so sure that $400,000 in escrow is totally unreasonable. If the person is developing 25 lots and they're building $350,000 homes or something, and they know what their return is going to be, I think that's worth their skin in the game to say, hey, I'm serious about this. There's too many other situations that have happened here where we've done land swaps for future development that hasn't happened. So I want the project to move forward, but I really would look to ensure that we get a significant amount put in escrow. If we can't get a significant amount, I can say right now that I wouldn't be in it.
We could potentially do it by a percentage basis. I mean, if we're looking at a $650,000, $700,000 project, do we want a developer to put up 50%? I mean, that'd be $350,000 arguably. Is that something that the board? I guess that's the question: is can we, rather than pick a dollar amount, do you want to do it on a percentage basis to say, developer, we'll risk 50% if you'll risk 50%. Give us 50% up front, and we'll.
I want him to pay for his lots.
Or a letter of credit.
Why would I want him to pay for his lots?
Yeah, he needs a letter of credit and all kind of stuff because, where I was before, we did a lot of development like this, and we asked for like 50% and had guarantees and liens, and I don't think 50% of, we're only talking about the developer. He owns, 29 lots? So
26.
Or 26.
Sorry,
it would be a percentage of that. The other ones would have to pony up for what they own.
Well, yeah, my only objective here is to collect the costs associated with building that particular road through there. And if it's $700,000, we need to figure out, arguably with what you just said, what percentage of those lots that the owner or the developer has should we collect? And is it $300,000, $400,000, $500,000? I don't know. But I want to get as close to that number for building the road. Because he'll be passing that on to the buyers of those properties.
Yes.
So it's not like, if he's serious about this, it's not like he's going to be on the hook. If he's that confident that he can sell these properties, then he's surely going to put up the money for the special assessments.
And I looked at that, and these are typical Sun and Lake golf course lots. There's some of them, they're not even going to see the golf course. But and that's what my problem with the golf course lots are. I mean, we have some golf course lots. There's one going up on I talked to Tanya about it the other day, on number 11 on Turtle, you can't even see them building it, and it's a golf course lot. So, you know, I particularly, if I wanted to buy on the golf course, none of them I would buy because I couldn't see, I can't even see the golf course. So I don't know how much more one is worth than the other. But
I'm having a tough time. If there's 37 lots, and let's say everybody's got a home on them, and they're paying the district $700 a year, that's $25,900 if everybody's paying. So if we're going to fund it for $300,000 or $400,000 of our own money, you're talking a long time to get this money to break even. 12 years. Am I getting
They'd also be paying a special assessment on top of their regular operation and maintenance assessments. There, we're talking about imposing. That's what we're talking about doing. Imposing a special assessment on these 37
Yeah, but what I'm
lots.
saying, we're only going to be collecting about $26,000 a year if there's homes on it, right? I mean, if there's no $700 times 37 properties.
But then there will
$26,000.
be a special assessment for the road, I think is what they're saying. That $18,750 or $19,000 will be specially assessed over, what, 20 years or something of that nature?
15, could be 20, 25, whatever the board's
So
desire.
they'll be paying an additional roughly $1,000 a year.
Correct. Unless they pay it off when when it's purchased, yeah.
Correct.
But we're still going to be funding around $300,000, aren't we?
Up front,
I'm having trouble with the math, that's all.
I'm definitely not disputing that.
If we're funding $300,000 and we're only going to get back $26,000 a year,
Plus the assessment.
where are we? I don't get it.
plus the assessment.
Correct.
Well, yeah, but the whole project's
your
almost
growth in the
700,000.
community.
We're going to, I mean, the whole project's 700,000, right?
The proposed road is
I mean, I'm
roughly
rounding off.
Roughly 700,000.
And our return is 1.3 million, is that what,
That's
from
if
the
they go
initial?
the full 20-year term.
Yeah, okay.
And that's unreal. That's not going to happen because if we're talking about getting money up front from the developer,
That'll go down because if he pays up
So if
front.
everyone pays the $1,800 assessment, in the Gantt chart, I've placed that return, it'd be somewhere around $46,000 every year, in addition to, let's say they had a home there, the $26,000. So $48,000 is strictly on the special assessment if everyone pays, which I think that's a 70% collection assumption in there, knowing that 2 or 3 properties probably aren't going to move forward, and we're going to have to foreclose and take possession back.
So what do you want from us? A sense of the board that we want to proceed with this proceed if you can talk to the developer and see what kind of a thing we can work out?
Mhm.
Is that where you are?
I think that's where we're at right now. Is either A, no, we don't want to move forward, or B, we'll move forward, but only if we get something from the developer. If we want us to go and start negotiations with the developer, we're looking for kind of a ballpark. And we talked about 50%. Are we talking about 50% of the full project or 50% of the developer's interest in that project, meaning for his 25 lots versus the full 37?
I wouldn't be in agreement with 50% of his part of the project. I would be in agreement potentially 50% of the total cost of the project. So if it's, $700,000 to build that road, I would be looking at a minimum escrow of $350,000. That's my personal feeling, okay? Now, how we collectively come together, there's 4 other people up here that might totally disagree. They might want less, they might want more, and that's what
I think
we have
that's a good starting place.
What are we doing with the other people? We're just talking about the developer. What are we doing?
Do we require an escrow from all of those other people?
I mean,
I think that's something we should talk about as well, because that's my biggest concern is those other 9 lots. And I think we should probably take a proactive approach and maybe start off with reaching out to them with a quick claim deed, see if these people most likely are delinquent, they're not paying on them as well. Go ahead and give them back to the district, and then we have all the control as to, we'll take care of the sale, make sure we get our proceeds back, and go down that process, because most likely we're going to have to foreclose these down the road.
Yeah, so we need to know up front and get that.
And part of that negotiation is I would assume these owners are going to want some sort of compensation or something for signing that quick claim deed over to us. So maybe the board can decide whether we want to consider a $500 incentive or something along those terms. We can start with the nothing, but I would assume they're going to reach back and say, I want something to sign this over to you.
Well, I was traveling for a few weeks, but in and I actually mentioned it to Tanya yesterday when I met with her, that I was trying to get some information, and I know that there's some updates going on with the website, so I was unable to get some of the information that I wanted. But do you have a feel for delinquency in terms of assessments on the properties that are owned by other ownership, which is 9 units up there? Are they delinquent on their assessments, I guess?
Yeah, I would say only 3 out of the 9 are currently delinquent.
Are delinquent. So 3 out of the 9 are
Yeah.
delinquent. The
My
rest are
concern is
current.
once you put the $18,000 special assessment, then they're going to reconsider and
Yes.
potentially.
But I'm just saying, right now, they're current on their assessments.
Correct. The majority of them, yes.
And those lots are roughly $2,500, valued at $2,500.
Correct.
Yeah, that's my concern, is all those yellow ones are gonna walk
Yes.
when they find out.
Yes.
Unless we can do, as you suggested, a percentage adjustment.
Yeah, I'll look into that, but that's going to be just for the only differential will be those that are literally on the golf course versus
Right.
one that are adjacent to the golf, the road that's on the golf course. But
Mike's right.
I think the starting point is to go to the developer and say, hey, are you willing to pony up anything? Because if he says no, I think our discussion's over.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree.
That would be the first thing,
Yeah.
absolutely.
But I agree with Mike. You know, you might call those golf course lots, but if you look, there's a whole lot of trees and stuff between the golf course and those lots. So I know it, in the past, we have done quitclaim deeds to properties that bordered the golf course and actually gave them additional property so that they actually became golf course lots. So that's happened on Sun and Lake, on Deer Run. So I know that's it's on the, I guess it's the backside now. It used to be front side.
If the board agrees to this, why don't we have the district, David, reach out to the developer and propose to them or get an understanding as to what they're willing to invest as far as escrow if we were to build this road going through there, and see how receptive they are, and exactly what David said. If they're not receptive to it, then I think it's a decision, of $700,000 decision that this board can make pretty quickly, and say, okay, but. Can we do that?
Oh, absolutely. We'll reach out to him and see if we can come together, with a proposal. Say, look, that's, and we just let him know, the proposal that's going to go before the board may determine whether or not this happens. So you need to put your best foot forward if you want this to happen, and we'll just present it, and you guys can make a decision.
And he's been fairly receptive,
Yes.
or they've been fairly receptive to us. They've got back relatively fast. I know that when you talked about the special assessments and things of that nature, it took a very short time, and they came back and they were willing to do that. So.
And Omar can reach out to these yellow ones there to see what their thinking is, so we can have a better view of what. Because, like I said, if that developer is not willing, this thing is over with.
He might actually try to buy the yellow ones. If I were him, I probably would.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll try to have something by the next meeting if possible.
Thanks, David. I appreciate it. Any further board comment? Public comment, since Rick is there.
Yes.
Rick,
we got our
name?
Rick Hulbert, resident. We got our tails in a tither a while back with doing this once before. And, we've never bought and paid for roads to be put in for a developer. That $10 million that we did a long time ago, and we've had it on the books, and we've had problems with it when we've done our annual reports and all that kind of stuff. If this builder wants that road put in, let him pay for it. We don't need to be using our assessment money to be paying for a road for a builder. Come on, board. Let's get with it. Come on. Let's face it. Part of that $700 is going to go for paying for that road. If you're up in our assessments, that extra money that you've tacked on to our assessments is going to go for paying for that road. And we don't need it. Let that builder, if he wants those lots and he wants to build homes on it, let him put that road in. We don't need to be paying for a road for a builder. Let him do it. There's a lot of builders that are willing to come in here and do that. And if he's really interested, he'll do it himself. Come on, let's get realistic here. You guys you're spending our money.
Come on, sit down.
Okay? You're spending our money, and you don't realize that we don't want you spending this kind of money.
Thanks, Rick.
You're telling me to sit down?
No.
Yes.
Tom Costi, resident. I don't believe, can somebody tell me how many feet or how many miles of the roads that are in Sun and Lake were paid for initially by Sun and Lake taxpayer money? None. Not one. That Miranda area over on Terrego and that whole area, Miranda Homes paid to put those roads in. Manor Hill, Will Randall and the other original developers, E.O. Cook, put those roads in Manor Hill. Woods and Irons Road Drive, where you live, Mark, Ray Hornick put those roads in. The Preserve, the developers put the roads in. The district never put taxpayer money at risk to put roads in. The previous boards were very diligent about preventing any general funds of the district to be put at risk on behalf of a developer. This place has been here over 40 years now and operated under those constraints. And I would like a legal opinion about whether or not taxpayer money, which can't be put in a bank account unless there's federal guarantees that it's permanently protected, just as a deposit. That's why we're only getting less than 1% on our reserve funds and the money that we put in a bank. And yet, with a track record that we're looking at with collection of the bonds on roads that are on the golf course, empty lots on Turtle Run that are on the golf course right now, the bonds are not being paid upon. And you guys are willing to put taxpayer money at risk on behalf of a developer who's going to, I don't think he owns those lots yet. I think he's talking to the county about picking them up for less than $4,000 a lot. $4,000 a lot for a golf course lot. And you're willing to put taxpayer money up on behalf of him on the on the hope that he would someday be able to sell those lots. We've seen it happen. I don't think it's legal. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Bill Norcross, resident. I totally agree with the two previous speakers. I think that if this wants to be a development project, a developer should take completely responsibility for the cost of the road and their building. Now, I've been told years ago that in that area where the yellow is, it's a lot of wetland and maybe a floodplain. And I could see the cost of a road really escalating because of fill and other regulation requirements. Now, if somebody wants to come in and complete that circle, that's okay with me. And I live on Pebble Beach Drive. And I don't like the idea of having a lot of traffic, but there can be a diversion road, I understand. But I don't think the district should be on the hook for any kind of loss, expense. I think the developer should pay for the construction, take the responsibility, and all the risk. Sun and Lake was built by developers, as Tom Kosky just said, that the district has not provided any other roads. They may have built a couple of small roads throughout the years. But the main roads, it's been the developer's risk, and we know what happened to several developers. They've collapsed. They've left. They owe money. I don't want that to happen here. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Any additional public comment? Okay, so David, you're going to reach out to these people, see if they're even willing to work with us on some of those things.
I'm saying from 2000.
Can you state your name, please, again?
My name is Cicely Price, and
Thank
I
you.
live at 9134 Oviedo Street. And I want to say I bought the property for $13,000 in 2006. And from that day until just now, I've been paying $1,800 every month. And when I check it, it's like I repay over and over again. So I want to know if I have any fund to get back from that amount of money from 2006. I've been checking. I've been at the office so many times and asking what that amount of money to do for the community, because I live at the last bottom. I don't have no light. I don't have no water. I don't have no hydrant for the fire. I have nothing. I live in the last back. So I'm wondering if from then, if I don't repay that amount of money for the, what do you call it now? Not the assessment, the bond.
The bond.
The
The bond, yes.
And I would like you all to take it to consideration, because I am a retiree and I just leave from New York and come. My sister bought that place, but she didn't know, and she picked the worst place in the last bottom, and it's only just me alone. So paying that amount of money from 2006, I think it's 12 years now, and I've been paying $1,800, never miss a year. Am I getting anything in refund back?
I thought did we not have, you're going to get together with her to discuss a little bit about the bond and how the bond works, correct? Yeah.
Oh.
So they're the ones who will be able to help you on this
Thank
because
you,
they have
sir.
the information.
Thanks.
Thank you. I have a request for a 2-minute recess. Add-on items.
None?
My favorite time. Petitions and communications. I know we have 3. I believe that David Halbig submitted one. He's not here.
We have one from Mr. Jensen, one from Mr. Halbeck, and then Mr. and Mrs. Betts.
Are any of those people here? I know David isn't. Jensen, no? So we don't have anybody here. Okay. Question?
I would like, hasn't David requested that his letter be read into the minutes?
Well, I haven't gone through the board yet. I
Oh,
will in a
okay.
second.
Okay. I thought, I'm just speaking on his behalf.
In reference to the supervisors here, have you had the opportunity to read the correspondence?
I have.
Yes.
You ready? You have any comments on the correspondence?
No.
Okay. I'm going to assume that Mr. Brooks, Supervisor Brooks, doesn't have any additional comments. Well, I'll wait for him. He's on his way.
The only thing I have a question on is I've gotten several things from Mr. Holbig. I'm not sure which one we're going to address.
Oh, I'll show you.
Okay.
I have it.
I mean,
It was in the
it's like
packet. It was
Continuing thing.
several weeks ago. Okay, we're talking, Mr. Brooks.
Yes.
We're talking about the correspondence. We had 3 pieces of correspondence. None of the supervisors had any questions on the correspondence. Do you have any questions on the correspondence?
There's so many.
There's 3.
Regarding the 2 on the assessment comments, I'd be glad to respond to those individuals by writing if the board
Yes.
would be.
I would appreciate that.
Appreciate that, okay.
Yeah. That'll take care of those 2 assessment questions. And the only third one is David, and I think we have a spokesperson here for him. So if you have no additional, nope.
That's
Tom, where is? Tom, did you want to? Did you have something to say about any of the correspondence?
No, I'm just voicing David's request that his letter be read into the minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
The other thing, also placed a question with the district, and I would like an answer on this. Numerous times, I've got all the board minutes going back to the year 2000 on my computer, and many times in the past, references made to documents that have been attached to the minutes, and in previous years, they were attached to the minutes, but I've seen that reference today that things are attached to the minutes here too by reference or whatever. And I don't find that anymore. Is that a policy that we don't have to attach items to the minutes in the official minute book?
I have attached it, and I'd be happy to show
Okay,
you
okay.
that they are attached.
So we should be able to go back and see all of those attachments that are referred
Yes, sir.
to.
As far as my time is, I can confirm.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, David, I'd appreciate if you could read Mr. Helbig's letter and also respond on my behalf.
Okay, it states to Tanya Candidate Board of Supervisors David Shoemaker, in an email to the GM and the Board of Supervisors on July 18th, I requested there be public comment allowed at certain times during the budget workshop. During the second budget workshop on June 22nd,
Slow up so these people can hear it.
certain residents were allowed to make comments. President Camp also opened public comment during the workshop. He then allowed comment at the end of the meeting. My request was not acknowledged, nor was any public comment allowed until the workshop was concluded. If no public comments are allowed as the meeting progresses and only allowed at the end after decisions are made, input from the public will be disregarded. I do not know why, but there has been a concerted effort on behalf of the Board of Supervisors during the last 2 years of so to reduce as much as possible the input from the people. During the last workshop, there were 5 motions, roll calls, and votes taken. Upon the recommendation from our attorney, David Shoemaker, a motion to approve the assessment as recommendation was made. The vote was taken and failed to pass. Another motion was made, and the assessment rates were approved by another call of the roll and vote. A motion was then made to approve the golf membership rates. Roll called and another vote taken to approve. Next was a motion to approve other golf rates, roll called and vote taken to approve. Another motion was made to defer the clubhouse renovations to a later date, roll called and vote taken. As mentioned earlier, there were votes taken on most of the major issues of importance with no public input. As the issue is being discussed and finalized, there will shortly be a public hearing to finalize the budget, and public comment will be allowed. Sorry, it's too late. The decisions have been made, the die is cast, and public input will be useless. I need to point out something very important regarding how the workshop was conducted. There exists a policy number B-1601, study/workshop meetings. The policy states as follows: study workshop meetings of the board are held for the purpose of hearing staff reports and discussing issues which may at some time be agenda items at a regular or special meeting. No votes are taken or business conducted at study workshop meetings. If this policy is still in effect, I believe it is then all the votes taken were in violation of the policy. Finally, I have added for information excerpts taken from the Office of the Attorney General of the State of Florida, thinking that in reading it, it might somehow change the attitude of the Board of Supervisors when it comes to input from the public. In an informal legal opinion from the Attorney General regarding workshop meetings, public participation, it states, quote, "The right of the public to be present and to be heard during all phases of enactments by the board and commissions is a source of strength in our country. Regardless of their good intentions, these specified boards and commission, though through devious ways, should not be allowed to deprive the public of the inalienable right to be present and to be heard at all deliberations wherein decisions affecting the public are made. Every meeting of any board, commission, agency, or of authority of a municipality should be a marketplace of ideas so the governmental agency may have sufficient input from the citizens who are going to be affected by the subsequent action of the municipality," end quote. The right of the public to participate in open meetings, to present their views, and to have some input into the decision-making process has been recognized by the courts of the state and by this office. I have an unusual request that this memo be read into the minutes of the upcoming meeting and added to the packet as correspondence. Regards, David Howling. So in response to some of that, the president has the ability to conduct the meeting so that it's run as efficiently as possible. If the president feels that comment is to be taken at the end of discussions, that's the process, or the point is to maintain an orderly meeting. So as far as if there's anything being violated regarding the taking public comment only at the end of a discussion period, no, there's nothing being violated.
Okay. Because we want to make sure that we're open to all comments. We want to welcome the community to respond to different issues that might come up. And I think this board has been very open and receptive to their comments. I feel badly that the thought process might have been not exactly as he had planned on seeing it and taking place at intervals that he felt was the best. At that time, I was trying to conduct the meeting as most efficiently as I could without a lot of interruptions in between, and that's why the comments were held until the end. But they did have the ability to comment. Thank you. Good. Public comment.
Bill Norcross, a district meeting advocate and attendee. The workshop meetings or any other general meeting, there is a lot of subject material. And mostly after a resolution, there is a public comment. And I think what Mr. Helbig is pointing out in his letter is that a lot of subjects are covered in either a workshop and then public comment is at the end. And there's so much material to think about and to comment. I would just appreciate after every phase, as David pointed out, or subject matter comes up, whether it be golf course or roads or whatever it is, there would be an available comment on that instead of waiting to the very end. And appreciate the public comment the way it has been, but I think it can be improved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further comments? Okay. Staff reports. Cliff?
Good morning. August, the end of August, we really had a pretty good August with Sertoma, the fire department, really both of them being as big as ever. We have another event tonight, really another sold-out event, so there's 3 sold-out events in a row. August was a really very good month and a very busy month, and we had some good weather, and I don't know, it was about as good as we could have hoped, really, for this time of year. Really, with all the guys right now, the staff is kind of working on end-of-month inventories and closing out the month, and I think it'll be a pretty darn good month. September coming up, usually the first week of September, after Labor Day is traditionally kind of a very slow week, both at the golf course and the restaurant, and we kind of see that. But everything we're doing right now is really prep for the season and kind of get ready for all the members coming back and starting to get busy again. So you've seen a lot of improvements already, whether it's on the golf course and all the great stuff Earl's doing and all the refresh of the snack bar. We've hired a few new people. I think you've seen a few new faces in the restaurant. Everything's going well, and we're really on plan really to kind of start ramping up. You've kind of noticed a lot more member communication. The next newsletter should go out today, actually, so I'm trying to get it out before this Labor Day weekend so everybody can see it. So working on better communication all the time. The newsletter's been very well received, and you'll tend to see more. The member social as well. We've scheduled another one for next month, and that will continue. Certainly another event in the Bluegrass event, so still working on more and more member value, and you'll see more and more. We have some family dinner stuff planned for both, to help benefit residents and members alike. We'll do some kind of fancier dinners that I've been asked for, and you'll just see more and more. So I guess that's it. You'll hear more from us later from Earl about the equipment, and certainly from Tony about irrigation improvements. So that's
Thank you, Cliff. I appreciate it. Ariel, do you have any? Okay.
Ariel Starling, Director of Community Services. Just a few things I wanted to, sorry, it's not up very loud. Just a couple of things I really wanted to touch on as we also prepare for the winter season. Starting with monthly resident socials that we will be looking to start conducting actually here in the community center. Just a good opportunity for residents to get together and socialize, especially once the winter residents are back. Also, the Trick or Trot 5K event we will be hosting. That is October 26th. That's coming up. We've got that on the calendar. Just something I wanted to bring up, as I was not at the last meeting where Mr. Dave Smith came in and had some suggestions with regard to the racket club and pickleball, ways that we can improve that. He and I have had 2 meetings since then, and together have come up with a list of some updates and improvements we would like to do for that facility based on what we can do financially and what kind of would work for that program. So he and I have been in contact quite a few times, and I think that we will have some really nice improvements to bring to that facility very soon.
Thank you very much.
I just have a quick question. Where are we on the bicycle rack for the clubhouse?
For the bicycle racks for the clubhouse?
Or what am I asking?
We have bicycle racks for the racket club. We have a couple of those that have already been ordered. They are in. They are just now to be installed.
So we're going to put one by the tennis courts. Is that it for the clubhouse?
Yes, that is correct. We have, and I believe we either have 1 or 2. I can't remember off the top of my head how many we have, but they're here and ready to be installed.
Okay, great.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Michael?
I sent you all the reports from each department. I also went and printed, because I had a question from a couple members of the pictures that I sent you, where they are. So I'm going to give you these, and so all the special products that we've done, I labeled, so I'll be giving them to you today. So if you read the reports online, you know what we've done in the last month. But I have all the reports here on drainage and whatever else you have me doing.
Thanks, Michael.
I did have a question, Mike, on the condos that are going up on Sunrise, the 2 that are there and 2 new ones. Well, there's actually 4 or maybe 6. The drainage that's coming off of that, we talked about is going, I guess that's south to tie into the property that goes behind Hampton Woods. How much of that is our responsibility?
Can I interrupt on that one for a second? You're going to cover that, right, Drew?
We're going to touch on that during my...
He's going to go into some detail
I just
on
want to
that,
make
if
sure
that's not a
we're
problem.
not behind the 8 ball on that deal. Okay.
You good?
Can you wait for that? Oh, okay, thank you. Omar, anything? Nothing. Okay. General Counsel report.
Okay, as we mentioned at the last board meeting, the Ayala matter is officially dismissed with regard to the district. I included it in this month's litigation report, but I do say in there it's going to be the last time it appears as on the litigation report, so that'll be being removed as of next month's litigation report. Couple of things. I've talked with Tanya, and we've got a plan moving forward for contacting Tanglewood about our agreement with them. We're in the beginning stages. We're going to take a proactive approach, as rather than basically demanding a renegotiation. We're going to talk to them about we've gotten to the point where I think we've outgrown that perpetuating contract, and see if we can talk to them about a way to work forward into getting it amended agreeably, as opposed to trying to force some sort of a requirement that it be changed. But we'll bring that back to the board with a proposal before we move forward with anything official. The other thing is the Unit 12 foreclosure. We are coming to the board today asking for authorization to move forward with the title search on those 1,600 some odd lots that are over there in Unit 12 that we're talking about foreclosing on, the right next to Tanglewood, the majority of which are owned by a single developer, DFC, all of which are are delinquent. The plan is to try and see if we foreclose on that. I think DFC owns probably greater than 90% of the lots out there. If we can get those all foreclosed on and bring them back into district possession, it puts us in a much better position to talk to a developer about coming in and picking it up, because right now I think there's over $3.5 million in outstanding assessments that are owed on that property. The title search work that we're talking about, we're estimating it around $5,000. Best way I can describe that is, as with the kitchen, we've paid for construction documents to be prepared. Well, with the title search are the construction documents for a foreclosure proceeding. We need to do have so that we can make sure that all interested parties that have any sort of claim to that land are noticed in the foreclosure proceeding, so that once the foreclosure proceeding is concluded, the district has clear title to those properties. So I understand from Tanya that money is in the foreclosure budget, and so we just wanted to bring that to your attention, that is the plan with your approval, that we start that title search process, because with over 1,600 lots, it could be lengthy.
So you're seeking approval from the board today to move forward with the title search on Unit 12?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Just the title search, correct.
So do we need to do anything?
I'm happy with the consensus. The board, the money's in the budget. We just wanted to we didn't want to start the process without letting you know. Okay. So unless someone's got an objection, we'll just go ahead and move forward with it.
I don't have an objection to it.
Me either.
Okay. I'm good. All right. Okay. So we'll move forward with that, and then before we file the formal foreclosure, if there's my guess is it's probably going to take a month or two before the title work is even completed. If we're lucky, it may be quicker. But if anything that's unforeseen comes up, I'll bring it to your attention. Otherwise, when we're ready to do the foreclosure, we'll just come to you with that and let you know that that's basically will be the next step of the process.
Okay. First, make sure it's got a clear title.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
That's all I've got.
General Manager's report.
Good morning, Supervisors. Just a couple things I have. Several years ago, I implemented a records management program, and I wanted to give you a status of where we are with that. We started with 4 cart sheds worth of old district documents. We are down to about 1/2 of one shed, with 5,280 documents being cataloged in our Smart Search database. So we have really, we're almost to the end of this project, and very happy to see that, our records are cataloged and records are destroyed based on the state of Florida's, recommendation for records. So we're moving forward with that project. Also, last week we sent out a recreational survey, and I'm excited to say that we have 189 responses, and we will be sharing that with the board and with staff, so that you can receive the feedback that I'm very, very proud to say that I'm happy to see the recommendations and the comments that we have from the community on that. On the kitchen, quick update. I was contacted by the project manager with Clifford Schultz Architects, and he had mentioned to me they are almost completed with the construction drawings. I have not received any further data from him for review purposes. So they should be completed here very soon with, they said by any day now, so I don't have an email, but they should be finished with the entire bid specifications and the construction drawings. So as soon as I have that internally, we're gonna review all those documents. Also, Schultz, I have invited them to be here at the September 14th board meeting. Last thing I have, we have a meeting with Highlands County regarding the Unit 16 square footage minimums for residential homes on September 12th, which is a Wednesday. So that's myself and David and the county attorney and Mr. Camp.
Have we come up with what you're going to talk to about, or are you going to come up with agreement and then come back to us? Is that what we're doing?
In reference to Unit 16?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right now,
We're still in.
We're kind of in the negotiation stage. They
Yeah.
hold
We are,
they hold all the cards right now.
Yeah, and I was in on one of the meetings, the
Mm-hmm.
first one that we had when I was president, but there's not going to, you're going to try to get the best deal you feel for us and then come back to us, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is that-
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know what we're dealing with because from the first meeting I went to, so.
No.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you, supervisors.
Thank you. Okay. Unfinished business.
None.
New business.
None.
Oh, moving right along. Committee reports.
None.
Public comments. There's your opportunity to speak before we get into the budget workshops and well, we'll actually have several presentations coming up, so.
Good morning again.
Good
Nancy
morning.
Abate. I don't know whether this is just general public comments time
Yes.
about everything
Yes.
that's been discussed today?
Anything that's been discussed to this point.
I just have a quick question. I'm involved a lot in the community outside of Sun and Lake, like the Red Hats and different community functions like that. And I was talking to a nice gentleman, and I don't remember his name. It might have been Mike at the country club. What can be done to have community, I don't even know how to say this. Let me start at the beginning. The Red Hats are looking, you know how big the Red Hats are, okay?
Yes.
The Red Hats are looking for a place to play bunco, okay, once a month. There's 50, 60 women who get together once a month to play bunco and eat lunch and, take 2 hours or 3 hours of the time. And I was asking Mike if that's something that he felt that the country club would get involved in.
Mike Lemire?
I think it.
Okay, Mike Lemire at
yeah,
the club. Okay,
the one
thank
at
you.
the country club, yeah.
Mhm.
And he was very kind, and he discussed it. He said he doesn't think that he could do it every month, but he could insert where if they don't have places to go, that they can go to, because he said something about the women's club has a card thing there, and I've seen them there a lot of time. They're in the middle of the main dining room. But I was wondering if maybe the country club could allocate a space in that other room to accommodate such things as people who have these big clubs want to meet every month and buy lunch and that type of thing. You know what I mean? It would be money for the country club, and it would help out these particular associations, that don't have places like the VFW and all those other ones, the AMVETS and all that, where they have their actual own meeting places. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I'd like to see if maybe something could be implicated to accommodate, that, to help money come into the Sun and Lake Country Club.
I think there's a couple avenues that you might be able to look at. I would
Mhm.
suggest talking with Ariel, maybe
Okay.
even having it here. I mean, this is available for various functions. I don't, the times
Mhm.
you'd have to work out with her. And in the direction that you worked with for Mike to talk about the other side of the the banquet room, let's call it, for lack of a better word.
Right, yeah.
The
I didn't know what to call it either.
yeah, the banquet room. I think that Mike is the appropriate person to work with on that.
Okay.
About scheduling something.
Okay, because I think it would be awesome, we're helping the community and getting the community in to taste our quality of our food at the restaurant, which is awesome. I've never had a bad meal there yet.
Yeah, I think that we're getting into our, our extremely busy season
Yeah,
now.
definitely.
And so things will book up relatively fast. And
Yeah.
I know that the operations is looking at reallocating certain functions that actually do take place in the restaurant, maybe to other areas.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Dennis Swanson. I live at 2808 Monza, which after a heavy rain I call Monza River. I've talked to Mike and I've harassed Mike Hurley for weeks. We have a problem with drainage, which is very simple to fix and would not cost, and I've talked about it.
Can I interrupt you for a moment?
Sure.
Is that one of the...
No.
You're not going to be discussing that at all? Yes. The answer is yes?
No, it's not included in your sheet.
Okay.
Well, anyways,
No, I just wanted to make sure that he wasn't covering it. Save, we might be able to save you.
Right.
He might have some answers for you. That's all I'm saying.
This problem arose because my ignorance, I didn't know that the fellow across the street couldn't just fill in the swale if he wanted to and stop the water from running to the drain. It was all done in 5 or 6 hours and could probably be corrected in the same time by Mike's crew. The other problem is that the property next to it, it's a empty lot, doesn't have a swale to speak of. I believe the former owner just kind of backed it up a little bit so it wouldn't come into the property. And then the property before that, the guy decided he wanted to put in his own system, and he put a pipe that runs from one side of the property to the other. So all the water that comes down the road and all the water that comes off his house, which is huge, he's got his gutters running into it, into this drain. So you probably get 40, 50% more water coming through that pipe than you would ever get just from water coming down the road. So what happens is the guy that's next door to him, it's an unnatural drain, obviously, right? So that guy sits there after a rain for 2 weeks with his front lawn full of water, 6 inches of water. He can't use his driveway. He's got 3 kids. They can't use the front lawn. It's ridiculous. And once this other swale got filled in, now what you get is the water comes down, that acts as a dam, it comes across the road, and 3 or 4 houses on the other side now are getting their lawn filled up halfway up to their house because of this problem. Now, this doesn't even include the drains are full of sand, and I got bushes growing out of my mowing when I mow my lawn. All I'm saying to you is I realize expense is a big thing when you do this. But how much expense is there for a bunch of guys to come over, dig a trench, pull up the grass, dig a trench, put the grass back down, and let the water run into the drain like it's supposed to? I bet it would take them 5 or 6 hours. And the other thing they should do is go up to this guy in the corner and say, look, you can't run this house is 3 times as big as any house on the street. You can't run all your water into the pipe and run it on your neighbor. Make them run the gutters. Just cut off the gutters, hook them up, and run them in his lawn like everybody else. And you would have a problem fixed that I understand they've considered putting piping in, which would, you'd be talking, and cutting out driveways and everything, which would cost them something like, what, $10,000 or something? And this would cost 1 day's work. A crew to come down there for 1 day, dig out the sand, replace the grass, fix the gutters, and the problem's probably pretty much solved if you never get the gutters blown out or the drains blown out. I mean, we've got sand in them this deep. After the hurricane, I actually went over, and my neighbor went over, and we actually shoveled away 5 buckets of sand from each that had blown out of each drain. So I understand that's a problem and it's an expensive problem to fix. But what I'm talking about is not expensive. I don't know why it couldn't be done.
Okay. Thanks, Dennis. I'm sure we'll be addressing that.
What?
At some point.
We're going to address it?
Bill Norcross, I'm quickly a couple of cleanup comments here that I really appreciate outside people like the Red Hats or some other groups coming into Sun and Lake. I appreciate the business. I'm quite sure that we can fit it in a busy schedule in the dining area. Right. And that sort of thing like that would be really appreciative. I understand and think that you're thinking of the community. Really good. I have also suggested, I don't know if Cliff has talked with Mike about it, Megan used to run bus trips. It was a lot of fun, camaraderie on buses, go to baseball games, go to plays, things like that. A lot of fun. Costs nothing. All the bus company has to do is post something on the bulletin board, and if it's filled up, they go. If it's not, they don't go. But it's just an idea of getting people together and having some fun. And I think that's a lot of that stuff has gone by the board. The other thing on this evaluation type of thing, we're always trying to fight exceptions, favoritism, and backroom deals. Now, a lot of people have got issues with their taxes, and they're not here. Pardon And it's too bad they're not here. A lot of people are, and they're very concerned about it. But, you know, we make an exception for one, then the other one doesn't find out about it, and then they get really excited and maybe a lawsuit and complaining and stuff like that. But I just want to make sure that these these exceptions, whether it's a piece of property or Tanglewood, it's considered acreage or lots, everybody understands that, and it should be really published. So if there's anybody in the same situation, they don't come back at you for some kind of redress. I appreciate if that was done so that we could really have a smooth transition with the assessments. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Any other further public comment? Okay, the next section is going to be a series of 3 different things. A workshop, a presentation on the irrigation system, and a presentation on drainage. And I'm going to actually have the order changed a little bit. I'm going to ask Drew to present the drainage. That way he can go on to his business back at Polston. So, Drew, if you start your presentation on drainage, I'd greatly appreciate it. You don't have to come up to the hot seat, as long as you bring the mic close enough so that everybody can hear you. We'll get you on the hot seat after.
Good presentation. That was quick.
Oh, fast.
Are we done?
Done.
All right. Tanya asked me to put together a presentation to explain.
You still need to either lift the mic. It's not picking up well. And I know the... Yeah. Great.
Tanya requested me to put together a presentation on our upcoming Phase 3 drainage projects. The past 2 years we've been doing projects around the district to either improve or repair major structures around the district. I'm going to try to go in order of units that we're working in, just numerical order of units. This isn't a priority. But in Unit 2, this upcoming year, we're planning on replacing a culvert under Navari. That it was, George has been informing us that it's collapsed over the years or completely silted in. And it's keep making water sheet flow over the road in the area. That's right there a picture of the area in question. There's a depression on either side of the road where the culvert used to end up. So we're going to be digging up the road and replacing that culvert and allowing the water to flow from the west side to the east side over and towards DOT. It's not overly complicated, but it's just some maintenance work that he's been wanting to get done for a long time. On to Unit 5. This is the Orduna Drive rear lot ditch. If you remember, we did have this on last year's project list, but we had a couple of higher priority areas that we ended up cleaning ditches in. So this is back on the list to do this year. In the pictures you can see that's the ditch for things like vegetation's overgrown, and we've had a lot of some areas are washed out and some areas have silt in them that we're going to address during this cleaning. The next is Unit 8 and Unit 11. The main items on this area are culverts. We have on Fettuccine in Canada, there's 2 miters that have washed out and undermined, and they've washed basically into the ditch. We're trying to save the roads, so we want to get these done as fast as possible. We also have on Girona, there's culverts that are settling. On the picture there to the right, that's one area that's shown where it's sinking down in the road. I don't know if you've driven on Girona lately. If you go too fast, you could basically lose control if you hit those dips too hard.
Speed bump in reverse.
Yes. That's not safe for any cars that are low to the ground. So we're going to try to excavate that out and rebed the pipes and set them back into place. That way we're not having a sinking road. So we can go on to Unit 13. These are additional pictures. That's Fettuccine on the left, and that's Canada on the right. Just some up-close pictures of what's happened with the undermining. On to Unit 13. The bigger blob area is Edgewater, and I guess there's a ditch that goes from Lake Granada all the way over to the other pond on hole 16. We're going to try to get that ditch cleaned out. There's a lot of vegetation and some silting in, but it's more vegetation than anything else that we're going to try to get taken care of during this process. Also in this area, just on the other side of, I think it's 15, it might be part of 16 still, but if you look on the picture, the lower picture, the cone is actually down in a hole. There's a 24-inch culvert that's, we believe one of the joints is leaking, and the inlet just next to that, there's also leaking around the joints to the inlet that we got to excavate, and we either have to grout back in or repair. Next is the district office, the driving range and district office pond. I don't know if you remember during the hurricane, if you visited, it flooded out the garage. And even this year during some of the harder rains, we actually had water starting to stage up back into the garage. So there never was a discharge pipe installed when the pond was dug. And over the years, it's been dry enough, it's never been a problem. But the last few years, there's nowhere for the water to go, so we're going to have a pipe installed, and it'll end up dumping out onto Sun Lake Boulevard, just so whenever we have high stage events, it can trickle back down. The next is Unit 19. Along Sun Lake Boulevard and Balboa, there's a triple culvert crossing there. During the hurricane and some of the recent heavy rain events, it's actually silted in. You can see how it's on the lower picture there, where it's just about past halfway full of sand. We're going to get that cleaned up, and just next to it, near where the parking area is, some of that's starting to wash out, and we're going to provide riprap and build that area up to keep it from happening in the future. The upper picture is the SMF WC4A structure, which I know doesn't mean anything to you, but it's west of Balboa, and it's one of the older main ponds that actually treats some of the water that runs through the district. It blew out. We believe it blew out either around the 2004 hurricanes or slightly before. We've been putting it off, trying to get it repaired, but Swift Mud's eventually going to come after us, so we wanted to get it in this year. It's going to be a similar repair that we did to the pond next to Arvita, where we're going to widen up the structure, because that's the end of the structure there, and it's supposed to raise about 5 to 6 feet, and the slope is just too steep for sod or anything else to hold back. So we're going to widen it about 12 feet on either side and rebuild the berm and take care of that problem. The next is in Unit 20, Columbus. This area's been on the list a couple times, but we've never actually put it into the budget. We're gonna do an initial ditch cleaning on the north end, because right now the ditch is extremely shallow or non-existent. So we're going to give somewhere where the water to go off the road, and then we're going to allow it to actually flow towards the west if we can get it deep enough. So we have partial design done on it, and we're going to get it done, of course, before we proceed with the project.
You're talking about the right side of that picture there?
Correct.
That's where the ditch is going, because I know we have issues with water standing in people's yards on the other side.
Correct.
Will that relieve that, you think? Or?
It should improve it. We do have plans to address it further if this doesn't have the impact. It will be a next step in correlation with the ditch. We want to get it in first. We believe it'll be a tremendous help. And if it doesn't do enough, then we'll start looking into other options to add to it.
Drew, when you start that, if you do that project, and the people come out, tell them that it might, it might improve it, and you have plans, because I know these people have dealt with this thing for quite a while, and
yes,
and which is fine. We have a lot of places and we're spending a lot of money every year the last 4 or 5 years, but just so they understand, it might not work exactly. Just so you tell that to them.
There's a possibility the south side of the road will still get wet and not completely draw down as fast as we want. What our next step would be is, which we still have to discuss this and get approval. If we have to, we were talking about potentially running a pipe across the road to tie into that ditch. But We don't want to spend that money because we don't need to right away. We can do it in increments. We don't want to spend that money up front if it's not needed.
Well, just so you know what I mean,
Yeah.
these people have been, a lot of people have been very patient.
Right. The issue here is the water on the road and water standing on the road. The ditches that run along the left side there are by design. The way the driveways were graded and the ditches were graded. So we have seen many occasions where the water has been stagnant on that road. So the first step is to grade on the right side to see if we can get some of that water off that road.
And that concludes it for now.
Thank you very much, Drew. Board discussion, questions? Yes, I do. Well, and you and I sat, Mike, and we sat down and went through a lot of drawings. And what?
My name is
Sir,
Hernando.
sir?
Can I have him?
Right now, it's board discussion, and then we'll have some public comment.
I want to ask a question about his project.
I'm going to give the opportunity to give public comment after I've had just a question of...
Oh, I'm lost because I thought the public comments were over.
Okay, the board has the opportunity first to ask some questions, and then we open it up to...
So when can I talk?
After I'm done.
Well,
Thank you.
What point are we in the agenda?
Next, after we ask the question.
I'm confused here. I don't know what we are.
Right now, we're on a presentation where it's Drew Jones did a presentation. This gentleman, Drew, did a presentation.
What number?
16. Number 16.
So we are over the public comment. When do I have the chance to talk?
Do you, let me clarify something. Do you have a public comment on something other than drainage? Is that what?
No, I just want to talk about his point.
Is drainage?
Yeah.
In a moment, you'll be able to have that opportunity.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
This is confusing.
Okay. Sorry. Drew, I know that this is fairly dynamic. These things change on a regular basis. We can't predict what the weather's going to bring in. And I know that culverts are pretty easy to define. Ditch clean is a little harder to define as to what remediation that actually does. And I think you did a great job going through these. I do have a question, and this changes, and based on what I had conversation yesterday, these projects change based on meetings that might transpire in the district. George might come in, Mike might come in, somebody's talked to Tanya and said, hey, we have a problem here, you reprioritize it, and now all of a sudden project 1 is now project 5. Correct. Sometimes projects move into the following year, and I understand the dynamics of that, and we are giving a lot of money. I do have a question, though. We got a $60,000 construction project that I may have missed, and once again, I had a little bit of concern because I couldn't get on the website because of some problems we're having with the website. But one of them is the ditch cleaning and construction on picture slide. Well, it actually doesn't have a number, but it's the one that's on Sunrise. It goes into Lake Granada and goes down Edgewater, that area.
That's it.
Now, my concern is I didn't see that on the radar anywhere, and that's not to say it wasn't there, okay? Like I said, I try to research it.
We revised the name of it. It was originally allocated to do more of the Sunrise drainage, which was brought up behind Hornick's development area between the golf course and his 3 lots. We did originally have that on there, and we revised it to do more of the ditch work than just that drainage project. So since they're adjacent and they're similar work, we just rolled them into the same line item.
Prior to, I'm just trying to get a clear understanding, prior to the construction there, was that on any project list in the last 4 years?
I think we brought it in. once it was brought to the table to get developed. We brought that, at least the Sunrise portion of it in.
We did talk about it, Mark, yes.
We talked about going through the back, I believe the back of the properties to drain, create a ditch, I believe, and this is why I'm asking the question. We were going to start from Sunrise through the back of the lots and create some kind of drainage ditch.
Right.
Correct.
Now this has changed a little bit, I believe.
Yeah, we essentially added to the scope so we could address Edgewater and that ditch along Edgewater all the way down to the golf course.
Once we had the damage on the other culverts on 17,
Yes.
we went back there and we realized we got to clean both those sides, and that's why we added that.
But did we not fix 17 and bring that connection out to
We
the...
fixed 17, but it's further back. Right, by the car farm.
Well, I just see it as a $60,000 expenditure that I didn't quite see how that plopped up on.
While we're there, we should add that into the project, and then everything will start draining. The problem is it's all clogging up. That's why we added
So it has nothing to do with the new construction creating a problem.
It's not we're not creating a problem. We're trying to get it before it becomes a problem.
We're trying to head it off.
On the Sunrise portion of it, the Edgewater portion is just a maintenance need that needs to be taken care of.
Okay.
That's probably going to get the majority of the funds.
Okay. So let me ask this question. In the future, when we have developers, be it Hornick or whomever, when they're building lots on lots, and he owns a lot of lots around here, and so do a number of other builders, do we look at potential drainage issues before they start to build, or do we address that after the fact?
It depends on the area of the district, because a lot of the district and divided lots already have drainage implemented.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens over the years, swales silt in, ditches fill in, because if there's no development, they're not a main ditch, they don't get worked on. So as part of development, normally they'll go in and we'll require them to clean their ditches around where they're putting in their homes, or if it's a major development and there's no drainage or permitting already done, then they have to go in and get all their drainage implemented. The area that we're talking about in Unit 13, it was partially exempted. When the Water Management District came into play, a lot of it was already developed, so there's an exemption over the area. So minor drainage improvements on what we're doing to keep the water from sitting stagnant in their backyard or becoming a wet mess in the golf course property. That's something where we kind of step in and try to help them out. This is kind of a unique situation since it's already been platted and there's already roads. There's already some drainage going through there, so we're just trying to improve what's already there.
I appreciate your answer. Thank you so much.
If I may, so basically, if they weren't building, we wouldn't be spending.
Very likely.
The answer is yes. I guess all I'm trying to get to is we're spending $60,000. We know it's necessary to avert any future problems, but we as a district are absorbing that $60,000. Unlike when we heard earlier today about developers coming in and developing roads and streets, because we're talking about back to the Pebble Beach thing, we want the responsibility to be on the developer of that street to put in the roads. I mean, that's
correct.
Some of the public comment that came out of it, which makes sense.
Yeah, I would like to iterate that the majority of that money is not going to the drainage behind Sunrise. The majority of that money is going to be used on the culvert and ditch cleaning.
Drew, I think what we're looking for is for you to go to Hornick and get some money. I mean, let's not kid ourselves anymore. We can talk about this.
That's not going to happen. I guess that's the key.
Well, he's causing the problem, isn't he?
No, excuse me. The main drainage structure that we're talking about goes from Lake Granada to the pond off of number 16. Is that correct? So there's two 43-inch pipes that flow from
Yes, the flow technically
The ditch.
behind Hampton and underneath Sunrise.
So have we ever done maintenance there, all the way down to
Not-
that pond? Because the pond itself, we have some improvements that we need to do as well, some issues there off of number 16. So like Mike said, they walked that area, they looked at that area, and it's
You know,
it's
if Hornet
something
puts
that we
any more
haven't.
dirt in front of that townhouse, you can, not gonna be able to open up the door.
Not answer that one.
I didn't buy it, so I'm okay.
Okay, you know,
We're trying to avoid down the road. That's what we're trying to do. We
You
don't
could-
want to keep running into problems, year after year.
Which is
and,
fine.
and that's a great point, and I agree. However, the infamous however, prior to the building, maybe somebody should have sat with him, the developer, and said, you know, we've got some things here that could potentially happen to your property, and therefore you need to share a little bit in the expense if you want to develop these 4 units or 5 units or 2 units, whatever they happen to be. But we didn't approach that. What we did is we probably knew we were going to have a problem. Even though he was building, we knew and we should have foreseen that we were going to have an expenditure over and above what we planned for. That's all I'm saying. Right, wrong, or indifferent, you don't have to agree with me. You know, but we're going to other people and we're saying, you have to pay for this and you have to pay for that as a resident, but as a developer, I guess you don't have to pay. Rest my case. I'm done. I don't want to. It's fine. Any additional board comment?
I think this problem existed before Hornick built there. It's just a matter, he might have made it worse, but that's been a problem forever. We just had to dig up the intake behind Hampton Woods because it was collapsing. We've already spent money on that project, and I can tell you for sure that water stands in that ditch all the time from Hampton Woods down to the pond on 16, and it's stagnant. It really should have been taken care of before now. Hornick made it worse, probably, but that's we're not part of that permitting process. I don't know that we can make them do anything.
Not just building. You talking about for his home permit? Yeah, that's something we can only designate what he can do in his property. We can't make him improve the golf course.
Right.
Because that's essentially what we begin into, and we can only make him provide district drainage in his drainage easement. So it's not I'm not saying that.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying this is a cause and effect that created this problem. That's all I'm saying.
That area on Edgewater,
Made it worse.
it's a very big, very well-traveled area, and I've complained since I've moved here 5 years ago how bad that looks. And it's an area where a lot of people see all the time, and I'm glad that section's going to be fixed, because from the pond all the way to Sunrise it's ugly. I mean, it's terrible looking, and it's uglier than heck, and probably not good for the community. But the other I don't know that much about.
Any other board comment?
Before you go to public comment, supervisors, unless you can think of a reason you need me to be here for this workshop.
We could save ourselves some additional money to pay for that $60,000.
Correct. I'm happy to stay if you think you need me.
Actually, thank you very much for your time and service, and I'll be calling you soon.
Yes, sir. Have a good holiday weekend.
Okay, public comment, sir. If you have comments on drainage, this is the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Hernando del Castillo. I have been living here for 35 years. And we had this problem with the water in Sonal Lake, and they never had done a consolidated study how to drain the water from here. This has been procrastinated. This problem with Monza has been here for many years, I think that we should get somebody who does a study, a global study of Sonora Lake and how I'm going to drain the water here when it rains. And not to do it by patches. No, we have to get do a serious business.
Are you specifically having an issue
No,
in
I
your
think
area?
that we should get it
in general?
in general, like the people they do it in Holland. I mean, Holland is on the sea level, and they drain the water. And over here, this is almost every year. Nobody has done a consolidated study how we're going to drain the water.
I wholeheartedly agree with you. I've been preaching that for the last 2 years.
Well, we have
Hopefully those people will be hearing you. I don't know.
Well, this is procrastination.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Any additional further public comment? No? Okay. 12:30, right? Okay, the next subject is Altum, I believe. Hold on, I got to find my schedule. I believe it's going to be a presentation on the irrigation system as it pertains. Okay, Altum and Associates. And I saw them here earlier. Earl.
Good afternoon. Earl McMahon, Sun and Lake Golf Club. Up next is Tony Altum. He is the professional that we brought in to look at the golf course, specifically Deer Run, but also Turtle, as far as irrigation improvements go. He has visited the property 3 or 4 times. We've went through an extensive review of what we have currently, and he's going to present today kind of where we're at with specific to the Deer Run golf course and in his professional opinion, what he thinks we need to be doing out there. Just to give you a little bit of background, he's been doing this for 29 years, which is, I think I was in elementary school when he started. That gives you an idea of how old he is. He has done golf courses in 34 states, about 19 countries. He's done more top 100 golf courses than any designer in the country. I've worked with him personally before on a full 18-hole construction project where he was the irrigation designer. It was a complete construction, so we had a lot of other stuff going on as well. I went up yesterday to Bay Hill where he's done an extensive renovation to that golf course to get it ready for the tournament coming up. And so I'm happy to have him here, and Tony Altum.
Thanks for the introduction, Earl. I don't know how tall that will go.
I'm going to go with this. Earl, thanks, and thank the board and thank everybody for having me here. This is, just to be clear, this is what I do for a living. I've been doing this since I graduated from college in 1980, and I'm one of those guys that's got that weird affliction of I would much rather watch sprinklers run than watch TV. So I've got a bad, psychologically we haven't figured it out, but I'm very good at what I do. We do everything from municipal golf courses, city golf courses, park districts, country clubs, resorts. We do all kinds of stuff and range from 400,000 to millions. And so our job is to come in and evaluate the existing system, talk about what our options are, and then go from there. It's interesting that the comment that the gentleman made. Our job here is to, in irrigation, we can't do what drainage does. We can't piecemeal irrigation. We can fix problems, but we can't piecemeal it. So our job is to go through and evaluate the whole thing and come up with a final solution that doesn't just fix a leak here or a leak there. What are we going to do the long term? So that's going to be kind of what my presentation is today. I know it's been a long day for all of us, and I'm going to keep this as concise as I can, but I want you to make sure you understand what we're into. My understanding is the golf course, when it was part of the original development, was built in the mid-'70s. It was built with what they call transite pipe, which is asbestos cement pipe. If there's a crack on a piece of asbestos cement pipe, you have to have a licensed plumber. We have done 4 or 5 systems that have transite pipe or asbestos cement pipe, and every lawyer that we've had, because it's asbestos cement, has said, don't dig it up, don't cut it, bury it, put something else in, because as soon as you let the EPA know that you're full of asbestos cement pipe out here, it's probably not going to be a really good thing. So we don't want to excavate it. We put a new system in, we just leave it in the ground and we move on. The original pump station, back one. Who's got this? Did I have this? Okay, the original pump station is an old-style pump station. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but it's basically 2 pumps and 2 wells, and it's basically pumps out of the well. The concern that we have is, and Earl's had this already, if one of the pump goes down or the main pump goes down, there's 2 pumps, if the main pump goes down, you basically have enough water to water the greens until it gets fixed or repaired. Which is not ideal. We don't normally do this on golf courses. In most cases, we have a secondary lake that we pump the water into, and then we have some kind of a storage capacity to it. Who's got that? You're quick. You're trying to move you along, aren't you? The other things, and we talk about the age of this system, and Drew was talking about drainage. Drainage and irrigation, obviously, are the 2 most important parts of growing a golf course or keeping a golf course maintained at a high level or a decent level. You have what they call a hydraulic sprinkler system. And what it is, it's the only thing that was available in the mid-'70s. And basically what it is, it's a tube that goes to every sprinkler head, and there's pressure on that tube. If the pressure comes off that tube, the sprinkler fails normally open. Okay, if you think about that, over time, these tubes fail. And the piping can fail, and anything can fail on these things. And so if the tubing gets failed or the hydraulic actuator gets failed, the sprinkler sticks on. So when you talk about Earl and you talk about trying to maintain a golf course, he could come in one day and there could be 2 sprinklers that have been stuck for 8 hours. One of the sprinklers might have been on a green. One of them might have been on a tee. One of them might have been in the approach. So all of these things are coming to fruition. So he's having about 2 to 3 of these stuck heads a week. He's having fitting failures on the PVC that's out there. There's an existing double row system out there, single row on the tees. You've got what they call a mid-'70s, and we do a lot of them, a mid-'70s developer irrigation system. It's put in what you have to sell lots, and down the road you're going to have to replace it. So most irrigation systems, we look at a 25-year lifespan of these things. And so you've done repairs, and you've done pump repairs, and you've just last year, if you look on the bottom right, you replaced the control system. That's the brains of the operation that basically tells the head to turn on and off. Unfortunately, on a hydraulic system, what you did is you told the sprinkler head to turn it on and off, but it still might not turn off, might not turn on. That control system has nothing to do with how the head operates. All it does is tell it what to do. So the hydraulic part of it, the failing part of it with the hydraulic actuators and the hydraulics of the thing basically make that system operational, but it doesn't make the head. So, for instance, if Earl wants to turn the heads on the greens for 10 minutes one night to water the green, well, one head might come on for 7 minutes, one head might come on for 12 minutes, one head might come on for 6 minutes. You have no control over the pressure and the valve and everything that's aged on the system. What you've done is you've improved, and it's a good system that you bought. Basically, what you've done is you've told it what to do. But the operation downstream of that has no indication of what you told it to do. It can do whatever it wants at the age of this system. Next. So we looked at all these things, and when you start talking about the failures of the leaks and the fittings and the fixes, basically you're going to see more and more guys out there doing these repairs. If you have a repair on that asbestos cement pipe, you've got to get a licensed plumber in here to basically put on a full suit to dig that or cut it. So that's a system that hasn't been used since the 1980s, the transite pipe. The hydraulic system, the last system that was installed that was hydraulic in the state of Florida was in 1991. So all the systems today are electric, and electric fail normally close. So if electric system fails, it basically doesn't come on. So you start seeing a dry spot as opposed to a flood. Next. Real simple, I just want to make sure before we get into the new system and talk about the new system, I want to explain how a sprinkler system works. This is Irrigation 101. If you have one sprinkler head and you turn it on in the middle of your yard, basically if you turn it on, because there's so much more surface area on the outside of that throw as the inside of the throw, what happens is you basically have a descending trail of water. So next to the head has 10 times more water than the outside of the head. So if you wanted to water the outside of the head just as much as the inside, you'd put 10 times more water. So that's why they started putting double row systems in, which you have today is a double row system. So basically you have two heads that are about 80 foot apart, and those are in the fairway. And then outside of that fairway, you get half as much water as you do on the inside. So as systems evolved over time, the double row system became a real no-no because people started coming into, when they started mowing the fairways tighter and they got the golf course better, they said, well, we want to make the fairways firmer and faster. And the way to do that is to cut off the water. That's the only way to do it. So as you make them firmer and faster, then the rough gets less and less and less water. So then it comes back and says, well, we want to water the rough, and we want it greener on the outside of the fairway. Then you have to overwater the inside of the fairway. So we're going to tell you how we fix that in a second. Next. So what you've got is you've got basically a double row system. You've got a single row on the tees. Go back to what we talked about. To water the entire tee area all the way to the cart path on these holes, the heads are down the middle of the tee. You'll see them on the tees or in the tees. And what happens is basically for him to get that watered, he has to overwater the tees. The other part of this is he's going to have more and more fitting failures in these teeing areas, and so you're going to come out one day and he's got a stuck head on a tee, and he's going to have to fix that sprinkler head and dig that up, or he's going to have to come out and fix a fitting. All the pipe goes right down the middle of the tee. We don't do that anymore. We put everything on the outside. And so the other thing is we've got green spacing out there now, and this is probably the biggest issue that you see as a golfer. And Earl made it a pretty adamant point, is that inside the green complex you have 4 sprinkler heads. And back to my theory, or not my theory, a theory on irrigation is if you have head-to-head, you have uniform coverage. If you've got one sprinkler through the next sprinkler, I can maintain about 90% accuracy to what rainfall is. So if you start thinking about areas that you don't want to water as much. So when he turns the fairways, the green sprinklers on, he turns the fairway sprinklers on, and he's got real wet conditions in the front of the fairway, the approach. Well, if he wants to cut the approach down, the water down on the approach, he has to turn the green sprinklers off. So what we do today is we basically put another row of sprinklers around the green, so you have one row that waters the greens, and you have another row of not another row, but another set of sprinkler heads that water the approaches and water the outside areas of the golf course. So these are all standard practices that have been happening since the 90s. We're just trying to get Deer Run up to that point, or where you've got a standard system, which is ins and outs on greens, at least triple row on fairways, so you've got everything covered, so you can water the fairway in the middle less and the outside more. And so all these things are just things that are standard things that we came up with. So we were asked to basically look at the golf course, come up with an evaluation. Next. And then basically, next. We basically were hired to do a design. So we went around the entire golf course, hole to hole, decided what needed to be watered, what didn't need to be watered, how to evaluate it, and how to basically get our main line and our piping system all the way around the golf course. It would be all new. And so basically you have you've got a typical resort, or not resort, but a community development that basically that's a lot of miles of pipe. I mean, we've got to send pipe all the way around this golf course on both sides. It's 2 big loops, and we come back to the pump station, and we basically put all the heads out there. If you take the next slide, you can see that the new system has basically a 3-row system, has 2 rows around the greens, and it has a double row on the tees. And this is basically we're watering areas now and being more site-specific. The control system that you purchased has the ability to run everything off of ET, meaning that Earl could go out and say, I want to water the greens or the fairways at 1/10 of an inch tonight or 2/10, or if it rains, I want to cut it down completely. But right now, you've got the ability not to do any of that because you don't know what's going to come on and what's not going to come on. With the new system, you can basically go out there and say, I can simulate rainfall on all the golf course and make the playing conditions better, meaning that you're going to have more area to water rough. You're going to have more control in the center of the fairway. You're going to have the greens control ins and outs. You've got the ability to water approaches and the surrounds differently than the greens to keep the green speeds up. And then basically water the tee complex as opposed to just the water in the middle of the tees. This is all standard irrigation practices for us. Next. So basically on the left, you've got your existing double row, which is 2 sets of heads. So the proposed system is to go to 3. The big advantage to that is we can control the center of the fairway versus the outside, so we can water the rough better, and the inside of the fairway as much as we want to is keep it firmer and faster. And then, what I said before, we've got the ability to water those greens differently and the tees differently as well. It's a real, we'll call it a real simple system. It's basically what we want to water, how we want to water it. Down in Florida, it's pretty easy. It's sand, so there's not a lot of drainage. So what you want to do is you want to be cognizant of the playing conditions, and this gives him a lot of ability to do some things that he doesn't have the ability to do today. We also have in our pricing, we have a new pump station upgrade. We have two options in the packet that we gave you on the cost estimates. The one is to take the existing control system or the existing pumping station, replace the main pump station, which is 125 horsepower. That's the main well that services the majority of the golf course. There's a maintenance pump or another pump at 40 horsepower that just got replaced, and basically put what we call VFD drives on these things. So basically what happens now, for instance, the 40 horse went out, and so now all you have was 125 horse. So if you turn 3 or 4 heads on, you turn 125 horsepower of water on when you only needed 5 horsepower or 10 horsepower. So what they do today is they put these drives on them. So the VFD drives just ramps up the horsepower as much as you want as the water. So if you want 500 gallons of water, it's not going to go up to 1,500 gallons of water. It's going to stay at 500. So these drives would be on each one of these wells. New control package inside. Keep the pump station where it is, and basically just update the whole thing. It's on. Anybody knows anything about switches? It's on Mercoid switches today, which Mercoid switches got kind of left out in the cold back in the 80s. So it's time to update all these things. I mean, it's not one of these drainage issues where you just go out and fix this, this, and this. Unfortunately, it's a big fix. Next. So the other thing that we've gotten to a point, especially with SwiftMud, and Drew's not here, but SwiftMud is the water management district, and they basically look at your usage and water and what you're doing. So you want to be cognizant of what you're managing and how you're paying attention to it and how you're watering the golf course. So they watch, and you have to record all the water you use on a yearly basis. And so you want to make sure that you're doing what you can to reduce the amount of water you use, but still maintain real healthy turf, but be a good steward to the environment. And so the more efficient the irrigation systems is, the less water you use, and that's always a good thing. Next. So the new proposed system that we've got, that we've drawn up, and that's what we use the cost estimate for, is basically got a better coverage. It creates better conditions. Agronomically, there's a lot of things that Earl can do with a good irrigation system. So if it's efficient, it's a good irrigation system. Right now, he has the ability to pump fertilizer, acid. He has the ability to pump all kinds of injectable materials into that irrigation system to make the golf course better and basically reduce some of the labor costs. Unfortunately, if the efficiency of the irrigation system is not good, then basically you're putting fertilizer out there at probably twice the rate you need to or less than what you need to because you don't have a good, efficient irrigation system. We also have weather stations, real simple weather stations and management practices that when it rains at night, it shuts it down. If it rains 1/10 of an inch and you want 2/10 of an inch, it makes the adjustment so you can just water what you wanted to water on what's left. There's really some cool stuff that's available, these irrigation systems today, that's a far cry from mid-'70s. But the good thing is that what you bought last year and was installed last year, it can be reused anywhere on the golf course. It's a good control system. It's used a lot throughout the country. It's what they call an OSMAC. I love the thing because all the technology was built by Motorola. Toro decided that they're a sprinkler company. They didn't know anything about radio link and radio control, and they got Motorola involved. And we've literally, and I think these systems have been around for 20 years, and we've never had an issue with them. So we really like that system that you bought. It's a really good system. And then the other thing is it'll be all electric sprinkler heads. So all the hydraulic sprinkler heads have gone, and we've got a really good idea of what we can do as far as controlling the electrical sprinkler heads so we don't turn them on or they don't fail normally open, so you're not having big leaks and big water problems out in the golf course. The other thing that's kind of cool is that it's been happening for the last 5-6 years is we've gone to a high-density polyethylene pipe for these irrigation systems down in Florida. For a lot of reasons. A lot of times it's because of the water quality. A lot of times it's because of the conditions and the water tables. But basically what it is nowadays we've got away from the transite pipe, we got away from PVC and fittings and ductile iron fittings and basically fittings that needed to be thrust blocked, and we've gone to what we call high-density polyethylene, which is all fused. It's a fused, completely fused irrigation system. So every time you get to a joint, it's fused. There's no thrust blocks, there's no anything that goes on through this. So the whole golf course is a fused irrigation system. There's a 25-year warranty and a lifespan warranty on this system. We don't know how long it's going to last, but I can tell you that all the fracking companies, all the municipalities, all the majority of utilities, gas, oil, they all use this pipe now to transport their water and their facilities and everything they've got coming out of their plants. So we see a lot of it. It's tough to get. It takes about 8 weeks to get it for irrigation for our purposes. We're a small user of that technology, but it's been pretty much a majority of all the golf courses in Florida go in with this type of technology, which is high-density polyethylene. Next. The other thing that's kind of cool is they've gotten so good with construction techniques on how they put these irrigation systems in. And here's a good example. So once we put the main line in, Once we put the main line in, we don't shut a hole down. So we're just the designers, but once you hire a construction company, they take about 2 months and they put the main line in all the way around the golf course. This is the main line pipe, or the pipe that transports all the water to the holes. So that can be put in without any issues in regards to play. And then once they start doing a hole, it takes about 6 weeks to 2 months to do the holes. And obviously we do them in the summer. And there's no more than one hole shut down at a time while you're doing the installation. So you've always got 17 holes at a golf course, and that's just for the 2 months that they're doing the plowing. And that's an example of what they do. They use these high-end vibratory plows. They slice it like cable TV. They slice the pipe to 18 inches below the ground, and then they roll it right afterwards, and you can't tell that they were there. So all the stuff that's in play around the greens, around the fairways, around the tees, basically when they get done, they roll it. You can't tell they were there, and they go to the next hole, and they turn that hole on. It's a really cool process. Next. Now the cost of the project. So if you went out there and did the main line, all the main line I was talking about, did the greens, did the fairways, did the tees, and the range, it's about $1.25 million. We'd use this on a database. So we basically take the lineal feet of pipe, we take the number of heads and the quantity of heads, and we can put them into a database for all the jobs we do in Florida. We come up with a pretty good, accurate number on where things are headed. The roughs irrigation, this is basically the watering between the tees and the fairways and some of the surrounds around the greens, and some specific areas that Earl thought would be good for either aesthetics around the clubhouse or out on the golf course that are in play. We have the driving range as another line item that we put on there as a separate item. The pump station renovation, like we talked about, which was basically just taking the existing locations of the wells and putting those together and installing new components and new control systems for those wells and a new well on top of that. We project manage the whole thing from start to finish. That includes the bid process, the evaluations, the negotiations, anything else that we have to. My fault. Thank God I'm not hooked up electrically. I dropped my water. And so the other thing that's really the most controversial thing nowadays, everybody's got guns, and they do use guns and use different things for their yardage markings, but we still put yardage markers on the sprinkler heads. It's about $3,500 to do that for a normal golf course. And then we try to throw in some contingency. The contingency is rarely used because once we get a line out there and we know there's no rock out here and there's nothing special that we have to worry about, a couple bores, unless we add heads or unless we find areas that we want to add different things to it, we would come up with, and that's just line items from our contract. But Earl and I have been pretty good about, like I said, we've been out 3 or 4 times going hole by hole and making sure that we've got everything covered that's part of the golf course that can improve the golf course as we go. So anyway, that's kind of it. We've been working on this for 3 or 4 months. We've got a pretty good layout. We've got a nice system put it together and designed. I know it's not sexy and you don't see it. It's under the ground. But I can tell you that as many architects and as many people and superintendents I've worked with throughout the country, there's only two things you need for a golf course, and it's drainage and irrigation. So yours is on the end of its age limit. So it's time to start thinking about doing something. There was some talk about just doing greens loops and utilizing the existing controllers out there. It's about a $300,000 charge to do that. The only thing that would be detrimental to that over time is you'd have to go in there and make a new tap off the transite pipe, and we'd have to get a plumber to basically tie into that to get a new line into the green, because it's not tied into the green right now, and it comes in off the fairways. And the other thing that would come into a double cost is we'd have to pull all new wires back to each one of those controllers. Now, it's about $2.50 to $3 a foot to pull that wire back to the controllers, whereas if you put a new system in at the same time, they just lay that wire in the trench that's with the main line, and so you wouldn't have that additional cost to do that if you did it all at one time. Yes, sir.
So, approximately, if we decided just to do the greens, how much additional will we be adding on approximately?
It's we figured it would be about 1,000 feet per hole at 250, so it's about 2,500 times 18. So,
I'm not that good. 2,500 times 18.
It would be
45,000.
45.
Roughly?
Yeah,
I'm
roughly.
being told.
More than that, a little more than that.
50,000.
Closer to 40.
40,000. So we'd be adding on 40,000 to your total event.
If you did it, yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Tony, can you speak? Can you go back a few slides to where we have the whole layout, the new versus the old? Can you speak in terms of valving, because that's one of our bigger issues that we have right now.
Right.
When we have a leak or we have an issue on the golf course, we have to shut the pumps down.
So the system was installed with just a few gate valves, and the gate valves don't work today. So these valves, and they fail over time, so the valves don't work. So if Earl has a leak on number 7 green with a head that's stuck open, he has to go back to the pump station and shut the entire golf course down. And then it down pressures, and you have to repressure it again. That causes a lot of leaks. Then you have to repressure it again and get it back up again. So the new system, the way it's designed, is we put the main line outside of the hole, and we basically take a valve that goes to the fairway, and a valve that goes to the tee, and a valve that goes to the green. So if there's a problem on the green, you shut that valve off. Problem on the fairway, you shut that valve off. So basically what he's got today is he goes back to the pump station, shuts everything down to fix one head that's stuck. Or if he's got a leak, he's got to fix. He's got to shut the entire system down. Where normally what you would do is just shut off that fairway or that tee or that green. So we've designed it so that he has that flexibility. So down the road that you have isolation that you can shut it off if there's some kind of a problem.
I got another question.
Yep.
When you mentioned before a 25-year warranty
On the pipe.
Can you explain that a little bit? What is that?
Basically what they do is they come out there on HDP because they're so confident in the welds and everything else. They have to have a certified person that does the weld drilling. All these contractors are certified to install these systems. So they basically fuse the systems together, and there's a certification to do that. But the pipe is made in such a fashion that they supply PVC's 10-year, HDP has gone to a 25-year warranty on it. So basically if you have something that fails on it, a joint, or something that fails inside of the piping, they'll basically come out and fix it, labor and materials.
25 on the piping. Is there anything on the pump station or any of that stuff?
The pump stations typically, there's 6 years on the drive and on the control panel, including lightning on the whole control panel. And then on the pumps and the motors, they can last up to 15 and 20 years. So there's no problem on those. There's no warranty. I think the warranties are 5 years on the pumps and motors and 6 years on the actual control panel for the pump.
So everything theoretically is at least 5 years.
All the sprinklers are 5 years. The control system you bought is 2 years, but the sprinklers are all 5 years.
All right, so we wouldn't be responsible for the first 5 years for anything. Okay. Thank you.
No, from a maintenance standpoint, the only thing you'd be responsible for is edging sprinkler heads, pretty much.
Is what? I'm sorry.
Edging sprinkler heads, keeping them trimmed up.
You talked a little bit about the installation process, just out of curiosity. So the main lines, I believe you said, and correct me if I'm wrong because you covered a lot of information. I'm getting old. The main lines would essentially slice. They would do a hole at a time.
They would be a hole at a time, but they're trenched because it's going to be 6, 8-inch pipe. It's bigger pipe. Okay. The laterals, the stuff that's in the fairway, is all the stuff that's pulled or vibratory plowed.
Okay.
Takes about 2 months to do that, the main line, but you don't have to shut a hole down for that.
Okay, so once you do the main lines and you spent that 2 months, what time frame is it after that to start to do the rest of the installation?
2 months to pull all the pipes and stuff in.
For everything?
Uh-huh. So we normally start these projects in Florida right after the busy season, so May 1st.
Yeah.
Typically, and we try to get out of here by September 15th, September 1st. And because it's sand, that's obviously a lot easier for these guys to dig in and go through. The problem, and we've only got 2 bores that we have to deal with, so there's really not a lot of detail work. It's so wide open out there that these guys can rock and roll. They do about 1,000 feet a day in piping. There's about 35,000 feet of main line on this thing.
Okay.
So the other thing that's a real problem, it's more of a problem. These guys got what they call ground penetrating radars. And so they've got these machines that they can go out there and find the existing pipe. They can find the existing main line so they don't jump into or cut into it. And they can also find some tubing. So one of the things that happens is that they're out there and they didn't locate tubing and they went through 20 tubes, you're going to have 20 heads that come on. So they have to have fittings to fix that right away. And so you have to get contractors that know what they're doing. There's 3 or 4 contractors in Florida that are really good at doing this, and they have the equipment and the materials that they can deal with. So you go out to bid to 3 or 4 guys, and you get the best guy and the best price.
And part of your process is consulting and management and
We
the
put all
oversight of all of this work.
Yeah. We put every sprinkler here we want it. Around the greens and the fairways, tees, we space them all. We do all that ourselves. We GPS all the system after it's done, all the greens, tees, all the valves, all the main line. Everything's going to be recorded over time.
One of the things yesterday just, again, goes into what he does at Bay Hill yesterday. I don't know what holes it was, but he was actually there to stake holes everywhere that a sprinkler head's supposed to go. So then the contractor literally just puts the head where he expected it to go. So
and
that's part of what he does.
We got into the surveying business about 10 years ago, and so we used to put flags on the ground, and the superintendents go, all right, I can't mow around flags. You got to get rid of the flags. Then we started painting where I wanted the sprinkler heads, and they'd lose the paint marks after mowing. And so now we've come up with these, about 10 years ago, we came up with survey whiskers. They're really cool. So we drive these survey whiskers into the ground with a big nail, and it goes down into the ground about an inch down into it. But the survey whisker sticks up about 5 inches. You can mow over it. You can do whatever you want to it. And then basically there's 2 things available to the contractor over a couple of weeks. He can come back, start putting things in the ground. He can either find that nail with a locator, or he can go out there and find the whisker that's still there. So there's no play disruption whatsoever in these things. And actually, most of the people that are out there watching these guys put in the ground are just in awe of how quickly and how cool they'll have a hole, every head dug up. They'll have 50, 60 holes on a golf hole. One day, they'll pull all the pipe in, put the heads in, the next day, roll it, and you're moving on to the next set. They don't even know. It takes about 2 days to do a hole. You can't really tell they're there. You can see the pictures on how it goes in. It's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Bermuda grass. I mean, the nice thing about Bermuda, it grows really fast down here, especially in the summer. Go ahead.
The boxes that we installed last year, you don't use those any?
They're all reusable, absolutely.
Oh, you are going to?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's an option there to keep it competitive. That's a Toro system that you bought. Rainbird's got a system that doesn't have boxes. It's called an IC system. So what we've done with courses like this is we've gone and basically put the onus on Rainbird and said, listen, if you think your system's better, you got to come up with a way to buy back our controllers, because we're already in $180,000. Now, out of $1.6 million, it's a lot, but it's not a lot to these big manufacturers. Toro and Rainbird are the only 2 big manufacturers of this business, and so you want to still keep it competitive. So we might bid both systems and see what they come up with, just to keep Toro honest as well.
Okay, and then just one other question. If we decided financially we couldn't deal with it all at one time and we wanted to split the 9s, well, I know you probably wouldn't be happy about it, but what would that do to the cost?
It would probably no more than maybe $25,000, $30,000, a remobilization and some other things we'd have to tie into, but wouldn't.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
If I heard you correctly, you said there were 35,000 feet of main line?
Uh-huh.
Where is all that?
It basically tracks every hole going all the way around every hole, and then it crosses holes, and then there's mainline that goes into each one of the laterals.
Okay, all right.
So all the way around.
All right.
That's what we consider mainline, everything that's 2 inches the laterals.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me talk a little bit about, in your packet, I gave you, in the bid analysis, or the cost estimate, I gave you an option on the pump station. And option number 2 was basically, we would have to go to Swift Mud and get an alternate on our permit, but basically is take an intake line from the pump station and take it into the lake. And go right into the lake, which is a huge reservoir of water that we know about. And if Swift Mud wanted us to, we could basically turn around and take the well that we're pumping out of, which is probably coming out of the lake, but basically turn the well and basically fill the water back up and basically supplement what we took out of the lake every day with well water. So we'd have to get a permit for that. It adds, I think it was $100,000 in cost to do that, because we'd have to get it in the pond, we'd have to get a floating intake, and we'd have to do some things to get it done, but that can be done as well. We can use the same exact pump house. Everything fits in like a glove. We've made sure that we didn't have to do anything there. And after that, it's just basically taking an intake underneath the ground and then basically taking it out into the lake out a certain distance, get it away from all the vegetation, getting out there, and basically you could pull from that lake. And if a pump went down, unlike the well goes down, you're out of 75% of your water. We would never be out of the water because you'd use 3 pumps, and so those 3 pumps would take out of the lake, water out of the lake, and those 3 pumps, if one pump went down, you still had 2/3 of your water for your golf course. You could still water your golf course. So in most cases, I would say 99% of all golf courses pump out of a lake or out of a reservoir of some sort. This is an easier way to do it. I don't think SwiftMud would have any problem with us doing what we're talking about doing. We just have to alter the permit you already have for water uses, because you have a well permit, and we'd want a surface water permit. So it's just a change in the permit. That's the non-simple way to do it.
You said, I believe, once again, that the hydraulic systems we'd be able to utilize, the controllers that we bought last year. Plus, you said it in your presentation, the material.
The actual controllers, and once the controllers are done, for instance, if you just did the greens, what they call an hydraulic actuator assembly that's in each controller. And basically what it does is takes the electricity out of the controller, 24 volts, and activates a solenoid that operates the water to shut it off to the head. And so that's when that head turns on. And so everything is turned on and off by that actuator down there. The actuator gets really corroded in these areas, and I think you just replaced, well, you didn't, but you replaced them already? We replaced a job that was 3 years old, and because of the corrosiveness of the water down here and the atmosphere, they don't last very long. So those actuators, basically we would take all the green actuators and we just basically plug them and bring the wire and take the wire directly into the electrical component, so we could bypass the hydraulics to do the greens loops, if you did the greens loops only.
So you do, if I hear you correctly, part of it will be hydraulics and part of it would be electric.
Nothing would be hydraulic left, unless you did the greens loops only.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything else would be electrical if you did the whole thing.
Okay.
It would essentially be a hybrid box if we did greens loops first. If we did the whole system, everything goes electric right away.
You just take those assemblies out, those hydraulic assemblies out, and move on.
Okay. When's your 50% sale happening?
It's a great question. I'm not selling anything. I'm representing you guys. So we are going to get the best price at the best contractor we can do when we bid these processes. The one thing we want to do is you got to bid as early as you can to get the best price so they can lock up that job. The contractor is one of those contractors. And the only thing that really fluctuates in these jobs is there's 3 things, actually. There's the price of HDP. It could go up and down because it's oil-based. So you never know what the price of that's going to be, and supply and demand is really high on that product right now. The second thing that you've got to look into is cost is labor. And so if they've got a crew that's sitting around and they got nothing to do and nothing's lined up yet for next year, that cost of this project, which is a lot in labor, could go down quite a bit. So we've got 2 fluctuations there that we really want to watch, is the labor and the price of the pipe. The Toro prices and Rainbird prices, I've been doing this, like I said, 29 years. There's never been a year, even in 2008, 9, 10, and 11, There's never been a year that Rainbird and Toro haven't raised their prices 5%. It's a little bit close to a monopoly, and golf is big again. I mean, it's everybody doesn't say it is, but I got developments going out the wazoo in Florida right now.
I know that you weren't tasked to do a proposal on turtle, but just out of curiosity, I know that you did examine it and went out on turtle, and I'm not trying to nail you down to any particular. I just, as a guideline, would this pricing structure apply probably to turtle as well? Is that something that if in the future we were looking at, we'd be looking at this amount?
You spent, was it $68,000 on the pump station?
We just put a new pump station in.
You put a new panel in. You didn't put a new pump station.
Pump, I think, last year. I think we did a pump last year as well.
That was just the well pump, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It was just
it's just the well pump. They did something to the other pump. It was just the well pump. Over there, you don't have a reservoir, right, where that pump station is, so you're kind of locked into where you're at. We do have, just to make sure you know, we do have a crossover between the two going in. It's going to be big enough so if something happens on turtle or something happens vice versa, that you can run one versus the other. As far as turtle is concerned, the greens loops is the biggest concern over there. Same thing. You could do the greens loop thing for about the same money. Get the greens loops done. Other than that, that system's in pretty good shape.
So you feel comfortable with the shape?
Yeah, turtle. We just looked at it closely, but as far as the layout and everything's done a lot better over there than it was, obviously, at Deer Run.
Now, did you also mention, and I might have heard something else, that the system, if it went in, you would be able to do fertigation through liquid fertigation system?
We can do it, and we actually do it now currently on turtle. What you gain by having an efficient system is if we want to put out 100 gallons, which is fairly typical if we're running 500,000 gallons of water, we would put out maybe 100 gallons of the actual fertigation. If we are hydraulic and we have some of the issues that he's talking about and our windows are fluctuating as far as when heads come on and go off and things like that, it just makes our control less. So we may put out 150 gallons versus the 100 that we're targeted to put out. So it makes us more efficient.
And you just started using that system, though. You just installed it.
Yeah, we just
3 months
started
ago or so.
Yeah, we just started probably about 2 months ago.
Okay, because it's getting low, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
And that's as the irrigation system gets better, the fertigation gets better. So it becomes a real good tool. We used to use these systems just to water golf courses, but now they're a big management tool for these guys. When they water in fertilizer or they water in something, an insecticide or something, all it's done by the irrigation system. So the more coverage and the better control you have, the better golf course you're going to get because you can utilize the tools that you have better. So it's a big part of any golf course. I mean, we've been doing this 29 years, and there's no lack of somebody else that's got a bad irrigation system, so especially in Florida.
Thank you. Any further questions?
I'm good. Nope.
We're losing one of our supervisors, but he has a commitment, so.
It's all right.
Enjoy.
I lost my water.
Okay.
Okay.
No further questions? No. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right,
I greatly appreciate it. Very informative. Yeah. Can you go up, sir? Can you go up to the microphone, please? Thank you.
I was wondering, you can use solar energy to activate the pumps?
The pumps are activated off of pressure loss, so as soon as they hit. Yeah, they're all electric power. No solar. No solar. It's a big load. It's 400 amps, and it's a big load of power. I did a job in Holland. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I was on the board at our country club, and you get paid the same amount I did, didn't you?
Yeah.
Just want to make sure you guys got paid the same amount.
We get lots.
Twice.
Okay, thanks again. Okay, for the, it's roughly 12:30. I think we can get through this next section relatively quickly, I hope. The final part will be the budget workshop, and we'll be covering all funds. So
you going to take the lead on this, Omar?
We
Okay.
can start with
I
golf
just-
first, or?
Yeah, we formatted it where golf is going first.
That's fine, Where is, we just lost our golf.
I don't want.
Cliff, are you going to be doing it or Ron? Pardon me? Okay. You might want to get them,
Who's doing it?
Ron and Cliff.
So we're doing golf first? Golf
Doing
first?
golf first.
What's that, wasn't it?
Yeah, always is. I'm waiting on you. If Ron's going to take a seat, I didn't know if he's going to take a seat up there or are you going to stay there?
I can use that.
Okay, I'm just waiting on you.
Well, I guess I can get started on kind of really the sheet that I sent you guys on the budget assumptions. Is that where you need me to start?
Wherever you feel comfortable.
Okay. Well, I mean, we can go. Yeah, I guess it's right there. So we can go over revenues first, I guess. And really, there's, I guess, 3 or 4 parts to this in the revenue side. The membership we've kind of already talked about. Right now we have 306 members as of, well, not right now, but as of May 31st. We actually expect that to grow a little bit next year. So, and that growth plus our price increases, that's both reflected in the new budget proposal. Green fee and cart revenue for the public, that $40,000 additional revenue, that's also reflected. Merchandise revenue, that's mostly just a trend. As we're trending over 300. I'm not really being optimistic at 310. It's just that's just kind of where we're trending, and we plan on doing that this year. As we get into operating expenses, that's and we've already kind of made some cuts. Really, Omar and I have set together for a long time and got down the few of the things that of the increase that is proposed. And it's really pretty simple. The increases are mostly in the expectations of what we kind of see and what we have in the golf course. Really to continue the same level of the quality of golf and kind of what we've been doing, and to keep it up, spending is going to go up just slightly. So chemicals, fertilizer, a little bit of labor, really right across the board. A big chunk of that spending is really in golf course. We've also we've absorbed the tree work in our budget. So the first part of that tree work is actually going to hit here in August. As soon as we talk about the approval and the budget approval here soon, we're probably gonna get the second chunk of that tree work. Since it's moved into operating, we're going to handle that probably as quickly as possible. So we're going to move right on with that. Again, pump station improvements instead of them being capital items. So that's another small increase. Salary increases, it's mostly having just a full staff the entire year. We operated last year without a full management staff and ranger presence. So that's and then again, I've talked a lot about my focus on trying to have more member events, being more member focused, and trying to offer more member value. So that's the percentage increase in expenses. Do we want to talk about the kind of the restaurant and the kitchen? So it's still a placeholder. We haven't really talked about the kitchen renovation. So it can change in a minute, obviously, but in the budget itself, we have that placeholder in as we're expecting that we do the kitchen renovation in the budget, okay? So whether it's labor or whether it's labor, expenses, really everything, we're probably pretty, I'm going to say optimistic, but during those times we would be closed from May until September. There simply isn't much contribution or much to the bottom line. I mean, there's still $250,000, $300,000 worth of revenue, but we think with just continuing bar service, continuing some specialized member events, continuing just lunch service as we can during the closure, we're just going to do everything we can to try and mitigate any kind of revenue loss during the closure. And really the point is to close once and to get back open as soon as possible. So moving on, the Golf Association, that is a continuation from what we've done several years in the past. We can discuss that if you like, but that's no change.
Cliff, I have a comment or want to talk about this. I was surprised when I saw this that the WGA and the MGA get the same amount because I was involved when as a matter of fact, I'm the one that did it when I was on the MGA. I went to Jim Kurtzborn and said, well, I want Billy Casper to take over the couples tournaments because we have 15 tournaments a year and 10 of them are couples.
Yep.
And I said, the men's association, really, that's not something we should do. And he went, whoa, 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 whoa. So he said, we want you guys to run it, and he gave the MGA more money because we run the couples tournaments. Now, I'll ask you, do you think that's something that Billy Casper would like to do instead of the MGA? Because for some way in here that I'm not aware of, and I've been on the board, we get the same amount as the women do. And, that's irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, it's
but we got extra money for
that's our
running the
job,
couple.
right? Our job is to run the tournaments, and really your job is to show up, have fun, have a drink, and go home happy.
I brought it up to begin with.
It's my job to run the events. I couldn't agree more.
So your intent...
How they got the same price.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
I mean, somehow the WGA went up to $3,500, and of course I've been here since it happened. I don't know where
Ron can probably answer this a little better than I can. I just don't know the history, but again, I've put it in just to let you guys know that this is what's.
Can I get a point of clarification on this, though?
Go, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Are you saying that the club now is going to take back the responsibility to run all couples tournaments? Is that what you're saying? Because that has not been the way, as Mike indicated, it changed.
No, I haven't changed a thing.
Okay.
I mean, he asked me a question. I said,
so they expect the MGA to run the couples tournaments, but they took some funding away.
I think what Cliff's saying is he's willing to run them.
That's exactly right. I'm willing to.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
So, Ron Wonderling with Billy Casper for the record. Okay, so the money that's earmarked in the budget that goes to the association, that money can be used how it was set up from day one. The MGA board or the WGA board can use that money any way they want as long as that money is used at the club. Mm-hmm. That was how it was originally set up. Now the couples, and correct me if I'm wrong, I know Jim did it last year, and Cliff is doing it this year, is, as I recall, there would always be a couple that would kind of head that couples event, and they would choose the food that would be hosted and what event was going to be played. What I do not know is if they went to the MGA and said, hey, let's take $250 of the $3,500 and let's use it to offset. Normally, if I remember, the Men's Association, and same with the ladies, used it a lot for the member guest events, for buying prizes and different things like that. So
Ron, I can tell you that we used to get 2,000, and we both got the same, women's and men's. And when I was the treasurer of the MGA a couple of years ago, I thought it was very unfair that we ran 10 tournaments, which I love the couples tournaments, but the Men's Golf Association ran them. I said to Jim, we would like to start discussions because the MGA, it wasn't just me, but because they asked me to go talk to him, said, you know, we'll turn it over to them because it's a lot of work.
Sure.
And Kurtzborn said to me, wait a minute. He talked to a lot of people, maybe Andy and that, and they come back and he said, no, we're going to give the Men's Golf Association more money and we'd like you to run them. And I looked down here when I got this report from Cliff. They're both $3,500. I don't know when that happened or what happened, and I don't really care.
So,
but I
right.
just,
And we can look back at the records. I mean, obviously we keep very good records at the club of what was earmarked on the money that went to the Men's Association lady. But I remember when this was put in place, we kept it equal between the men's and ladies.
Yeah,
and however it was used, it was always a request by the association to the club that we'd like to use, you know, $3,000 off our bill for the member guests. So
that's my point. That It was raised for the men's because we ran the tournament. So all of a sudden I turn around and I do a double take.
Right.
And now they're both.
I do know from a board approving the budget, it was $3,500. Now we do have, you know, as part of managing the club, you know, you can move money around a little bit inside to. So I'd have to look back at the records what was used to offset costs for the association. But, you know, the budget's still open, and if the board, you know, as a consensus wanted to raise, you know, one of the associations up to have more money to do for the members, you know, that is perfectly
We already did
that's your
that.
direction.
We did that, but and that's my only question. And I don't want to do it now because then maybe for next year we can talk about it.
And
but I just don't know how it.
And if
how it got increased.
right, and I'll go back to our records. I mean, if we misspoke and the 3,500 is more, you know, I'll research it. If the previous boards raised that 3,500, and that would be my mistake because I gave direction as we were going through the budget process through the records that I keep, and it is, you know, it is very possible that a previous board raised the 3,500 under a budget time. Okay, I'll go back with the district and look, and we'll make that change. So apologize if that is different.
I think there's two issues here. One is I think the women's WGA is running this tournament this weekend, if I remember, Monday.
Well, Andy's doing it, I think, but there are a couple ladies involved.
I think, yeah, but you know, tournaments ought to be run by the golf staff. I mean, that's what they're there for. That's what they're getting paid to do.
Yeah.
I don't
Sure.
know why it's an issue.
Yeah, I know just from previous there'd be members that want to get involved. I know Doug Coe does a lot for the club. You know, we put on all the events. You know, even though it's, hey, let's pick out chicken or let's do a, you know, scramble in planning, but the actual execution of the event is.
That's not actually true. I know the MGA actually plans the event, has the members there to check people in, do all the stuff. The only thing that the pro shop does is the scoring.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
There's clearly a group of people within the MGA, just to help you understand, because, I mean, things maybe have changed since you were there. They actually assign 2 or 3 people to come up with a menu, come up with the format, come up with the times, to interface with Andy, for an example, to interface with Mike Lemire, and so on. And they put that all on a single sheet now and say, okay, Andy, this is what we want, boom, 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 boom. They even send out the flyers and whatnot on that. And and I don't want to minimize this, but your
Yeah.
staff, the staff does, in fact, they get the scorecards in. Most of the time, it's the staff that verify that scoring is accurate and all of that, and they post it. And that's basically it. And I don't, if the club's supposed to run that, I don't have a problem with that at all. But what I do know is, since I'm involved in the MGA, I do know how much time and effort goes into these couples tournaments. And it's a lot more than just the men's member and things of that nature.
Yeah.
So I just need clarification where we're going with it.
I was treasurer of the MGA, so I got all the checks. I mean,
Sure.
It's
Yeah, and we're,
run by the
you know, as an organization, we're here for you.
Yeah.
So, and I know that we have the association meetings, and if, you know, the men's association, for example, wants to, you know, hey, you guys take it, you put on the events, you choose what the food is and things. Cliff can run with that, and we'll meet with each association to make sure that we're meeting their expectation too, because we don't want it to be.
I don't care one way or the other.
I don't have a
the way it
preference
is.
one way either.
Sure.
But long as the men's golf association, who's just put a schedule together for the whole year in teams to put these things together, know so that they can back those people out of there and say, okay, we're all set on that.
And I think part of it, the joint effort of meeting and is, you know, making sure that the events that are put on, and I think that communication between the
and really
associations
me
is
being
big.
a little bit more from that club atmosphere.
Right.
I'm not trying to change everything all at once, but I want to serve the membership better. So it's simply, you know, and in time I'd like to wean off some of that responsibility from you guys and bring it more onto us, but I don't expect to do it overnight. But in time, I'd rather have us run events, be a lot more proactive. And I mean, I don't see it as your job. So I mean, we're just trying to serve you better. It's as simple as that.
And I appreciate it. I think that's great.
I mean, but we have a group of people that are they're real active, they're real passionate about it, you know. And I'm great, you know, and we'll let them be involved. But you know, I'm just trying to help.
Well, I'm not proposing any change this year because we're all MGA and WGA and the 9-hole girls are all have that money.
Okay.
And if we take that away, there's going to be some changes. And so that's all I'm I mean, I just was shocked by it because I know what happened because I was the treasurer before Dan was, and I know how all this come about, and they wanted the MGA to do it. And so they paid us more money to do it. That's point blank what happened. I mean,
but I think, in all fairness to Cliff, you're right. The operations came to us. They felt that giving us the extra money would eliminate them from that unnecessary work, let's say. Not that they weren't willing to do it, but they said, hey, you know, you guys can run it, you gals can run it, and so on. And I think your suggestion is you're looking to have that interaction within the membership, and that the golf operations, pro shops, so on, is responsible for that, and you would like you would like to do that. And I think that's a great gesture. You know, there's just two different styles of management. You know, that's all. I think that's great. I don't have I could care less who runs it, just long as we know. Since I'm on that board too, not as an officer, by the way, just as a worker bee. So we're planning these things out for the remainder of this year. We already have it planned, so let's kind of figure out what hand's doing what.
Yeah, I mean, all the events are planned for the season, so you know, as we move forward, and Cliff will be meeting with the associations, and this subject, you know, will continue through Cliff and meeting with the boards of each association and make sure we're meeting their expectations and kind of go from there. But I will double check the association money, what was earmarked. So if we need to adjust it in our budget, we'll move some stuff around to make sure it's correct.
Like I said, if you decide to run it, and it was, we were getting 4,500, and you budgeted for 35 now, run it.
Sure.
yeah, it just somehow got, I don't even know what, like Mark says, if it used to be 45, it was because we were running the tournaments. And I thought there was a difference, and I looked down and saw that they're both the same, and something's wrong. Something happened that's not right.
Yeah, and I apologize. I gave direction on that, and we'll check that dollar amount for the Men's Association.
Okay. Can I go back one paragraph?
Go.
I'm really concerned if we were to do the kitchen in any shape or form, I'm really concerned what you guys are trying to come up with to offset the revenue.
Excuse me.
I just don't think any of the things you listed are really going to work. How are we going to hold a level of banquet service by utilizing that kitchen? I can't see how you can do that. I can't see, let me finish now, I can't see how you're going to run a sandwich service or hot dog service. You're going to run them from the snack shop. I'm going to sit and order something. Somebody's got to run to the snack shop to go get it. I mean, I'm having trouble figuring that one out. How are you going to continue to hold all your employees? I won't even go there. I mean, I think we're going to take a hit, and that's if we were to do it. And there's nothing wrong with taking the hit, but let's not kid ourselves and try and do something that's going to embarrass us.
Sure. I mean, keeping Kevin and the team on, they're going to be able to do some food service. Obviously,
Where?
the unknown factor. No,
Where?
We can do stuff at the snack bar, and we can do some stuff in the bar area from cold service standpoint and food. Kevin's done a wonderful job with the resources he's been able to do. He's been a big part, of trying to figure out what we can do to service the members and residents of the community while, a renovation was going forward. What we don't know is once that contractor comes in, how much interference is it going to be? And you make a very valid point. Is it optimistic that we can hit that? It very much could be, but we've been able to do some really significant things in there thus far. And if for whatever reason the revenue does come down from what we're projecting, as Cliff put it, the contribution to the bottom line is not very much during that time.
I just don't I don't want to try and give somebody a banquet out of this place with that kitchen.
Sure.
It's embarrassing.
If you're trying to give a banquet, we don't need a $930,000 kitchen if we can run a banquet out of that kitchen.
Sure.
I mean, really.
Well,
I'm saying
but
let's not.
when we do it out of there, it's going to be very limited. I mean, we'll be at 3 items, and it can't be anything fried, and we can't do a lot of baked. I mean, it's going to be limited. I mean, it's going to be limited.
Cliff, all I'm saying is let's not create something that's not. If we don't have the facility for a banquet for a year, we don't have it.
Sure.
And I'm just trying to keep
with the
member
card
service
players?
at some type of level.
Right.
That's all.
Yeah. You're going to tell I'm going to let you be responsible for telling the women they can't play cards because we're doing construction. We got to figure out what we're going to do with the women, with the card players.
We'll put them in here.
We got to think this whole thing out.
But I think Ron at one of our meetings said it's an operational thing about the cards. We had that whole discussion, and he's going to handle. They are on it. They already made the commitment. They are on it.
Okay, they're on it. You guys are on it, right?
I remember the meeting.
That is correct.
Okay.
But going back to it, if the renovation does take place next year, we have our team will do the best we can to service the members and residents, and we know it's going to be an inconvenience. I mean, there's only so much we can do without a full kitchen, but we can do some things through our food licensing and the things we can do. And yes, we're going to have to run some things, and we can do some cookouts and have some fun while that's going on.
Okay, I'm just challenging you. Let's not.
It is.
Do something.
Yeah, it is definitely a challenge, but we're always up for it, and until it happens and know how consumers feel about the renovation happening, because we do get a lot of people that are non-golfers to utilize that facility. If they, what the renovation's coming on, we're just going to go elsewhere, it will have an impact. And we're planning for it, but you won't know until it actually happens. So.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'll skip a paragraph and we'll go to the kind of capital and lease recommendations. Of that $314,000, again, we're planning on $182,000 of that in the new equipment lease. $73,000 is for the continuation of the cart lease, and then the balance of that, which is about $65,000 more, are just some of the other needed items. Again, if we decide to do some other types of things, like the lanai renovation, obviously that patio furniture will change and not be used. I have taken out the 8-seater cart. We were going to use that for junior golf. I just couldn't see a return on that. It just didn't make any sense to me. I also took out the tablets that we had talked about at one time. I haven't been here long. It's only been about 2.5 months, but we really haven't been utilizing our point of sale program as strong as we really should have or could have, and I'd like to kind of reserve the right to be able to put that tablet back in and ask for it maybe down the road. But I don't know if you start noticing right now, but things like having a double, having an up pour, having different ways that things are rung up on your ticket, where we're changing the way that it's kind of handled, and it's kind of hard to explain, but we're making it a lot more efficient instead of a server having to go and make special instructions all the time, because here it seems like everybody who orders things has special instructions. So I'm using the program a lot more efficiently to try and make that work. So I think I can do it without those tablets we talked about. But again, if I'm wrong, I'll ask for it again. But right now I've taken those out. So I guess here's where we set the patio furniture. Again, that could change if we decide to do lanai. We do need a security system. That's an upgrade, really. The camera system, we just can't see enough, and it doesn't cover enough space. I think we've talked about that before. The beverage cart, again, that's been discussed before as well. The mixer is intermittent. It's working right now. It might not work tomorrow. The ice machine, and last, again, the cart lease. So all that together, kind of going back to the main sheet, our recommendation for an assessment at $330,000 for the assessment this year.
Is it still your intention to only run one beverage cart on one course and have the other one stationary on the other course? And if so, what will help you?
No, it's not. Actually, I want to kind of see how things operate as we get busier. My first impression with I think we need a beverage cart at all times on Turtle, just because it doesn't go back to the snack bar. But if they're passing the snack bar 2 times on Deer, we'll see. I may just reevaluate that as we get busier. I've had a lot of experience doing it. So
I've never played on a golf course that doesn't have a beverage cart.
No, I agree. We may end up, but I've had mixed, I don't know, reaction maybe to the beverage cart. Some people tell me it just gets in the way and makes too much noise, and we don't want it out there. And some people are telling me, please have it out there. So to me, I would have. I expect it to be a service issue. I would like to have a beverage cart most of the time on both golf courses at all time. I agree with you.
Why don't we?
So we're gonna
look at it.
We are, and that's. Let me see how I would just get busy.
Well, we're talking budget now.
Well,
that's my. If we think we need beverage, and I don't know if my fellow board members agree or not, but I can't imagine a golf course without a beverage cart. I just can't. I've never been on. Have you ever been on one like that?
We need to provide service to people that play out in the course. Now, there's plenty of ways to slice it. You know, some are carts, some are snack bars, some are, you know, you pass a clubhouse. Our view is we need to provide a service regardless of who's out there. Now, from a operation standpoint, and I don't disagree, there's probably times where it does not need to be out there, and we've probably had, not probably, we've had it out there where, you know, sales don't warrant based on, you know, day, week, or time of year. And that's something that Cliff and I discussed, and like he mentioned, he has a vast knowledge in it, and as our, you know, leader on property, as a general manager, want to give him the flexibility to make those adjustments. And we did talk prior about having a stationary one, you know, on Turtle, so it didn't roam around and disturb everybody. Now we're going to have rangers this year who, you know, yes, they're going around monitoring play, but doesn't mean they can't do other things, such as, you know, deliver drinks or food or things. There's things that can be done. We want to make sure that we're meeting, you know, we want to, 100% of the people we want to make happy. We know that that's a tall task, but, you know, through Cliff and I's discussions, we know we need one new cart regardless, you know, if it jumps from side to side or, you know, deer and turtle. But, you know, obviously it's part of this discussion, so.
Okay, I'll leave you with one other thought.
Yeah.
You guys don't think we need a beverage cart on each course? You guys? You don't think we do?
I want to leave it up to Cliff.
I just think it can be managed. That's all I'm saying. That's really all. If I'm overstating it, I just think it should just be managed on a day-by-day basis by how many golfers we have, and you know, again, I'm just trying to.
Sometimes we don't need it, you know, and
Sometimes
agree.
we don't need it, and
Yeah.
we don't need to spend the money on.
Well, sometimes you don't need it, so you don't run it. I'm not saying you got to run it because you got it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. You're tasked with running your golf operation, okay? We're tasked with kind of looking at supposedly at a pretty high level. Unfortunately, we get dragged down into a lot of the trenches, and I'm responsible for that too. But I hear things that end up bringing me into the trenches. We talk about customer satisfaction. We talk about the community. We talk about people coming into the restaurant. Year after year, and this isn't necessarily fair to you because you've only been here a short time, year after year, one of the concerns in the restaurant has been service. And it's related to a whole bunch of things, sometimes because we can't accommodate them, because maybe, let's say, the kitchen isn't available. But service has been a big issue, and you can go back into the records and find a lot of people that have written letters, have meetings, and so on. It amazes me that for 5 years or 4 years, tablets have been in there on a POS system where the McDonald's and everybody else in the world is using the POS system. We keep cutting that out. To me, that would mean they're going to get the orders correct, and I don't have to send them back 3 or 4 times to correct the bill. Okay, that's one. The second part of that is just taking this one little isolated area of service and support, you're reducing your training budget. How does that improve customer service and support? That's my point. You know, that's why I get dragged down into these things. I shouldn't even be thinking of that. It should be, you're running the operation. You, Casper, is running the operation, and they should look to say, this is the most efficient way we can do it. The fact that now you've been reduced to $330,000 like last year's assessment might have some bearing on it. The fact that you might be looking at reduced revenues from the restaurant if we close down might have some bearing on it. But at the same token, you're getting increased revenues from memberships and outside play and things of that nature. So it is a balancing act. I don't know where you want to go with this budget. I spend too many hours on it. So you run with it. let them figure if they're going to approve it or not.
Yeah, just to comment on that, I appreciate it very much, your candidness in it. The tablets, as Cliff knows, the point-of-sale system that we have is IBS. It's a business, and they have combined with another company called EasyLinks. EasyLinks actually purchased IBS. So there is a ton of software upgrades that are happening daily that are really exciting. Two really powerhouse companies combined, which affects technology. So we didn't want to pull the trigger on something that could be obsolete. So we know that service has been an issue at times based on what's booked at the club and staff training to do a better job. And, that was one thing we really talked about is, Cliff came aboard and his expertise with member service, with, not only working for our organization in the past, but with his previous company. It is a top priority for us, and I'm confident that it will improve. And obviously, yes, you made a comment with us reducing the assessment through the budgetary process. Some things got moved, but doesn't mean that we're not going to put the right training and stuff in place.
Well, next time I have to go back and have my bill corrected 3 times, I'm going to take a copy of it, I'm going to ship it to you, I'll scan it, and I'll email it to you.
Yeah,
okay?
please. Yeah, no, please. I mean,
it's a daily
you would need
basis.
to know about it. So yes, I mean that is at any place you go when that's wrong. It's frustrating. So
It's continuous. That's all. My only point is I hear the same thing over and over, whether I was on the board or not on the board. For years, I listened to people stand up there and say, we're working on it, we're working on it, we're working on it. You know what? Something isn't working. Something isn't right. That's all I'm saying.
I promise you we will work towards it, and it's, a lot of it is human error from entering things into a computer, and we will, keep it front and center. And any, board members and residents, in the audience today, if you do have a problem, please. My information is very available, and Cliff's door is always open. So we will do the best to improve in that.
Thank you.
You bet. Any other questions on, the golf fund budget or capital before?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
He's not even close. He hasn't gone yet. Right?
Huh?
We haven't even talked about the lease or
No. Well, there's a couple things. Okay, so we're taking out the $12,000 on it. So on the capital major projects, took it out of there. But on the front, on page 2, or double I, we still have that in the golf fund, I believe. $12,000 in there. Is that the balancing act, all funds with major capital projects? Do we not have that?
Yeah, so that needs to come out of that. The tablets
Okay,
need to
so
come
that
out of
just needs to come out of there,
Correct.
right? So that will change the bottom line too by $12,000. Okay, just and it will be the same thing on the next page on 3 as well. Right. Thank you. Thank you.
we should say that we like the furniture that we saw yesterday, didn't we?
It was nice, wasn't it?
Huh?
That was nice.
It was nice furniture. So when it's time for us to buy furniture, let's keep that in mind instead of the stuff that we have.
Noted.
Moving right along.
Earl, you ready to talk about the lease? Yes?
Where are we on this deal?
Okay, so after our last meeting, I went back and met with all 3 major vendors of turf equipment to work through, I guess, some of my concerns or kinks, or try to make sure that everybody, once we put this RFP out, are bidding apples to apples. And it's stuff that we could, but it would be so cumbersome to try to spell out in detail some of the items. So I have now met with all three of those vendors again. I have a list of everything that has to be in the RFP for us, which I'm going to be meeting with Tanya this week to go through that to then hand it off so that we can get the verbiage right from the district standpoint on what has to go out to the vendors. I had hoped to have that done sooner, but because of some things that I just in trying to make sure that I had all the bases covered for what I'm wanting to do and to make sure that the bids we were getting were as close as possible as far as equipment. Because if we spec fairway unit, for example, there's each vendor has several different types of fairway units that can fit into that, and you can spec it by horsepower or weight distribution or numbers of blades on the reel. There's so many different variables that come into it. So I wanted to make sure that we weren't getting a quote on a lightweight fairway unit with an 8-blade reel that didn't have enough down pressure for what we want to do. I wanted to make sure that we had rollers and just the minute little things narrowed down so that when this RFP goes out, and because we're going to ask for a quick turnaround, that what we get back, we don't have to then spend 2 months sifting through and having people come back to us to make sure that what was bid on is apples to apples. So I have it all together. I'm going to get with Tanya this week to lay out from Billy Casper what we want to make sure is in that. And then, like I said, whatever verbiage has to be in it from the district side. But I'm hoping that we can have that ready to go out in the next 2 weeks.
Are you still going to be prepared to do what you and I discussed?
Yes.
Because I'm going to tell them now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And what we discussed was I was very much concerned, and I think some of you guys were, over the amount of equipment that we're trading in that we own. What I asked Earl was, when he makes his final presentation, I want to see the value of that equipment and where we're getting reimbursed for it over the course of the 4 years. I thought that would be a thing that we should see. And he said he could provide that information for us.
Yes, and part of these meetings that I've had, to go directly to what you're talking about, when I originally met with the three vendors and kind of went through what we were looking at doing, we talked about the numbers of units and what we wanted to do. And it's like anything. If you're looking at 800,000 versus 500,000, your discount is different. So I went back and looked at our equipment list and some of the carts, and we have one newer fairway unit that was purchased. So I'm trying to, at the same time, now weigh how much we put into the newer unit, and is it beneficial to us to possibly hang on to that unit for the term of this lease and then maybe to turn it the next time, which affects that top number as far as the vendor's concerned. So I don't want to, and it's hard to explain, I don't want to pull stuff out and reduce that number down to where our discount is less and we wind up paying the same amount of money anyway. So there were questions like that I wanted to go through with the vendors to see if trade-in value fluctuates enough that it makes sense to pull something out of it or to go ahead and do it. So
I think your original number was 202,000, so we all have already tentatively agreed somewhere between 182 and 203.
Well, our under the old plan with just purchasing items year over year, we were, I think, set at 202. What we're saying is that we think we can get down to 182. I think we can get lower than that, but that's a number that I feel comfortable working through with vendors that we can get there.
I can't speak for them. I'm okay with this as long as you can show us.
And I'm frustrated because I was hoping that I would have it together and have RFP already out. It just there's so much going on with it that I just didn't feel comfortable rushing it.
We'd rather do it right than quick. Just as a philosophical discussion. Now, I think every golf course in the country has looked at the same issue, and the vast majority of them have gone to the lease because of exactly what you're talking about. So it only makes sense to me. I agree with Ray. We don't need to be giving equipment away either, so we just need to know that we're getting value for what we're trading in, and I think that's going to be reflected in the lease cost.
It will, but I mean, I can tell you, because my impression of it is we never get what we think the value is. It's like when you go to trade a car, you think, I've kept it in good condition, I've done all the maintenance, it should be worth X, and you go to trade it in, and it's worth something else. One of the things that I talked to Mr. Brooks about a couple of weeks ago, we have brought in 2 independent companies that don't sell equipment. They only they sell used equipment, let me rephrase that, but they buy equipment. And I did that primarily so that I can check the vendors that the market that they're telling me equipment is what it in actuality is. So we have to have something in our verbiage where we reserve the right if statewide turf equipment or global turf equipment is willing to give us more for what we have than what the vendor's willing to do on trade, then we could do that. And it not affect our numbers. So we're not setting the market that they are, and it isn't. The value of what you turn in is not what you think it should be, but we have very limited on that. So we'll kind of go through some of that as stuff comes in.
Well,
but
I don't think there's any question that our golf courses are better than they ever have been. But I don't see how we can get a whole lot better unless we improve the quality of the equipment and the availability of the equipment. So I think it only makes sense to do what we're talking about doing. And if that's our logic, is that we're going to provide the best product in the area, then we have to be able to charge for it. And I think that's what we're trying to do. Chicken or the egg.
And I still hold to the fact that I feel confident that in 4 years we can sit and look back and say that we spent less money over a 4-year period through maintenance, maybe some in labor and R&M, than we would have done under the old setup.
I would also
I
think
feel pretty confident that
we're talking about an 8-year program, but we're only obligated for the first 4 years. So
Yes.
if we decided in 4 years that this isn't working for us and we want to unwind it, we could go purchase a whole new fleet of equipment.
Well, and part of what we'll have into the lease in the verbiage is that we reserve the right at the end. We want up front a cost on, because we have to set numbers of hours. Some vendors will try to give you 600 hours and another one gives you 800. Well, the reality is we do anywhere from 8 to 1,000 hours a year, depending on the piece of equipment. So at 600 hours, the price could be a lot cheaper. So I know that we're going to be over that. So we don't want to have that as part of a proposal. So once we have all that figured out, then we can say, okay, worst case scenario, at the end of this 4 years, we decide we want to go back to purchase. We want a value based on, 900 hours a year usage. What is our purchase price on that piece? So all that'll be in there so that, again, we can evaluate it and say, okay, if the board changes and the next board doesn't want to do this anymore, what does it mean? So those are obviously all things we have to evaluate, but we'll have all that laid out so that we can make the most educated decision that we can.
It's not as simple as it originally appears. But I do think if you look at the draft of Delosier, that's exactly what they're saying we should be doing as well. So this isn't like a...
If we were in North Carolina, Ohio, up north, leasing is not as preferred because you might run equipment 500 hours for the whole year on a fairway unit or a rough unit. Florida's much, much different because if we have a warm winter, we're running fairway units and tee units and things pretty much every day. So,
well, I certainly appreciate all the work you're putting into this. From day one, I thought it was potentially a good idea. I sure hope we get the information soon so we can go forward. Ron, other operations under Casper, Are a lot of them doing the leasing program on their equipment?
Recently, because of the warranty has increased, vendors have gotten much more aggressive with it, so yes. Some of the big cities, like City of Orlando, just purchases just because their dollar in the bank's a little larger. So it's case by case, but I have seen more and more leases going this way because you have a controlled number, just like our golf carts. We know what it is each year. Yes, we have some repair and maintenance, but it's minor. But the warranty is the one that is very attractive because then repair and maintenance goes down, which then the mechanics can work on more detailed things, sharpening reels, cutting to make the product on the course better. So yes, from our industry, this is the way it's been going.
We did just hire We did just hire a new mechanic who will be shared with
correct
the district. So he's not superfluous now. He's just not going to be.
Sure, and this was part of when we spoke about this during the budgetary process. Having the one master mechanic and having a warranty, he's able to go back and forth because, like I mentioned before, we had a full-time mechanic that worked full-time hours just dealing with, our current equipment. So this model makes it work for both sides really well.
Got anything else on capital? Please. Or I'll bring something up. Go ahead. I want to know what we're going to do with the Deer Run. We got a problem on Deer Run. Nobody wants to address it. Right? From all the front of the greens, how many front of the greens have we got a problem with?
Probably nine of them.
Well, I consider that a serious problem. I'd like to know what you guys recommend.
Okay, so we had Tony Altum here today. That's been something that we've talked about for several months, and he's been working on the plan. He's been doing his evaluations of Deer Run. Part of the reason why he laid out his presentation today, the last few sheets was, and the proposal or the packet that you were given last week, I asked him to line item out everything so that we could talk about it as a club to say, if we only want to do greens loops, this is how much it is. If we want to do the pump station, this is how much it is. We want to do this is how much it is. The opinion of BCG, along with working with Mr. Altum, but it was, I had the thought when I first got here on property, and I've been pretty open about sharing it, Deer Run irrigation has to be done. It's a matter of, it's not going to go away. It has to be done. So if you're asking us straight away, we need to do all of it. We need to do the pump station, the mainline piping, the valves.
I'm really starting to get irritated, and I don't like to get irritated.
Okay.
I told you to come to this meeting and give us your recommendations based on what Altum says, because we've got to decide $980,000 for the kitchen. Altum puts on the table $1.7 million. I mean, give me a break. I need to hear from Casper what the hell you think we ought to do.
I was not going to come to this meeting today and tell you that we should do this until he had a chance to present and talk to you guys and get feedback and talk through issues.
I don't believe any of us are qualified to make a decision.
I understand that,
That's
but
what
you control the funds. If you're asking me, we need to go and do Deer Run.
Well, then
Soup to nuts.
Why isn't anybody telling us this? I have to pull it like teeth? I mean, come on. We've been here a long time. I shouldn't have to pull this,
It's not pulling it out, Mr. Brooks, but nobody wants to go out and say we need to do this. We have so much going on with the clubhouse, with roads, with everything the district has to do.
Sure.
I understand that. So we've given you what it would look to do the entire project. We've also given options if we say we can't do the kitchen and Deer Run and roadways and everything else all at one time. Here's how we can do it. Now, then it's a matter of saying, okay, the priority is greens. It's greens loops on Deer Run because the approaches are wet. If we do that only, it's 300 grand. If we look at the pump station, it's another 120 grand. That's not something that...
If we do the Deer Run Greens, I assume that should be in the budget that we're talking about.
Ideally, yes, but it's not in the budget now. And because we didn't have the report 3 months ago, I could have thrown it in there to just say, we think it's going to be this, but until I get the report back, it makes no sense.
We didn't have the watering problem that we have now. 3 months ago, it wasn't a bunch of mush.
The watering problem has been around forever.
I understand, but it's been...
It shows its face in the summer when we're getting rain and when we're having to run because it's 90 degrees outside with high humidity, we have to run the greens heads more.
I understand that. Now,
we don't have control to not run the approaches.
I personally would like to know, between the kitchen and all the other crap, what you guys want us to do, what your recommendation is. That's what we're paying you to do, to manage the course.
So our recommendation on behalf of Billy Casper Golf, over anything in that capital expenditure, and I know we have irrigation improvements under the 5-year capital plan or 10-year capital plan, was in 20, I think how it was laid out in the budget prior was 1920, there was 850. Our recommendation is it should be all moved up, both line items, to next year to do the Deer Run Golf Course. 100% do the entire outlined by Tony Altum to do the golf course. That would be our recommendation to protect your asset out there, because we all know it's an old system. We've had problems in the past that affects turf and will affect revenue. Now it's easy for me to say that. Just pull the 850 from 1920 and 20 and 21 and move that forward to next year. That would be ideal. If we would have to reduce other things in that line item, they're all vitally important. The equipment is vitally important. As Mr. Stiegel mentioned, it was in the Global Golf Report, and improving the golf course. The patio furniture, is it important? Absolutely. It's in. It was 2009 when we got it, and it's in rough shape. Is it a want or a need? That could be debated. Cameras, that would be nice. Our system there was from back in 2009, so that would be an improvement. Beverage cart is definitely needed because of the age of the current beverage cart. The mixer, as Cliff mentioned, is on its last leg, which is needed for being able to produce for heaven, and the ice machine is vital for producing ice. So all the items are very important, but force ranking them, our lifeblood on that golf course is being able to water. And as mentioned, when it goes down, you have to shut it down, and when you have to ramp it back up, it has the hammering effect, as Tony mentioned through our consulting out there, and it damages those pipes. So it's definitely an issue. If it was completely up to us, we'd say let's do it next year. Let's find a way. If it's borrowing money and financing it over time, that's something to look into. But it is
great, but
it
can
is
I
an
ask you
issue.
just one question?
Sure.
If I didn't open up my mouth, would you have brought it up?
Yes.
When? When were you going to bring it up?
After we were talking about board discussion,
All right.
So. And we have been talking about it. We definitely wanted Tony to have his thing, and obviously we're talking about capital now. It's wanted to get through all the subjects so the board had a chance, and then we'd discuss it.
Just kind of following up on Ray. If we're so desperate for this irrigation system, and there's a high risk somewhere down the line, and we look at revenue, let's say, just for a moment, would we not be better off moving, as you suggested, moving, if we could find the money, moving the irrigation systems into 18, 19, 19, 20. Ideally, if we could do it all at once, would be perfect. And moving out
the kitchen, which would yield the best results for us, both from a revenue standpoint and from the community? I mean, you've got the operation where you have the restaurant and you have the operation where you have the golf course. If you were to put the $980,000 that's been budgeted as a place marker, which would you choose as Casper operation?
I would do the irrigation. And one, because you're going to elevate the product, which will hopefully, not hopefully, if it's a better golf course out there, more golfers will come. You know, we want them to move into the community. You have plenty of lots still available. You will have a better product on that golf course to water properly, and it's a known fact. Doing the kitchen renovation, although we know it's needed at some point, will more people come because we have a newer kitchen? We need to expand and things like that. So going back to staying on your point, our recommendation is to do the irrigation over a kitchen improvement.
You're running the operations,
yeah.
So that would be your recommendation.
Absolutely.
If you were given this pot of money, you'd take the irrigation
Correct.
over the restaurant.
Absolutely. Because the risk right now out on the golf course is something, and it has happened before, it's detrimental at times. You lose business. The morale for all goes down, and the greens are the most important asset, and it corrects the problems that Mr. Brooks brought up with the water on 9 of the greens in the front because of the full circles. We have mounding that dries out. Weather it's been very rainy this year, which last year we did not have. So it helps with moisture, and Earl's done a fantastic job managing it through the summer. But, we're on borrowed time. We know it's 40 years old. Something could happen. And here's the other thing. We could make it till 1920, but we can't predict the future. We know there's an issue. We had the professional consultant come on. We know what's in the ground, which needs to be replaced. We know it's a tall dollar. I know from other irrigation projects you can finance some of it. You can't finance all of it. So there is that option where you don't have to use that whole amount at once, and we can stretch it out. Obviously, there's interest involved, but that's not a bad thing at times, especially.
50% or how much?
What is it, Earl? You can finance the...
Typically your hardware, pipe and heads and things of that nature. Toro and Rainbird will offer some financing on that. Obviously you can't finance the labor that's required to install it, but
3, 4, 5-year terms or what?
Until we determine the amount, if we're doing the full bore. Tony might be able to give an answer straight away. I don't know.
I want to say the one we did in Orlando was 60 months. We were able to finance it. So, 5 years to spread it out is an option, which would lower your capital outlay.
Right.
I think we all get different information, because I was totally expecting you guys to recommend that we do the Greens Loop only this year. I mean, and it is. I mean, we can't talk amongst each other. We only can talk to different people, and it's always I want. Well, it's not that way. It's 3 wants.
Part of what I felt like our discussion would be is what we can do, what we want to do, what our recommendation is, versus what we can actually in reality do.
Well, I just think you guys all need to get 3 of us to agree on one thing, and then we can do it, whether I agree or not.
Sure.
But this isn't about what I want or Ray wants or Mark wants. It's about what 3 of us want. And it's frustrating. I mean, it really is, guys. I mean, I don't mind doing anything, but it's not what I want. It's what 3 of us want. And we got to get better direction from you guys to get 3 of us that want to do something. And then we can do it.
Sure.
I can't do it. He can't do it. He can't do it.
And that was staying on irrigation, that was part of having consultant come in and because you have to have the construction drawing, which is all part of his thing, to really evaluate it. And, we already know what kind of pipe's in the ground, which, in the room everyone kind of cringed. It needs to be addressed, and, there's nothing worse than going through what we did last year. I mean, it was, and, Earl hasn't seen it. He's seen problems with the irrigation system out there as we speak. We just can't predict the future. We know that it has to be replaced. Tony said most of them last about 25 years. We're at 40 some years with the current system. And
the frustration for me is that we're talking a 180-degree turn from where we were last month.
Exactly.
We were sitting here going, okay, we got to fix the kitchen or the whole world's going to blow up. And now we're going to fix the irrigation system, and we don't care if the kitchen blows up, or it's not as important if the kitchen blows up. And I get you that.
Yeah, sure.
If you look at it, the kitchen's losing a lot more money than the golf course is when you get right down to it.
And part of it is, once having the facts from a consultant about the irrigation system had a big weigh-in decision. Otherwise, it was, we've been talking about the irrigation system, and I think everyone knew that, it was a big number, and we talked about it in previous board meetings, that we do not have X money to use this next year. So then you start to, evaluate and reel in, and just I think we all know, there's a risk by not doing it.
But could you actually get it done next summer? I mean, we're kind of late in the...
With the resources, if the resources were available either by, funding from a fund or by borrowing, can we get a good contractor to bid on it? Absolutely.
We're talking, God, we're all over the map. Budget approval's coming up, final budget approval's coming up very soon, okay? We're looking at two potential capital expenditures, i.e. kitchen, i.e. irrigation maybe. We're at the 11th hour, and now we can't even decide on which project is the most important. That's why I asked if you had, your choice, which would you do? I mean, just leaving the fact of money out of it for a moment. And it amazes me that we didn't have this conversation several months ago. I know we talked about irrigation in the past. Last year we sat down. I was in meetings with you guys and whatnot.
Right.
After the little problem we had on 15 and whatnot. But I'm not quite sure why the push wasn't coming from Casper heavier for the irrigation than it was for the restaurant or the kitchen.
Well, we've talked about both. From not to go back, and there's been the kitchen was definitely pushed. We had there's definitely a need, right? We had issues last year, and not to take anything away from all the work that's been done in that, but if you're going to prioritize it and the good of the golf course and the community, it's definitely the irrigation does. Now, I know from a state requirement you have to have the budget approved by September 30th. And I've been here, and a lot of you have been here longer than me, but I've known that, we've had budget amendments done at a later time, and it's really, this process is earmarking a project, because it could be voted down at a later date. This is just saying that, hey, this is important, we want to move it up to next year, and let's start that process. And really going through what we can and can't do. Obviously, it is a big number, and I know it is a big decision for both kitchen and irrigation. And that's where, you need the most information, I think, from the consultant, from, Global Golf to Tony Altum to the other ones that were done from a kitchen standpoint of what's most important to you. From a company standpoint and from protecting your asset on the golf course and continued momentum, we know that if the golf course gets better, you are going to attract more people to your area. Homeowners, lots, to be able to water properly and efficiently will go a long way. From a kitchen standpoint, will it help for future growth? Absolutely, it will. It's really, if we could do both, that'd be fantastic. But, knowing in the district meetings and sitting them in and seeing what money is going to be available, there's tough decisions. So
a lot of it's going to depend on the financing that we can get. If we could get a 5-year, that what is it, knock it down half?
Material-wise, you're probably $700,000-800,000 of that.
So
maybe
you
a little
spread
bit
that
more.
over 5.
With the HDP piping, maybe a little bit more than that.
Oh, you can definitely finance. So it would drop the number down just, and maybe that's because, that may be the best way to get what you need done on the golf course and spread the money out over a 60-month term. And it's until we.
I'm done talking about. I've told you guys, or I told somebody here, to come prepared to make a presentation to the board based on Altum and the irrigation situation, knowing that we had a problem with the greens. And I said, be prepared with a handout for the board members, because I didn't know what it was going to be. But I said you should have a handout for the board members of what you guys want to recommend.
Yeah, okay. So from a communication standpoint, we just went on record saying what we wanted.
But that's
which would be in the notes.
Maybe you and I are not on the same page on this. If I ask for something and you can't do it, somebody should tell me you can't do it. But if I ask for it, I expect it. You want us to try and figure out a budget based on verbal? I mean, come on. What do you want us to do? Mark said we got 2 more meetings to go on a budget. I'm not going to sign off on this budget not knowing what the hell I'm spending the money on.
Okay.
You talk about budget amendments until you're blue in the face.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to sign on it.
So, okay. So I apologize that the communication did not, you don't have a handout today. Now, that could be corrected. Now, going to money associated, we just had the consultant just put a number of, and we can go back the slide of 1.6.
You've had the report for about 6 or 7 weeks. You yourself told us how much it was to fix the greens at the last meeting. So don't tell me we just had a presentation. I don't want to hear that crap. You knew. You guys have known. This is not a secret. I apologize for getting carried away.
It's okay. Going back, I mean, as we discussed, is our recommendation is to move the dollars you have earmarked for irrigation up to next year.
Everybody here, I'll speak for everybody, including Joe, who's not here. All we're trying to do is the best for the whole community, not for just the golf operation, but the whole community. We look for direction from Casper. We look for direction from the district. But we ultimately are the ones that kind of have to make that decision. And we're the ones that people will come back and say, what did you put a kitchen in for? What did you put new green loops in? And why did you do this? And why did you... And I say we, the board, any board, and you sign up for that and you know it. But I'll be honest with you, and I won't speak for the others on this, but spending 30 hours a week going through paperwork and trying to figure out stuff like that, it shouldn't be that difficult. I shouldn't have to be doing that. I shouldn't have to be able to schedule all my vacations around board meetings only to come back and find out that nothing has really happened in the week that I was away, or that I'm studying that stuff while I am away. I should be way relaxing. And that's my choice. I mean, I'm here because I thought I could do something for the community. But this is just getting extremely frustrating. as my colleague over here said, if he expected something here, I wasn't aware of that, but if he expected it and the rest of the board was going to see it, because we can't talk, then I don't know why we don't have it. And all I want is to do the right thing for the community and the golf course. If you tell me right now, which you said already, priority would be irrigation, then I'm fine with that. Let's look at a way of doing it. That's all. Okay? Take the other thing off the table if we have to, if everybody's in agreement, and move forward with this thing.
Well, at the bare minimum, I assume it's $300,000 to fix the greens. Is that a safe statement?
Yes, and it's in the report.
At the very least, we're talking about $300,000.
Correct.
Correct.
That's not in the budget.
So that's our starting point.
It's in the two reports that were given out the week before.
Yeah, but it's not in this budget
Not in this-
presentation.
not in
There's
this.
no
No, it's not.
I'm getting blind. The sun's hitting the car behind you.
Now, don't you get close to me.
No, the sun's hitting the car. So we're talking $300,000 that we have to put in there. Have you got a live screen that we can do this on? And we got to do it now. We can't wait it, can we?
Mr. Brooks, we would like some opportunity to take a look at this. I mean, we don't have to sit down today and go through Excel spreadsheets. It's our job to make sure that whatever the board's desire is on these projects, we can come back to you and say, this is how we recommend to pay for them. I mean, and financing is definitely a good option, as they mentioned, through the vendor. So, but we would like some opportunity. If a decision is not made today on moving, that's fine. We can come back at the next meeting and discuss it further. The next meeting will be a tentative budget adoption with the resolution. There's still ability to change, and we're only adopting the 2018-2019 budget for next as a tentative budget. So changes still can be made at the next meeting.
So you and Omar are going to go back, or your staff, to look at financing options?
Yes, and is the board taking out the kitchen entirely for 18-19?
That was my next question. What are you going
Okay.
to do financing options on?
Okay, well, that's,
If we say we're doing it on irrigation, that's what you'll come up with numbers.
absolutely, yes.
So just for
But
clarification.
the bare minimum is to do the greens. We don't have to do the full irrigation. Correct? I mean, help me on this. You're the expert on this part. Do we have to do the full
can do
irrigation?
any of the items listed in that at any time. We can do greens, we can do pump station, we can do whatever.
But what does your gut
we
say?
feel.
Give us a little.
From feedback from membership and from what our playability is right now, yes, the greens loops have to be done. Or we're going to have the exact same condition next year that we have this year, that we had last year at this
And
time.
that we've always had.
I think
That we've
Yeah,
always
so
had.
that protects the greens, hopefully. That
Yes.
protects the greens, but it doesn't do anything for the rest
Right.
of the
So
operation.
one thing we need to note, and I know Tony mentioned it, is that main line is 40-some years old. So even if you do the greens loops and we have a blowout, which has happened before, on that main line, you can't isolate the system. The greens are still at risk. So my recommendation is we go and we look at finance options for the entire system. So you have that to look at and digest and have it well in advance. Option 2 would be the greens loops, and then to talk about that, I think the main line is a big part of it. So come back with some various options, and being the number one thing is to do the entire system. From a cost standpoint, as he mentioned, it's cheaper to do it all at once, so you don't have to come back with all the other additional costs by doing it. If the financing option or the full price is not an option and cannot afford that at this time, what's the next best thing would be definitely the greens loops, and but knowing that there's still that risk out there, which knock on wood, we might not have one for another year, but we know it's an issue, and that's why this is being addressed.
So we need to provide district's a definition of which project first we want to even be in. If we want to do the irrigation, because there's no sense in even having this discussion if we're not going to bring the irrigation forward. So I guess my next question will be to the rest of this board, do they want to look at the irrigation system over the kitchen renovation?
Why does it have to be either or?
Can't do both. I'm not gonna. I won't sign up for $1.8 million and 900. I'm not going to sign up for 2.8
Well,
million.
what I'd recommend you do is you, Casper and Omar and Tanya, if you need to be in on it, is get something what you want us to do, what you recommend, and come to us individually before the meeting, so we don't have all this going on at a meeting. And if you get 3 people to go along with it, we're going to go along with it. Because it's so much easier to come up with what you want and talk to us. And if you get 3 of us to say, yeah, I'd go along with that, we solve all these problems. Ray won't have 55 questions, and Mark won't have that, and I won't have that. I mean, we all know what's going on.
Michael?
I don't think.
I mean, and that's what I would like. That's what I would appreciate, because then I can ask you questions, or Ray can ask you questions, and we'll find out the answers, and we'll have something a little more simpler. I mean, I couldn't no more right now vote on anything until I see what you guys want and what you recommend. I mean, that's because this is all about 3 of us. It isn't about what I want or anybody else. It's what 3 of us will come up with that we can pass.
But they aren't going to. I don't think. I mean, they'll do whatever. They'll throw the numbers to help us out any way they can. We're looking at if we did the full irrigation system, kind of.
If we do.
That's what I said.
Right.
If we did the irrigation system, it's $1.7 million. If we do a kitchen renovation, it's $1 million.
Mhm.
That's a given. 980,000, $1 million. Okay. So over the course of a few years, we could be looking at 2.8, 2.9 million. Okay, over the next 2 years, which is a huge number in my mind. It's just it's. I don't see how this district that's even doable over that period of time. So we really have to narrow it down. If the recommendation is that the Casper operation feels the money would be better spent in this direction, then that's what they should be presenting to us. We don't have to agree. We don't have to agree with it. But if they think the biggest return on that investment and the protection for the community is to put the restaurant in, then so be it. If they feel that the irrigation system is, then that's kind of the direction we have to go. It is an either or at this point in time, I believe. I don't see how we could potentially do all of this over the next couple of years.
It's just a question of how much you could finance. I mean,
right.
If you're talking 2.8 and they'll finance 8, then you're talking 2, or you spread the 8 out. I mean, it's would assume it's possible to do, but I don't know.
Well, I'm not even recommending we do both, but it's just we need to have something concrete that we could find 3 of us to get an agreement with, and that's what really it's all about. It's what 3 of us want to lay out for the future of this place, and whether I agree or I don't, I mean, I want three of us to sit down and say this is what we want. But I want your direction from it.
Okay. I think we're all sitting here in agreement that we need an irrigation system. I think.
Yeah, I think that's true, although I got to say that if I was standing there in Ron's position, I would say to you your biggest risk is in the irrigation system because they don't want to be liable if it blows up and they told us to build a kitchen. So, I mean, I think you have to understand
I don't think we necessarily need a full irrigation system next year. You could just fix the greens and map out the rest over 4 years.
See, that's what I mean, Ray.
And that's
what I'd like to
right.
hear from them, so we
And
can-
that's, I mean,
They
that is
don't know. How
right.
do they know? You think Tanya and Omar, how do they know?
No,
with them.
I think from the irrigation system, and Mr. Stiegel's 100% right. I mean, I think we all can agree we are on borrowed time on that system out there. We've been able to do some patchwork, and we've been through some rocky road with different course conditions over the course of the last. I've been working with you since 2004, and there's been some highs and some lows, and we've worked through it together. It's it is an issue now from a finance standpoint, and I have a home in this community, and know a lot of you here. There's a lot of things that need to be done, not only for the golf course but the community, and I understand that wholeheartedly. We want what's best for the community as well. All the stuff is very important. Just from improving and keeping moving forward, improving that golf course is the biggest thing. It's property values. It's
I don't think anybody sitting here would argue with that we need to do both over the next 5 years.
Yeah.
The question is, how do you get it and what do you prioritize? If you're going to do it over 5 years anyway, and if you can do both at the same time and finance part of it, that might be an option. That's what I'd like to hear from you guys.
I'd like to recommend something. Let's do option one as doing the entire project at once, so we can show you what the financing options are available. Right. The second option would be to phase it in, as you were saying with the greens loops. We could show a cash outlay and how that might differ from financing. It might not differ a whole lot, okay? So there's two options for the golf course for Deer Run. As for the kitchen,
I guess
sir?
my issue would be if you do the greens loops, then the next year you're going to have to do the pumping
That's
station.
right.
The next year you're going to have to do.
So you
over
still
5
have a
years,
cash
you're gonna put the
outlay.
money in the ground.
Right.
So let us show you what that would look like. Third, kitchen. Operationally, doing a kitchen renovation in addition to this project in one summer, operationally, I think would affect you severely. I mean, it's
from an irrigation standpoint, as Tony Ultimate, it's a quick process. You hold one hole down. So I think from a summertime, we don't,
But still, we have staffing and other things that could affect. Could we come up with a plan that might accommodate both projects in one summer? It would be a very aggressive revenue plan. I mean, I'm not saying we can't do that. I'm just saying that operationally, I think doing both of those major projects in one summer it might be too much on our community and our staff, is all I'm trying to say. Financially, we probably could come up with something for that.
And I think if you do that, we're know that. I mean,
right.
I don't want to necessarily do two things at once, but I want to know if we do it, what it is, and what our options are, and what you guys recommend.
So the third option, do you want me to show the restaurant in the same summer as Deer Run and spread it over? Yes?
I would, yes.
Go ahead and show it that way for illustration purposes? Okay.
At least that way we know.
Yeah.
Might as well get the nuclear meltdown. If you can live with that, you're good. If you can't, then we start backing off. I mean,
yeah, I think until we can see that what we'll say the financing arm would be over, if it's 5 years and if it can be extended longer, that will help, from a number standpoint. And if it comes back and it can't do any of it, we just all know that we'll do the best we can, as we always have, to prevent anything. And
I think Ray's right. We got to do the greens loops if we're going to improve the golf course at all, because the front of those greens has always been wet, and it's because of the irrigation system. And so we got to fix that.
And it would. That greens loop would fix the front areas. So from
just knowing
control.
Still at risk if the
absolutely.
We got it. I got it.
Okay. Any other comments on the capital or ops budget before I turn it back over to the district? Well, as always, thank you for the conversation and time, and as always, I think we're making progress through this, and I know there's some big numbers, but it is all to better the community. Thanks.
Thank you. Are we done with the golf fund? Oh, there will be momentarily. I'm just looking through my...
We ordered pizza.
I do one quick question, too. Of course. How come we're reducing our advertising by 20%? Our print advertising, that is.
Oh, I moved it. Yeah, I really, my plan is to move away from print advertising and really, not really reducing the overall money, but I was moving the money into more digital marketing. Yahoo, Facebook.
Okay.
So I was just moving it.
No, so you work with Casper on that specifically. You don't work with the district, or do you two work in conjunction with Ariel?
Yeah, and yes and yes.
Okay. Thank you. Public comment on golf? Well, we just covered the golf budget, so I just wanted to do the public comment, and then we'll go into the regular other items.
Wow. 5 hours, huh? Good afternoon. Bill Norcross, resident. There's just a lot of points here, and I'm glad you decided to talk about this for a second. An opportunity to talk with Earl here the other day and mention the Bahia Rough is out there, and it just thrives. It's just a catch-all for golf balls. I'm not talking about the rough that's 50, 60 yards off the fairway. I'm talking about something that's 20, 30 yards off the fairway. I'm trying to put my hands around the $33,000 mower, pull-behind mower, that we bought last year, and I don't see it out there as much as it should be out there. You know, I've seen it. I have a ditch in the back of my house, and that's a water retention type of thing. And I saw that mower in there, and I wasn't too happy, and I did report it. And I just think that's a poor use of that expensive pull-behind mower, $33,000. And the good news is that Earl has done a really good job doing the greens. The fairways are great. I've never seen so much grass on the fairways on Turtle. 10, 13, 16, 17, you name them. I think it's a very, very good job, and appreciate it. And I think the golfers do, too. And I'm talking from a golfer's point of view. The other thing that Mark had brought up is a point of sales. Now, we've talked about that in the golf committee meeting 4 or 5 years ago, only because there have been so many errors on the billing. It's just no fun. It really is. Now, last Friday, I paid for my bill, and Miss Vicky says the numbers are all wrong. Somebody changed the pricing. I brought Ron's attention to it, and they resolved the problem. But this is what goes on all the time. And I just thought the point of sales, the tablet, does some kind of accountability, makes it easy, updates your inventory. It's so much easier, and it's not foolproof, but it will work. And I think that's something that's really needed. Now, if it's an upgrade type of thing like Ron was talking about, maybe you can hold off a little bit longer. I mean, we've hold off for 5 years already yet. I'm listening to the restaurant, and no problem about that. You know, it gets to a point where, you know, if we're not making any money, we maybe should have a thought about bringing in somebody and sublet the restaurant to somebody else, that they would make money? I don't get it. Anyhow, there was one item that was up there, and it says, Chula Run restroom, $60,000. What are we building there? $60,000 for a restroom?
Oh, on Turtle?
It's got to be beautiful.
That's next.
What was that all about?
That's not this year.
That's not this year.
It's not this
I know, but it's $60,000. What is this?
Well, it's a 27 urinal one.
Got it. Well, I tell you, though, one time, a few years ago, they painted 4 restrooms. They replaced some lavatory type of things, and it was $6,000. I think whoever did the job probably made about $4,000. And I think it's terrible. It really is. It's out of control. When you have outside vendors making that kind of money on a
Let us get
job.
through this year before we worry about the bathroom.
Well, I just saw that, and I wasn't sure whether it
I know,
was
but it's not
included this year.
It's
This year, they've done a good job cleaning it up and using the correct paint. Anyhow, just thank you very much for the time. We've been here for a long time, and
Thank you very much.
it's hard.
Thank you. Any other further public? Oh,
I'm sorry, it's me again, Nancy
Hey,
Bate.
yeah,
Just
but-
something real quick. I don't know anything about irrigation. I don't know anything about golf. And my motto in my own life is, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Okay? And you brought up a good point. I was going to mention it before.
Me?
We have to look at what brings in the community, Golf Village, the Sun and Lake, the restaurant, the golfers, everything. We need to look at what will bring in the most revenue to us and go by that, which is what we fix first. If it's the golf course that brings in more revenue than the restaurant, then fix the golf course. I mean, it doesn't take a no-brainer to figure that out, unless, of course, it's financial money. Then it's a big brainer, because I can't do a budget worth nothing like these numbers we're talking about. And in reference to the kitchen problem, I don't even know what the kitchen problem is, other than it's too small. What is there a physical problem with the kitchen, or
It's basically just small.
it is small? So, okay. I have a solution for that.
Kitchen renovation?
We can hire John Stafford. He could come in and do a new bar, a new kitchen in 3 days.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other further public comment? Ron, I have an update for you. I just got a news flash. It came in from... They budgeted the Golf Association the following amount in 2018. Men's Golf Association, $3,500 for the men's events and $2,000 for the mixed events, which equals not $4,500, but $5,500, just to let you know.
Thank you for doing that historical research, and you saved
came down.
you saved me some time and saved the district staff some time researching those documents. So,
It was on page 3 if you need.
and since it's on the notes for the meeting, I'll use this notes to adjust that for the budget. So I do appreciate that very much.
I thought I'd introduce a little bit of humor into
That was
this
good.
meeting.
That was
Thank
great.
you. Okay, moving right along. I think we're all done with golf, huh?
All done with golf, finally.
This ought to go very quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Omar.
So we'll go ahead and just go over the summaries on that memo I provided for the general fund. Biggest thing is the decrease in revenues for the assessments based on the GAI recommendations. We decreased assessments by $175,000. Between the golf cuts with the subsidy and other cuts in the general fund, we were able to make the prior year reserve number the same. So that means we were able to wash out the additional $60,000 in expenses within the general fund through just miscellaneous changes. We've looked at current year estimations. We redid the numbers again through July just to give us a better pinpoint. When we started this project or started the budget, we only had March numbers to go off of. So, based off all those changes, we were able to cut another $60,000 inside the general fund and $115,000 coming up that from the golf fund for the total $175,000. Some of the major changes, just to go off the highlights, is admin department. We did adjust throughout the entire budget the life and health insurance. We were predicting a certain amount of increase With the county insurance, we finally found out what those rates were. We adjusted our spreadsheets and made those accommodations inside the budget, and that had an effect on some of those line items. Based off the PRM bid results, we did go ahead and change the work comp and property line items in every single department. We also made some certain reallocations based off percentages, and that was roughly $25,000 in savings in the budget between those changes. Community center, we had a just slight change. Besides those other two line items, work comp and property, we consolidated operating expenses and office expense. It was really just redundant, so we just kind of cleaned that up going forward. Finance had a little bit more of a significant change. We did, based off reorganization, we've been, swapping around position and duties, so we've now incorporated the customer service supervisor for utilities is now handling HR, and then both customer service attendants are taking both assessments and utility payments. So we split those employees 80-20 between the general fund and the utility fund to properly allocate their time and service. Real estate taxes, we did increase that by $10,000. This year, the county did implement a raise in the fire assessment. In the past, it was $5 per lot for the district. It's going up to $24 per lot. The district has about 670 lots that it actually pays its assessments and taxes for district use and purposes that aren't exempt. You have a question on that?
I think I have it. Yeah, I got, my consultant gave me the answer on it.
Go ahead.
No.
I want to just, it's more of a statement than it is anything else pertaining to the amount of money that we settled on the Veterans Tournament.
Okay.
It's been reduced from $2,500 down to $500. This is not a question, Michael. It's more of a statement. I think $500 is an embarrassment. I think if we have a problem with the people that are running the Veterans Tournament, we owe it to them to ask them to come in and make a presentation to us, and we have a question and answer, go back and forth, so that we settle on this in an agreeable fashion, as opposed to just taking away money that we sort of committed to, not that we voted on, but we sort of committed to. You can also say to the Veterans Committee, if we're going to donate to you, we want you to, every year before we do the following year's budget, come to us and make a presentation on the money you received and what you did with it. I just think that $500 to the veterans, there's a lot of people in Sun Lake that are veterans. I just have a tough time with that. I will tell you I did not vote, but I don't think my vote would have made much of a difference. $500 is a joke. Just wanted to make that statement.
Tanya, you commented when I met yesterday. You ran it by the other all of these supervisors. You did run it by, and Joe. Okay. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Moving forward, let's see. Yeah, property tax is going up for that fire assessment, so that did make a change inside the finance department. Once again, roads and buildings and grounds, we did make a few adjustments just based off revised estimated actuals. But overall, those are primarily the biggest changes to get us to balance at the end to the new 330 subsidy number and keeping our reserves the same from the last budget discussion. So right now we're still, once again, that 1.736 is what we're budgeting to pull from reserves with this budget, including the kitchen.
The 1.736 is based on 980,000, though.
Correct.
Okay.
Without the irrigation.
Correct.
It's just based on what we, okay,
yes.
the 980. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I'll just throw out, I think we ought to figure out a way to get some more money. I hate to bring that up. I think we ought to look at the utility fund. I know we're not talking utilities, but look at the utility fund. We're obviously going to be spending a lot of money over the next 3 or 4 or 5 years.
Right.
I don't think we can keep going to the membership of the golf course and hitting them up all the time. And I think a lot of the things we're doing, if we're talking about a kitchen and, down the road, maybe a swimming pool and what have you, that all benefits everybody in the community.
Right. Yeah, and we take that into
I think
consideration.
we should revisit that. My opinion.
I think we all, Ray, are willing to look at that. I mean, I asked Omar
Yeah.
and Tanya, because I thought we might go that route, and they said they didn't want to do it this year. So I'm willing to raise that rate anytime to try to do some of these big capital things that we're doing.
I think you can do utility rates anytime you want.
Yeah.
You can do them anytime you want. And one thing, once again, I think it's part of the Pebble Beach discussion is, the district staff started a preliminary Gantt chart just off major capital projects. There is $5 million in reserves that need to be allocated towards these major capital projects. If you've taken a look at that Gantt chart, I think once we hit $3 million, I implemented another increase in utilities, and then once we hit $2 million, so I'm trying to get ahead of the curve, start planning farther out to see when it's necessary to implement that $110,000 or $220,000 increase without using some of the reserves first. But when you have $5 million in reserves, it's difficult to justify an increase.
We're not putting away anything at this point in time, this year or next year or the year after, correct?
Well, this year, our estimates say we're going to put away $250,000 in the positive. This upcoming year, where was that?
But I don't see how we can save $250,000 when you're telling me we're $1.7 million.
That's this upcoming year's budget. This upcoming year's budget, we assume that it's going to be.
I'm talking 18-19.
Yeah, 18-19. We assume that we're going to go 1.7 in the hole.
Right.
Out of that $5 million.
And I assume it's not going to get any worse. I mean, not any better.
Correct.
And we're not saving any money. So that's to our point. I think we have to look at a way to raise.
Well, I agree, and that's why I try to put thresholds. Let's say every $1 million we spend, there needs to be a rate increase to accommodate and get us back to a balancing point. So we are looking at that. So I've implemented different mechanisms to increase the $2.50 in utility. But I think we should spend $1 million before we look at increasing assessments again or utility rates. Once again, our collections could go up, which will affect revenues next year based on all the changes that we've made. So we're trying to come up with a path to keep us in a 5-year plan, whether it's going to be feasible and how to finance it.
I'll just leave you with, sometimes we wait so long, we get behind the 8 ball before it's time to react. I'd rather react early. We can.
And I agree, and I think part of that.
If we have too much money in 5 years, I'll come back and say I'm sorry.
Yeah, right.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Right.
Well, at least you explained to me why you two didn't want to do it, because I did not know the reason. Because I was like, Ray, I'm thinking about, Christ, we got all this stuff we got to buy, and so why can't we just raise it now?
Right.
And pay for it
Because of our reserves,
But you explained it. I mean, it's.
Yeah.
At least
we're
I understand. I might not agree, but I understand what you're doing.
Okay. Yeah, and like I said, some of the comments today during the assessment discussion was valid. People want to see what they're getting in return. I think us as district staff need to come up with, hey, you may not see it right now, but in a year from now, you're going to see a new pool, and a year from now, you're going to see a new kitchen. And as long as you can explain those things, it goes a lot better with the community. Going with the golf discussion, it's very frustrating to try and plan when this is kind of at the 11th hour, you're getting this information behind the 8 ball. I think we need to do a better job proactively of getting in front of it. So we are taking a look at that, what we have in reserves, and I think it's part of the board's conversation to see what projects are more priority and which ones need to hold off in that 5-year span or 10-year span to get us there.
Well, just to tell you, I might be bringing it up soon that we should raise them rates and pay for stuff.
Yeah, let us come back with a financing plan for the items we've talked about, and then even in the projection that Omar gave you during the Pebble Beach discussion, there were some utility rate increases in there, but not until maybe 2020.
2020, I think, is the first time I implemented 110. And then, a lot of stuff we try to consider as well is we have $350,000 from FEMA that we're not sure when's going to come in. It's not accounted for anywhere in our book. So there's revenue out there that we are going to receive, and it's going to offset some of this deficit. So once again, taking all that into effect, we're trying to plan out and strategically allocate increases to the entire community and
So that FEMA,
projects.
the funds from the FEMA, whenever they come in, will be adjusted on the general fund against the 1.736 or whatever it is?
Correct.
Mhm.
Correct.
Okay.
So any questions on the general fund capital? We really didn't make any changes to anything in specific in there. The equipment stayed the same. Firebox upgrades, shuffleboard still in there contingent on RPAC funding, a new gator for security, a forklift and the mower for roads, and then the $980 for the kitchen expansion. Utility fund really didn't have any significant changes. We made the same allocations that we did inside the general fund, the property, insurance, the workers' comp, the salary and wages for those few employees who are now performing some of the general fund duties as well. We've made that allocation. And then just consolidating small line items like office expense and operating supplies to make it a little bit more consistent on a year-to-year basis.
Oh, thank you.
So in closing, I just wanted to summarize where we are. Last budget cycle or last budget discussion, we were at a total budget about $13,500,000. It's now $13,200,000, so we were able to cut about $350,000 out of that between golf, district, and utilities. Deficit without the kitchen, we're looking at a reserve funding needed somewhere around, give me 1 second, $332,000. Once we take out the tablets, it'll be about $320,000 reserve, and then when you add the kitchen back in, we're at $1.2 million coming from reserves this upcoming budget until we add in the irrigation or some other financing.
Kitchen out, it's 300,000 in the hole. We have to borrow, or
for normal
for
operations with
reserves?
no major capital, we're about 320,000,
320,000.
budgeting a deficit of 320,000.
Okay.
Which, once again, based off projections, we feel that's a pretty good operating budget. FEMA reserves, once again, will offset some of that. So,
Okay. Can I get a...
am I the only one not eating?
The timing was perfect.
He did that on purpose.
I said, watch this, wait. I'm going to just wait. No. Do you have, I can ask the question, you can pick. In your experience, because you've done this before, do you have a good feeling or not such a good feeling or whatever on getting RPAC funding for our project? We're hanging our hat on RPAC funding, okay? What is the success rate on getting that kind of funding? I mean, are we just kind of wishing things might happen, or is it potentially reality?
It's a good chance. In my experience with RPAC, as long as the funding request qualifies for the money is coming from infrastructure surtax, I believe, funneled through the Highlands County. If it meets the definition, meaning it has to be an item that has a lifespan of 5 years or more, it's usually capital related, and based on the criteria, if it qualifies, unless the committee needs additional information, as long as I've been involved in RPAC, which has been 5 years now,
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of one project that has been denied. They've also funded 100% of certain projects in the last 5 years. So I do have that data as well.
Okay. Well, that's good, because if we're allocating this money,
Correct.
when we're hanging our hat on getting
As
a
long
certain
as the
percentage.
improvement qualifies for the use of the funds, then RPAC will make a recommendation to Highlands County, Board of County Commissioners.
And how fast a turnaround is that? Is that
RPAC
a year?
meets,
or-
no, RPAC meets quarterly, so once the committee is presented a project and they approve it, once the committee approves it, it usually makes it to the agenda within, I'd say, 45, 60 days. Yeah, probably 60 days. The agenda for the Board of County Commissioners has to be final approved.
So in theory, after our budget approval on the end of this month, for 2018-19, we would be able to submit right away to them our requirements, and we could get a response within whenever they meet, 6 months, 3 months.
Let me consult with that, the logistics of the timing of it. I don't see why not. There's no requirement that you have to go through the bid process on projects. If you have a good estimate, then I believe the application process would be fine, along with your engineering estimates and drawings, which we already have.
Okay.
So
That's great. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Omar. You done?
You guys have any other questions? I'm done with all the changes.
Take a bite of pepperoni.
Is there more pizza left?
Yeah, there is.
Okay.
Bring me pepperoni.
Any other questions?
Well, we're going to go to discussion of the board.
Mhm.
We're okay.
But I mean on this.
Yeah.
Yes.
just a quick follow-up on the gentleman that presented his assessment proposed bill this morning, and Mr. Chester Dodd. He said that his bill doubled from $500 to $1,050. That's because he bought the lot next door to his house. That's why it doubled. I just want to let the board know we did follow up when Mr. Dodd or Omar did and said, Mr. Dodd, you remember you purchased your lot next door. So that was the reasoning for the double assessment.
double.
It
Okay.
doubled 100%.
Did you apprise him of maybe doing a unity of title so he could save himself a few bucks?
He did. He did do a unity title, and that's why he was confused as to why
Okay.
the rate was the 350 plus the 700.
Yeah, so just let you know, we did follow up on that already.
Thank you.
Remember the guy that his bill number? She just did the explanation. I don't know.
Thank you very much for that. See? Any additional questions from the board? Any questions?
The budget?
Hmm? In the budget? No budget questions? No, mind.
You gotta be kidding me.
Public comment. Well,
Gotta get up.
could you please stand up? We just need it for the record. Yeah, it's all this legal stuff.
Nancy Abate, what's RPAC?
It is a sunshine committee called Recreation Parks Advisory Committee that was created by Highlands County, and municipalities and the school board, and I'm trying to think who else qualifies. The special districts qualify to receive funding through this through the county every year, and then the committee hears the requests, and then they make a recommendation to the county commissioners. You can, as we do an application and request, yes. So I'm part of that committee.
Sorry, Bill Norcross again. Mentioned that you were going to, Omar was going to have a $250,000 saving account. Is that like a escrow account for rainy day depreciation? What is that for? Is it just general savings every year, which I think is a good idea?
The 250 I think I mentioned this year is what we expect to put into savings this year based off operations. So we'll take in more revenues and expenses of 200,000.
Right, and you have a FEMA account that's they're delinquent at $250,000.
Roughly about 300,000 is what they owe us.
They're expected to get that, which would be very nice. The account for roads and resurfacing is still in the budget of $350,000.
Correct.
Right. Don't you think that's a little low? There's a lot of roads out here that haven't been touched in about 3 or 4 years.
Right.
Don't you think it's a little low?
The roads department's come up with a maintenance plan, and that's what they've allocated is 3.5 miles per year in order to get us on track and keep that plan going.
They will do 3.5. Is that just a micro surface?
No, that's going to be completely stripping and redoing it.
Good, good. I noticed one item up there which it just blows my mind. Is $235,000 for pickleball and shuffle expansion. Now, is that still viable?
That's what we're talking about here with the RPAC. It's only $58,000 to the district. We're expecting 75% reimbursement from that RPAC committee. So it's only going to be the cost of the district of $58,000.
So we get it.
Even at that top number, I think that is really, really high. Pickleball and shuffleboard.
Well, it's more than pickleball and shuffleboard. You have to put fencing up. You have to put lights up.
Oh, yeah.
You have to take trees down and make the area available.
Yeah, when I think of $235,000, I'm thinking about a house, not a
It's good. You can buy
pickleball
a house for
court.
$235,000.
But we're really talking 58,000, Billy.
Well, I know that, but it should all, who's paying for it? The other taxpayers are paying for that.
Billy, Center Lake is more than golf. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, I just think the price on that is really, really high. I know you're getting refunded, which is great, but I think it's astronomical. Sorry.
That's fine.
Appreciate it. That's a good comment. We got 3 young ladies back there. Would you like to make a comment? Any of no?
Please end it.
The time is near.
Yeah.
Final board discussion? Final board discussion.
Yeah. I just have one thing, and I hope that I was very pleased at this meeting to see everybody here. I mean, I really was. I mean, that's what we want. But I'm going to ask for help from, I don't know if it's from Mike or Tanya or a lawyer or Mark. I don't mind people, I mean, I do. I mean, public comment gets a little old when you get people talking 6, 7 times at 5 minutes at a clip. But that's what we do. So I don't mind that. I mean, there's nothing we can do about it. But when we have a guy stand up here like he did today and chastise us, degrade us, and everything else, that is not public comment. And I'm looking for the next time that happens for somebody over there to go over there and tell that guy he's got to go or shut up. Because I don't come here and serve this community to listen to crap like that. I don't mind if people disagree with me or Mark or Ray, because we certainly disagree ourselves. But to talk like that, it's not acceptable. And I hope, Chrissy, this has got to be in the minutes, because maybe he'll read it. But it's not acceptable. I mean, everything else we do is a lot of work. But to have somebody from this community come up and talk to us like that, not just me, but to Dan, Mark, and Ray, and Joe, it's ludicrous. I mean, and I want help from you guys, because I took a lot of the crap before I said something. But that's not his, he cannot come up here and talk to us like that. He can disagree with us, and I respect that. But I just hope that you guys agree and stop that, because it's just, we don't need it. That's all that I have.
I have a mouthful of pizza. I did have 2 things.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was going to say, Ray might want to jump in. He's got to go.
Well, you got a mouthful of pizza or go?
I was just going to say thanks for the pizza.
Oh, 2 things. I'm not sure who's responsible, but whoever did the new cart pass in addition to the bridge repair on Turtle Run, that was really good. I don't know that that was ever budgeted or whatever, but that really looks nice, and they did a nice job of it. Second thing is to Ms. Bateman's comments. I do think we have an issue with litter in our community that we need to address. And I know I live on Sunrise, and there's a lady that walks around and picks up garbage every day. and she does it first thing in the morning, and by the afternoon, it's junked up again. So I don't know I don't know what our budget is. I don't know who's responsible for that, but whatever it is, we need to figure out a better way of getting it done, particularly on Ortega. And I think that's a high-traffic area because that's what it was designed to do, is be the outside exit, I guess is the best way to say it. But to the second part of their comment, I think as well that we could and should do a better job of beautification. Let's put it that way. I don't know what our budget is. I don't know if it's even in there, but we need to really work on that. It adds a lot to the community. That's all I got.
Understood. And it is the district's responsibility, our grounds crews, to monitor Ortega. It is not a daily maintenance, part of our daily maintenance plan. We know that the garbage apparently does accumulate, and we might want to as the winter season ramps up, make more an effort to have our crews drive Ortega more than we do now.
Well, there's also, there's Adopt a Highway. We could have Adopt a Street in here. We're all old retired people. We don't have anything better to do. We could go out and pick up trash.
Speak for
I'll
yourself.
volunteer. There is a Highlands County program.
There is a program, yes.
As a little bit of a follow-up to the beautification, too, I know that we do a great job on Sun Lake Boulevard. Of course, we don't own Sun Lake Boulevard, but we do the beautification. And I think you provided me the numbers, roughly somewhere in the area of 18,000 we spend roughly a year to maintain and keep that up, and it looks great coming in there. It would be nice if we could take that same effort and put it into some of the areas within the community, not just the entrance area. So I don't know where you get that money from. I don't know.
Mark, it's a lot of labor, just so you understand that. It's a lot of labor to send guys out there, and we send them out weekly on there. And for us to keep the other area up, that takes a lot of labor. Now, we do send guys out there, not every day. And the back area, she's absolutely right. I mean, I've been behind people. Guy just threw his McDonald, and I pulled up to him and I asked him, I said, do you live here? No. I told him to go back. But, I mean, you can't make him go back. But that is a tough area. But it's a lot of labor to keep this up, And like Dan said, we have Dr. Fu, who walks daily, that probably picks up more trash than anybody. I mean, we should actually give her a award, actually, if she picks up so much, So, I mean, but it's a lot of labor. You got to understand
I totally agree with you, but maybe next year, that's something you should throw in your budget. If that's something, then allocate X amount of dollars for labor to do that so we can stay ahead of the game. I mean, it might be a good idea to put it in there. That way, everybody coming into the community will be able to see it as nice, neat, and clean.
So, all right, so it's too late to put it in right now then?
No, you could put it in. We'll just take out the Rhino Ridge Runner or whatever.
That's fine.
I'm only kidding. I'm kidding.
When they come to you and tell me their trenches are high, that's okay.
No, that's good. Okay.
No, but I agree with you, Mark. I agree.
No further questions? Meeting's adjourned. Hey.